Good evening, everyone. Well, it is time, once again. Get out of the command chair here. Continuing on. And possibly concluding, at least that's the goal for tonight, the biggest horror update ever. And I don't say that lightly. Those of you who have been here for some or all of the recording sessions so far will know that I'm not one to use sensationalist terms unless I mean it. And, well, this is certainly no exception. I don't know if anyone's been keeping count of how many items there have been thus far, but I know I haven't. I've just been going by stacks. And everything's stacked up on the floor, more or less organized into sections. And I've just been going through them one at a time. So, by my reckoning, I have been keeping track of how many sections there have been, because, of course, we're going to be posting this as nicely edited YouTube videos once everything's done. There will be a big, extra long omnibus edition, which will be, by my calculations, probably 4 parts, maybe 5, averaging roughly 6 to 6.5 hours in length a piece. And then for those who don't like gargantuan, impenetrably lengthy videos like that, there will also be episodic versions that just focus on each individual section one at a time. So a little more easily digestible in smaller chunks. If you're wondering how many parts it's going to be, well, by my calculations, we've got 7 parts left to do. We have done 34 parts so far. So 1 part shy of the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything. I could probably stretch it out to 42 if I really wanted to. Maybe we will, but I don't think we will. I think we're just going to keep it where it is, keep everything self-contained in its own little section. So what are we doing today? Well, today we've got, what have we got left? We've covered so much stuff. So what remains is stuff that is definitely not for the kiddies. It's only for the grown-ups. So any little kids watching, get out of here. I mean, this stream is marked for adults only anyway, so. That said, I probably won't be able to show everything in great detail anyway, because there might be some boobs and stuff. So, what are we going to be looking at today? Well, we got a few things. First off, we've got 3D movies. I got a stack of 3D movies. Not as many as I thought I got, actually. I thought I got more. I'll have to get more. I like 3D movies. But mostly like older ones, like from the 50s and 60s and 80s and stuff like that. So some wonderful stuff restored and 3D-ified by the 3D Film Archive, which is distributes through Kino Lorber. So we got a bunch of those. And I figured while we're showing those, I might as well show the VR helmet that I got for the PC that lets me watch those movies in 3D, which is pretty cool. So we'll just take a little look at that. I'm not going to go into particular detail. Most of you have seen that before anyway, because we have played some VR games and such in the past. So definitely want to get back to that. Oh, I still got to finish Pools. That wonderfully creepy liminal space one that took place in all those like pools and stuff. Really cool, very creepy, and we're like just a hair away from the ending. And then I think there's a bonus level once you finish it. So we got like a level and a half left to go for that. So definitely something I'd like us to get back to. Then, after the 3D stuff, we've got a huge collection that was kind of a holy grail collection, and I can't believe I actually managed to get every single volume of it. The Redemption Films library, which some of you may have heard of. Most of you probably haven't. But it's actually a UK label that was started just by one guy who had a vision, who wanted to make some of the old exploitation horror and stuff available on modern formats, a lot of which hadn't seen the light of day since VHS. So we'll be talking about that. But a few years back, Kino Lorber got the rights to the library and put out the whole damn collection, at least up to that point. There's been other titles since. Still a bunch of films in that collection that are only available on DVD. I didn't bother with those. But, yeah, to my knowledge, the Kino Lorber collection is the only time the Redemption Films specific library has ever been put on Blu-ray. So, that was no small feat to track all those down. There's 60 titles in the collection, and they're all out of print, technically. I think the Kino Lorber website has a handful of them still in stock, but they're definitely out of print. Once they're gone, they're gone. A lot of them I had to get on the aftermarket. A few cost a pretty penny just to kind of fill in those last remaining gaps, but I kept an eye out for deals, so I didn't have to pay too much for them. But yeah, so that one's pretty exciting. And then I also picked up everything that Kino Lorber put out from the Jezebel collection, which was a sister label put out by the same people who did Redemption Films. And that's more the sexploitation stuff, so not so much horror stuff in that collection. But, given that it was put together by the same people, I thought, well, it'd be nice for completion's sake. And some of them seemed like kind of, silly, fun 70s sexploitation comedies and dramas and stuff. So, yeah. Then, that leads us into just full-blown erotic horror and porn. So we got a few selections from that as well. A lot of cool titles from the 70s and 80s, mostly put out by Vinegar Syndrome through their Melusine collection. And, yeah, so pretty cool. I don't know how much I'll be able to show you in terms of the covers, because I think there's boobs all over the place on those. So I'll show you what I can. And then in the YouTube video there might be some black bars over everything. So anyway, we'll figure that out as we go. And then finally, to end it all off, one of the biggest Holy Grail items in the entire collection. Yes, which I'm not going to tell you, actually. Most of you probably already know what it is, but I want to save that one till last. So the final episode of the biggest update ever, we kind of go out with a bang with just one of the big Uber sets that I've been wanting forever, and a bunch of related titles as well. And yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. So we're just going to set up the camera and everything else, let everybody get settled, get your munchies, and we're going to try to bang out the last 7 parts of the biggest horror update ever tonight. And then I got to edit the damn thing. I should also mention this will be the last of the behind-the-scenes filming streams for the time being. Next on my agenda after doing the update is to start on the closer looks. So a lot of unboxings and closer looks. Let's get the rest of our lights going here, shall we? There we go. A little prettier. And those I'll be filming offline. I was kind of hoping, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I was kind of hoping there would be a little bit more response to these behind-the-scenes videos, especially being the update videos that I've been promising for literally 2 years. Almost 2, well, about a year and a half. And it's all been leading up to this. And it just seems to be a real lack of excitement. And more importantly, a real lack of support. Only a handful of people have been dropping donos throughout these behind-the-scenes streams. And, for that I am grateful, but, I got to go where the money is. So if behind-the-scenes streams aren't bringing in the money, then I guess we'll just do other things for the streams since, what can I say? I tried. People said this was what they wanted. I gave them what they said they wanted. I guess they wanted it, but didn't want to support it. So what can you do, eh? Anyway, it's been a fun experiment and a fun adventure. We've certainly had some great conversation along the way. And, yeah, so after this, I'm just going to kind of retreat into my cave and carry on with the editing and do the rest of the filming offline. I also still have a bunch of scenes to film for the Halloween special, and part of that required that I had the updates finished first. So with the updates finally done, I might actually be able to finally finish the last few segments for the Halloween special. Some of which are closer looks, actually. So updates, they're combination update, unboxing, and closer looks. So, yeah, and I don't want, and because it's part of the special, I don't want to blow the surprise. I haven't shown anything from the special, to the point where a lot of you probably don't even think it exists. It's become this urban legend of my content. It's like, will we ever see the Halloween special? Yes, you will. It will not be at Halloween. It'll be sometime in the next couple months, hopefully. That's the plan, anyway. So meanwhile, closer looks. How many closer looks do we have coming? Well, I just did a rough count yesterday based on the updates that we've done and which items I wanted to do closer looks. So primarily focusing on the box sets and big special collector's editions and such, obviously, because those make for the most interesting closer look videos. So most of them will be combined unboxings and closer looks. And so far, without even touching the stuff from today's update, we have, by my count, 91. So we got closer looks for pretty much, at least the first half of the year. Because, I'm not going to necessarily post them every day, but we'll see. And then in addition to that, we got package openings. Vermin Arts annual Mega Christmas package just arrived, so we'll be doing that. That will be streamed. And the other package openings will be streamed because a lot of the the viewers who send me packages enjoy being here live when I'm filming the package opening. So get to see the initial reaction, and then they can enjoy it again either through the VOD or through the final edited video when that appears. So we're busy. Busy. Putting together the content everybody tells me they want. So don't let me down. Don't let me down. All right, let's see. Let's see what's going on over there. I see some people chit-chatting in the chat. But I can't see without my other glasses. We got Bradshaw Studio. Hello. Andy Kishore. Hello. Devin Wright says, I've been really enjoying these and would love to donate at least something, but my bank account is in the negative. Yes, well, that's... Join the club. I can't keep making content on air. I need to be able to eat and live and have a roof over my head. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So I think one of the things I'm going to do first, before we jump into the first of the updates, I'm going to pull the Redemption Films collection out here. I'm going to get it organized. This isn't all of it. That's half of it. That's the rest of it. I don't know if this is all going to fit in one update. This is ridiculous. Alright, let's see what we got here. So, we have, I kind of need to put them in numerical order. I think they mostly are. We got 8, 7. Okay, and then other ones that are not necessarily part of it here. Right. And set that aside. Was this one of them? Yeah, I think it was. I don't remember what number it was, though. Well, I guess we can find out. All right. We can take that out. And where is the awful Dr. Orloff? Where is that one hiding? Where the hell is it? Is it here? Yes, okay. Alright, so let me just check they all have spine numbers. So let's see, 38, 39. Where's 40? I don't know. That might be one of the ones that, yeah, some of them I ended up, oh, there's 40, okay. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, yeah, here we are. 47. A lot of these I got later, so they're not in with the main bulk of the collection. 51, 52, 53, 54. There's two 55s. Quite annoying. 56, 57, 58. Okay, these ones are part of the other set. Okay. 49, we have 50 over here, right? Yes. Okay. That's good. And what do we have here? 21, 29, and 36. Oh. Yeah, I actually do have some other 3D stuff, but they're all kind of part of other collections. And some of the Redemption Films titles I got as re-releases, so they don't have the spine numbers. Kind of annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oddly, there is no 13. And what do we have? 14. 14 there. Right, and then that's 15. Okay, and then 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hold on a second. Do have some redundancies as well in terms of numbers. And then what? No, where's 21? 21. And then 22, 23. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Perfect. 37? Yeah, so kind of annoying that I didn't get the spine numbers on a couple of them, but I do have the movies, and it is otherwise the same edition. So. Oh, the Asphyx. I did get the one. Asphyx. Yeah, that is one. It's a re-release. Okay. So let's see. What do we got here? So should be, I think it's 59 total, right? So just make sure we have all of them. So we got 7 of them over here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why are those over there? Because the first 7 titles I got for this collection were sent to me by Thrustbone back in the day. So it has been until now that I've actually got around to picking up the rest of the collection. So I thought as we go through them, I will finally incorporate the ones from Thrustbone into the main set, thus completing the run of the numbers. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There is no 13, but we'll count 13. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 7 here, so we got 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 57, 58, 59. There we go. Complete. And then we got 2 compilations of films by Pete Walker, one of which contains 1 or 2 two bonus movies actually that are not in the main collection. So that's pretty cool. Exhausting. So that's, you won't really be able to see too well, but you can see, you get some idea of like how it all fits together there. No, there we go. Okay, and then we have 4 DVDs. One re-release, 2 supplemental ones. No, 3 supplemental ones that I originally got because the Redemption Films ones were a little too pricey at the time. And it also turned out the supplemental ones I got were better editions. They actually have more extras and stuff. So we got that. And then we have, yeah. So then as we go through, we can pull the Thrustbone ones and incorporate them in. And also show the supplemental ones kind of as we go. I'm going to keep them anyway because they're pretty sweet additions. Some of them actually have more content than the Redemption Films version, so cool. Alright, so so I destroy the background. Okay, so we'll move this up here. Where's the... Oh, and then we have this, which is just kind of peripherally related. Okay, so this one first. Yeah, Pete Walker's The Flesh and Blood Show has some 3D segments, apparently. Very cool. Does it have... oh. Why is it upside down? I don't know if it's... Oh, it has both. It has like regular Blu-ray 3D and Anaglyph 3D with the red and blue, so that's cool. And here we have the rest, yeah. There was a collection of the vampire films of Jean Rollin as well. I was going to get that just for completion's sake. It was the only other thing I didn't have, but it's quite redundant. I've got the movies themselves like twice over in most cases, so yeah, cool. Okay, so 3D, Redemption Films, more Redemption Films, and then what? Where's Jezebel? Jezebel! Yeah, Jezebel. Actually, I'll call this one More Jess and Jezebel. That's basically what it is. Jess and Jezebel. Cool. Good. So we'll actually bring that over as well. Good. You shouldn't be able to see that in the background. Well, you guys can, but the camera won't. So, yeah. Hello, the Racing Genius 88. Excellent. Yeah. So, for those wondering about the tech specs here, using a Canon EOS R5 to film everything. Can you see it a little better with the... Well, a little better. Hold on. There, how about now? Yeah, Canon EOS R5 to film everything. This is a pretty high-end camera. So we've actually been filming everything in 8K, 24 frames per second. And then all the videos are edited, well, they're edited in 8K as well, and then, but mastered in 4K. which means I can do nice little digital zooms on stuff with no loss in quality on the 4K version. So they should all look quite pretty by the time we're done. I need to move you guys slightly. Maybe if I just spin the tripod around. Need to get the camera in the center, kinda. Back. Okay, there we go. Let's get some spooky ambiance, shall we? I feel like spooky ambiance is good to help set the mood, since we're talking about spooky movies. Spooky. So spooky. Adjusting the camera shot here. Of course, you can just barely see the Blu-rays on the side there. Actually, no, if I zoom in, there we go. Now you can't see them at all. Haha. How clever. Stop being tangled around everything, please. Come on. Power cord. There. Let me see here. Hold on. Let's go there. There we go. That's better. Okay. What is that? Oh, it's the, you can see the edge of the... There. That should be good. Ooh-ah! I've been using the box set of the Knight Rider 4K for focusing purposes, which I guess we're now calling focuses. Yes, indeed. Should be good. The focus is pretty good at staying locked on this thing, so. But the camera is never quite in the same position twice, you know what I'm saying? So you want to... Oh, that looks spot on. Here we go. Good. Just have to check and see where I am in it. Oh, come on. Don't be doing that now. Yeah, I guess that's fine. That works. Hey, Charlie Varick, how's it going? Welcome to what could very well be the concluding chapter well, chapters of the biggest horror update ever. Guys over there a little bit. Okay. Now, there. Excellent. Going insane. No, you're not. You're going sane. In a mad world. Or no, you're going sane in an insane world. That's right. The world sure is insane these days, isn't it? Well, that's why there's people like me. Trying to keep some of the joy in our lives. By watching horror movies. You know what's great about horror movies? Well, there's a lot of things that are great about horror movies, but you know one of the things I like about them, especially in troubled times like we are in now? In horror movies, you see bad people held accountable for their actions. You see justice done. The bad guys rarely win in horror movies. Oh, there's some where they do. But for the most part, they don't. I like that. I like that. It's one aspect that would be nice to see reflected in our world. Other than that, they're just some really nice, gory-ass escapism, you know what I'm saying? And who doesn't enjoy a bit of escapism? I know I do. Well, hence why my collection is, like, primarily horror and sci-fi. Party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. This was their final, most essential command. I choose not to ignore the evidence of my eyes and ears. Thank you very much. Alright, enjoy some clips. I will be back shortly. And we will begin.
Even in death, Gabrielle,
Oh my god.
I will never leave you.
Creepy. Alright, cool. Well. Shall we check out Knight Rider before it disappears?
Knight Rider.
Oh, Jesus. Knight Rider jump scare. Holy sh. Yes, just leave it on the train tracks. Perfect. Scully.
What? Oh my god,
Oh, I was so glad that actually had an impact. That was amazing.
I have to circle before. It's possible, yeah.
Yep. Basically, nobody can get the lightsaber from Vader.
Oh shit.
That's so weird. Hey, Vader, give us the stuff. Jeez, I can't even see what's going on.
Fucking Emperor Palpatine here. Alright. Let me just see what I've got here. Maybe I've got a scroll for
Something.
resisting something.
resisting electricity would probably be a good one. But I never have any of those. I never use any of them. I usually just sell them. Like, it's so specific. Fuck that. I'm never gonna need that.
All those resist shock potions. I never need.
Philanthropist. New York Times best-selling novelist. Ow. Anita Lord. It sounds like I just overemphasized to the point of farce. Originally. Everything else is said normal. You know, I watched that when it originally aired.
I'm gonna die. Stop.
Hey, folks, I think we have another Luke loses it clip.
It's just the fact that, like, whatever you.
And hilarity ensues. Yes, we have a lot of fun around here, especially on gaming nights. Alright, so the thing I need to do is, it occurred to me, I missed an opportunity with the last video we filmed. The last video we filmed was, in the previous session, was the Asian horror. And I had quite a stack of Asian horror. I kind of went hog wild, wanting to broaden my horizons and finally experience some of these, upgrade a lot that I'd had before, but also, even more so, see some new stuff that I hadn't seen before. So I got some terrific collections, and a lot of singles and a lot of sets. A shit ton of movies by Takashi Miike, actually. I didn't realize how many of his films I had got in all those collections, but man, that man has had one prolific career, that's for sure. But I got a whole bunch of his and a lot of other ones as well. But it occurred to me, it was quite late by the time we finished, and I was very tired, and it didn't even occur to me that that was the perfect opportunity for what many of you will know as my usual sign-off. If ever there was an appropriate time for that sign-off, it was the end of the Asian horror sections, and I didn't do it. So, we're going to do it now. So this is just a little addendum that will be tagged on to the end of that one, as a bit of fun. Well, just before we go, I can't think of a single update video that is more appropriate for me to say, thanks for watching, and until next time, sayonara. And there we go. That's it. Get right into the next section because I want to get that off the floor. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 35 of the biggest horror update ever. This time around, after the absolutely massive previous section with all the Asian horror stuff, I thought we'd do a slightly smaller one because we've got another even more massive section to cover after that. So this time around, well, a lot of you will know what a huge fan I am of 3D movies, especially old school 3D movies, stuff from like the 50s and then from the revival in the 80s and whatnot. And there's been a lot of wonderful editions put out, largely from the 3D Film Archive, released through Kino Lorber, that have presented a lot of these old films in better 3D than they've ever been before, but actual true Blu-ray 3D. So, of course, 3D TVs aren't really being sold anymore and haven't for a long time, but there are alternate means of watching 3D movies. And after all my talking about how much I love 3D all these years, I'm happy to report that I finally have the means to watch them in, quite frankly, better 3D than I've ever seen in my life. So, let's take a look. Put on your 3D glasses. Well, not really, because this segment isn't in 3D, but if you want to, put on your 3D glasses just for the heck of it, just in the spirit of the section, and let's check out what 3D movies I got for the collection. Mostly older stuff because, well, that's more interesting to me, quite frankly. Today, on the biggest horror update ever, on the Multimedia Chronicles. I forgot to put my shades on. I usually do my shades for the intro. You know, a lot of what I said in the intro I want to say in the main bulk of the video anyway, so maybe we'll just redo that and shorten it. Keep it short and sweet. Less is more, right? Alright, let's do that. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 35 of the biggest horror update ever. This time around, a smaller section to give us a little bit of a break from the massive Asian horror section we just did. And, well, we've got another massive section coming up after this, so I thought we'll take a little breather with something smaller, namely 3D movies. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of 3D movies, some horror, some not, just, you know, rocking the 3D, checking out some, well, new versions of old titles, old movies. Very cool. Let's take a look today on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Yeah. It's good enough. It'll do. See, that's the intro for the episodic section. The omnibus edition is a little different. I love how I actually start doing the update and half the viewers leave. What the fuck? Like, what did you come here for? I just don't get it. Alrighty, so longtime viewers will know what a huge fan I am of 3D movies, VR games, all that stuff. But for the longest time, while I was buying a lot of 3D movies, I never got around to getting a 3D TV. And, well, they don't sell them anymore, so great. But another thing I discovered in my 3D adventures was there are alternate means of watching 3D movies, such as a VR headset. Yes, so I finally got a VR headset. This is from HTC. This is the Vive Elite XL. And I've just blinded myself. I can't see a damn thing. But anyway, very nice helmet, pretty comfortable fit. It's actually modular as well, so you can, oh. I actually have visual. Oh, this is so trippy. Okay, I can see you guys now. Anyway, it uses these handy dandy little controllers, which, you just put them on there. There we go. And yeah, great. I can see a menu in front of me, but that doesn't help. Anyway, there's these very cool controllers, which have the triggers and buttons, and yeah. So needless to say, I've got a whole bunch of VR games to go with this, and it's very cool. But we don't need to be wearing this for the video. Ah, I can see the world again. All right, let me just. Oh, I think it'll power itself off. Anyway. I picked up a virtual theater program, and that allows me to actually watch 3D movies through the headset. Now, the cool thing about this particular headset, the Elite XR, is it has individual focus for the left and right eye, which is important because while I do wear glasses, I don't wear them for reading or anything like that. I'm actually nearsighted, so I can see things when they're close up, but not so much far away. So that's perfect for me. I did also pick up the PSVR 2 for the PlayStation 5, and that one's really good too. Actually, it works really well, but there's no way to adjust the focus. You can kind of adjust the distance a little bit, and that helps a bit, but it was always a little bit fuzzy to me. So Rose has spirited that one away to her room and has it hooked up to her PC. We got the attachment to hook it up to a PC. And I use this one with my PC, which just works better for me. The only complaint I have, if any, is the field of vision on this one isn't as wide as I would like. I'd really prefer to have a headset that kind of fills your peripheral vision more, just for more immersion, right? Whereas the PlayStation one actually has quite a wide field of vision. In fact, a lot of games have a feature where you can reduce the field of vision if it's too overwhelming for you. So I thought that was pretty neat. So anyway, whenever I get around to picking up another VR headset at some point, I'll probably look into getting one with a wider field of vision. So how do you watch 3D movies on it? Well, that's a bit of a convoluted process. You can't just pop your Blu-ray 3D disc into your Blu-ray drive on your PC and away you go. No, it's not that simple. You actually have to rip the Blu-ray files from there. So I use a program called Make MKV, which is quite handy for that. So you rip the video file, like the 3D video file, and then put it into a conversion program that takes that and actually separates out the left and right images, which you would normally see through a polarized lens or active shutter glasses. So it actually separates them out into two separate images and saves them out as what they call a side-by-side video. So you bring that into the virtual theater, and it basically just projects the left image into your left eye and the right image into your right eye, and then your brain meets, put it all together. And I gotta say, it is the crispest, cleanest, most perfect 3D I have ever seen in my life. The only thing that rivals it would be the kind of polarized 3D that you see in theaters. But it has none of the like ghosting effect that you would normally see with other forms of 3D. It certainly blows away the old anaglyph blue and red, or green and magenta or whatever. The old red and blue glasses, there's no comparison. So I ripped a whole bunch of my 3D movies to check them out, and one I actually really enjoyed was Friday the 13th. Part 3 in 3D, or as I like to call it, sticking things in your face for 90 minutes, because they just go hog wild with the 3D gags in that, and it just makes it so much fun. There's just things flying at you constantly in that movie. Even like things that aren't particularly horror related, like guy reaching into a box of donuts and like pulls the donut out. It's ridiculous. I'll do a video about that at some point. But actually, I want to review the whole Friday the 13th series at some point. So look forward to that sometime in the next decade. So, what 3D movies did we get to try out with the new gear and enjoy? Well, let's take a look. So Kino Lorber has actually been really active with releasing 3D movies, and in particular through the 3D Film Archive, which is a company that specializes in the restoration of old 3D movies and such. They've been doing amazing work putting together Blu-ray 3D editions of a lot of older movies from like the 50s right through to the 80s. A lot of stuff that just nobody else would even touch, or if they have been released previously, it's always been the 2D version. So 3D Film Archive is a company of, just 3D enthusiasts that's very, hell-bent on releasing as many 3D titles as they can from the good old days. And in a lot of cases, taking these old film elements and such, a lot of these films would have been released either in the old anaglyph style or in polarized, but, not quite perfectly aligned or what have you. When I first saw 3D movies in the 80s, it was the polarized style, so that was my introduction. And it is definitely superior to the old anaglyph style because it doesn't affect the color for color films like the red and blue does. You just get sometimes that ghosting effect. So what they've been doing is getting the best possible source elements that they can, doing nice clean scans of both the right side and the left side, and then doing newly encoded Blu-ray 3D versions. So one of the ones they did was this one, Buona Devil. Now Buona Devil is notable in that it is the first ever full-length, full-color 3D movie, like feature-length movie. What does it says? Yeah, this first. I'll just read the back here to you so you get some idea what this is about. So, beautifully remastered for the first time in 3D by 3D Film Archive, the first feature-length three-dimensional color motion picture in history. This is it. This is where it all started. Buona Devil. Arch Oboler's eye-popping adventure tale, Buona Devil, kick-started the 3D movie craze with a roar. So this was the Avatar of its day. So where Avatar kicked off the whole 3D craze this time around in both movies and home media, this was it. This was where it started in the 50s, the first ever time 3D movies came along. When British railway workers in Kenya become the favorite snack of two man-eating lions, the head engineers, Robert Stack and Nigel Bruce, like some A-list talent there, desperately try to cease the slaughter. Big game hunters are summoned and a vicious battle between man and beast ensues, all in thrilling color and 3 astonishing dimensions. Filmed using Natural Vision Corporation's groundbreaking stereoscopic system with the theory that the 3D cameras should see and record the scene exactly as the human eyes see it, according to cinematographer Joseph F. Byrock. The legendary Buona Devil now makes the leap from silver screen to home video, promising to put a lion in your lap and a lover in your arms. So there you go. So now we have the one that started it all in fully restored 3D. Fucking hell.
Bin 4 onion rings.
It's what?
Bin 4 onion rings.
Bin 4.
They're the red onion rings that are like all crispy and stuff.
Oh, yeah, those are good.
Yeah.
Food. Cool, I'm filming.
Sorry.
Forgot where I left off. Anyway. So, yeah, I mean, they've really gone all out for these. I have a few 3D Film Archive titles, and I really want to get more of them, quite frankly, because they are just absolute treasure troves for fans of 3D movies and for the history of 3D movies. So this one, we've got a whole bunch of extras. We got, and a lot of times the extras are in 3D as well, which is pretty cool. So we have the original 1952 prologue, Natural Vision 3 Dimension, featuring Lloyd Nolan, Shirley Tegg, and Bob Clampett's Beanie and Cecil from TV's Time for Beanie. I'm assuming that's also in 3D because they usually do that. So it includes the 2D version, a Blu-ray 3D polarized version, and anaglyphic red and cyan 3D versions with one pair of anaglyphic 3D glasses. Liars! I think I pulled those out somewhere and set them aside. Anyway, it's not like I don't have a million pairs of those glasses. So, yeah, if we just take a look at the covers here, they're basically the same. Same art on both the keep case and the slip cover. I don't think it's reversible. No, there's nothing on the inside. So, very cool. So, definitely a significant part of 3D film history right there. And we've also got the original theatrical trailers and the original Buona Devil intermission snipe. What does that mean? We get like sniped in the middle of it, like in 3D, I guess? I don't know. Anyway, next up, most of you have probably heard of this one, and apparently they went through hell to find the original 3D elements for this. I have an old, like, recording from the early 80s of a so-called special edition of this, where it was shown on television in the red and blue cyan style with additional bits inserted into it to extend the running time a bit. Just some goofy sci-fi shenanigans with people who were not in the movie. But we have the absolutely legendary 3D movie Robot Monster, where the monster in question is a guy in a gorilla suit with a space helmet. Ooh, scary! But, yeah, I've seen this a number of times on TV, usually in the old red and blue 3D. And this one's a pretty big deal because this, well, let me just read the back here. So, we got over 2 hours of bonus features, so much that they listed them all on the reverse side of the sleeve, which is pretty cool. This is the 70th Anniversary Restored Edition. Newly restored in 3D by the 3D Film Archive, at last can and must meet on the graph as the most demented, delirious, and delightful 3D film of the Golden Age arrives in this showcase edition loaded with out-of-this-world extras. A cosmic catastrophe has wiped out humanity, and now the last 6 survivors must outwit that strangely iconic alien menace, Ro-Man, played by George Barrows. Taking orders from the pitiless Great Guidance, Ro-Man wavers in his pursuit of human annihilation when he falls in love with a girl, Claudia Barrett. Can dashing young Roy, George Nader, save her? Filmed in the true stereo process, Robot Monster boasts excellent 3D that rivals big studio efforts of its day. Due to deterioration of the original film elements, there are several instances where frames are repeated in order to maintain stereoscopic synchronization between the left and right sides. See, now that's the kind of attention to detail that I love about 3D Film Archive, is they're not just slapping stuff on a Blu-ray and calling it a day. They're going out of their way to make it the most pristine and perfect 3D experience they possibly can. And as I said, often... oh, here we go. Got some 3D glasses there. It's not just the red and blue. They include that for people who don't have a 3D TV. So, yeah, I'm not going to read all this. This is too much. But if you want to read it, you can just pause and read all the extras there. There's quite a lot of stuff. Alright, good. That's what pause is for. I'm not going to hold it there for the whole time you're reading it. Yeah, so crazy. So, yeah, there's, for example, Rescuing Ro-Man from 2023. This documentary short by filmmaker Sean Thrunk tells how an accidental discovery of 2 forgotten 35mm in prints in 1990 saved the only complete 3D footage. So it's a huge deal that they were able to restore this. And because it's always been kind of a legendary oddity. I mean, it's a hilariously awful, cheesy B movie, but it just has achieved this legendary status as one of the goofiest 3D movies ever made. So it's great to finally have it in what is probably going to be the definitive edition that we will ever have. Next up, we have one from the 80s, which I don't think I've ever actually seen in 3D. Treasure of the Four Crowns. Yes. So this is kind of an Indiana Jones knockoff. I mean, honestly, that cover is, that poster art is beautiful. And, you know, definitely evokes that era. Wonderful. So, when a set of mystical artifacts falls into the hands of a diabolical cult leader with plans for world domination, those those silly cult leaders and their plans for world domination, eh? It's up to the devil-may-care J.T. Stryker, Tony Anthony of Comin' At Ya, which is another big notable 3D movie, to reclaim them. Together with a ragtag team of mercenaries, Stryker must battle terrifying natural and supernatural enemies within a fortress-like temple where the stakes may be nothing less than the balance between good and evil. So get ready for an unforgettable adventure with top-notch direction by Ferdinando Baldi, who did Django Prepare a Coffin, a thrilling score by the legendary Ennio Morricone. There's some A-list talent, the good, the bad, and the ugly, just name but one, and a fiery apocalyptic climax so real it'll send you running for cover. This edition of Treasure of the Four Crowns comes with an eye-popping 3D restoration by 3D Film Archive. And once again, it also includes the anaglyphic version as well, along with the 2D version. So you have 3 ways you can watch it. And that's pretty much the standard for 3D Film Archive, is they'll give you the 2D version, the anaglyphic 3D version for regular TVs, and the Blu-ray 3D version if you're able to watch it either on a 3D TV or like me with a VR headset. Next up, I mean, this just sounded like batshit crazy fun. We have Revenge of the Shogun Women in 3D. So we got, what, ninja women and supernatural craziness? Hell yeah. Bring it on. So, from Mei Chung Chang, the director of Dynasty, comes this eye-popping, I don't think that's the nighttime soap, by the way, comes this eye-popping martial arts extravaganza set near the turn of the 18th century in China. 13 women trained to become nuns after they are ravaged by bandits. A mastery of kung fu is required before the women finish their training, and after they leave the temple, the nuns head out for vengeance. Starring Ying Bai, Shirley Han, and Shizuen Liang, Revenge of the Shogun Women, also known as 13 Nuns, delivers chopsocky 3D action in spades, restored in 3D by 3D Film Archive. There you go. So, it includes both the Blu-ray 3D polarized and anaglyphic versions and the 2D version, and again, a pair of anaglyphic 3D glasses, one pair of anaglyphic 3D glasses, and also includes 3 3D shorts. This is what I'm talking about. They give you all kinds of cool extras. So you got College Capers from 1953, Persian Slave Market from 1953, and Two Guys from Tick Ridge from 1973. So you get the movie and 3 shorts in glorious 3-dimensional visuals. Anything extra on here? Yeah, no, the other Treasure of the Four Crowns just has sort of your standard assortment of extras, no 3D bonus goodies there. Next up, oh my god, this one, I had to get this when I saw they'd put out a 3D version. I saw this one as well on one of those, 3D nights in the 80s, and I think it was just with the anaglyph, and it was just with the old anaglyph red and blue glasses. And I remember watching it with my parents, and they thought it was just the cheesiest piece of shit imaginable. And it is, but it's fun. And, they didn't seem to latch on to the fun of the low-budget stuff as much as I did. But anyway, we have The Mask. Yeah, so anytime there would be a 3D segment, there's like this mask that the main character has to wear to see certain things. There would be this voice saying, "Put the mask on now. Put the mask on now." So both the character in the film would put on the mask and, see monsters or whatever. And that would be our signal to put the 3D glasses on, because that's where so the whole movie wasn't 3D. It was just like when he was wearing the mask, right? So after the death of a disturbed patient, psychiatrist Dr. Alan Barnes, Paul Stevens, comes into possession of an ancient tribal mask that drove the young man to his doom. When Barnes puts on the mask, he is assailed with nightmarish visions of monsters, occultists, and ritual torture. He continues to explore this terrifying new psychic world, even as the mask reveals a latent violence in Barnes' own nature that threatens those closest to him. Shot in Toronto, hey, Canada, represent. On a shoestring budget, The Mask has the distinction of being the first feature-length Canadian horror movie. Another piece of film history worthy of note. Director Julian Rothman turns the act of wearing the 3D glasses into part of the theatrical experience, when Barnes' voice intones the immortal words, "Put the mask on now." The audience puts on their glasses to witness the doctor's visions, a riot of psychedelic imagery. This is from 1961. Includes the 2D version and the 3D version, as well as an Anaglyph 3D version. Has restored electromagic sound with an optional 5.1 surround during the 3D sequences. Audio commentary, a documentary about the director, a 3D calibration guide for Anaglyph. I wonder if that's like one of the old ones that used to air on those aforementioned 80s 3D nights. And and you got a few other short films as well, which is pretty cool, which I don't think are in 3D, but very cool. Anyway, looking forward to revisiting that one in the best 3D ever. Next up, we have a 3D Invisible Man movie. The Man Who Wasn't There in 3D. This one is from 1983, so this was part of the 80s 3D revival. Being invisible gets you into spy rings, diplomatic circles, and the girls' locker room. Guessing this one's a bit of a comedy. So, brand new 3D and HD masters from a 4K scan of the original... Oh, Jeffrey Tambor's in this one. I love Jeffrey Tambor. From a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative. It's the wildest, It's the wildest, funniest, fastest moving adventure comedy you've never seen. Steve Guttenberg from Police Academy and Short Circuit stars as Sam Cooper, a minor State Department functionary in Washington, D.C., who becomes the object of a frenetic chase when a dying secret agent hands him a vial containing a top-secret formula that can render a person invisible. Sam immediately drinks the formula to keep one step ahead of Soviet spies, American counter-spies, the police, who think Sam murdered the agent, thugs, and Sam's estranged fiancée, who was left standing at the altar when all this began, until he can find the mysterious Runkleman and clear his name. H.G. Wells was never like this. Written by Stanford Sherman, who also wrote Krull and The Ice Pirates. Love both of those movies. Directed by Bruce Malmuth from Nighthawks and Hard to Kill. And co-starring Jeffrey Tambor from TV's Arrested Development. Well, I mostly remember Jeffrey Tambor from Saturday the 14th, where he played a goofy vampire. Max Headroom, where he played Murray, who was the producer for Edison Carter's show. And, of course, hey now, Hank Kingsley from The Larry Sanders Show. I love Jeffrey Tambor. He's great. Art Hindle from The Brood. Lisa Langlois from Class of 1984. That's a great movie. And William Forsythe, Stone Cold. This special edition of The Man Who Wasn't There presents the film remastered in 3D by 3D Film Archive. Surprise, surprise. So, again, includes the 2D, the Blu-ray 3D polarized, and the anaglyphic red and cyan 3D versions, and contains one pair of Anaglyph 3D glasses. So, I love how they give you those with all of the movies. And they always give you those options, too, which is great. So, it really means that anybody can enjoy these great old 3D movies, no matter what kind of TV they have. Last, but most certainly not least, this will kind of be a bit of a sneak peek at some of the sexploitation stuff, which we'll be checking out in a couple of sections. We have the 3D Nudie Cuties collection. Hey, it's 3D, okay? I'm just getting it for the 3D. That's right. So all those nipples will just be popping out of the screen into your eyeballs. So this one we have 2 movies? Well, let's just read the back here and see what it says. So we've got quite a lot of stuff on here. Nudie Cuties were popular in the grindhouse theaters in the early 1960s, but they were eventually replaced with more explicit fare. 3D was a natural for this genre, with such titillating promises as a girl in your lap, and they dance right off the screen into your arms. For the 3D Nudie Cuties collection, the 3D Film Archive has restored 2 rare features from this era of sexploitation. The Bellboy and the Playgirls from 1962 stars June the Bosom Wilkinson and includes scenes directed by 22-year-old Francis Ford Coppola. Wow. So at least it'll have fantastic cinematography, right? Including a finale in the new depth perception. Adam and 6 Eves was filmed with the venerable Natural Vision camera rig in 1962, but was never released in 3D. So this is actually the first time the 3D version has ever been seen. That's actually pretty cool. We present two Golden Age 3D short subjects, Love for Sale from 1953, which features the gorgeous Bella Starr, and Beauty in Third Dimension is a newly curated collection of figure studies in Kodachrome stereo from 1951. That is so cool. Like, what an interesting piece of, like, sort of erotica history right there, you know, and pretty rarely seen stuff, too, which is really neat. So I love that. I mean... and in 3D, so how can you go wrong there? Alrighty, well, I thought I got more 3D stuff, but actually there is some other 3D stuff in some of the sections we're going to be talking about, but they're part of larger collections, so I didn't include them here. Needless to say, I definitely want to pick up more of these restorations from the 3D Film Archive, because they are doing some outstanding work, and I mean, helping to preserve and present some genuine rarities of 3D goodness that, well, apparently some of which has never been seen in its originally intended 3D before until now. Very cool stuff. So, yeah. So now... Bah! Let's go on to the next part, shall we? Ugh. Thumbnail. Ooh, almost hit 30 minutes there. We managed to just barely squeeze it in. Really? 6 people watching? Yeah, this is why I'm not going to bother with these behind-the-scenes streams anymore, quite frankly. Nobody fucking watches them. Oh, well. What can you do? I can't see. Is that correct? There. Yeah, good enough. I'm totally blind. It's funny because I can see visual representations of my hands in front of me. There. Yeah, see, there's no... The computer isn't hooked up, so it doesn't have anything to kind of latch onto. Anyway, I'm going to get all this expensive VR equipment off the floor. Okay, 1 down, 6 to go, folks. 6 to go. To go. Not to go. To go. It's different. Awful quiet out there. Alright, so next up, we will be doing the Redemption Films collection, which is quite sizable. Alright, so let's go have a smoke and then we'll get into it, shall we? Enjoy some clips.
Yes, just leave it on the train tracks. Perfect. Scully.
I
What?
love how Kralatin always shows up 2 seconds.
Oh,
We just filmed 1. We got 6 to go.
Oh, I'm so glad that actually had an impact. That was amazing.
I have to circle before.
Another one of these accounts that was created like 2 days ago. Really wish these trolls would stop quacking at me. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a short break. I'll be back. Enjoy some clips, that is. What does the chicken say? Bark, 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 bark. Yeah. Not trying to edit you or anything. We're on the fly.
You doing, bud? But anyway, I'm very excited. And honestly,
I can tell.
a lot of the stuff in there I will probably get for when I move out.
Yeah,
Because, like, cutesy home appliance stuff.
sure. Just fart.
Gotta add another one to the roster.
Oh my god. Cutesy kawaii.
Make your browser Make your browser
That's...
You didn't even mean to play anything like that, man. Fuck off. Fuck off. Everything fuck off. Oh my god. Well, how do I make it stop? It just keeps playing. So it has the sprinting and mantling and stuff, so, you know.
Like, there was a point where, like, how you drink a half pot where it pops the lid, and, like, that was, like, oh my god, brand new.
Yeah, I know. Well, any kind of little new animation that becomes part of your regular thing. You're not the boss of me. I feel like IG88 would be an amazing sushi chef. Because, I mean, he's a very programmable and customizable droid, right? So, I mean, I'm thinking he could just have all the best recipes in his data bank and be programmed to do fancy moves.
Welcome, Kralatin. I'm willing to wager you'll be the only person talking in the chat. As usual. That's okay. So, it occurs to me I'm going to have to move things a little bit here. Okay, this section will be next. But here we have... Alright, these are kind of addendums. We'll set these aside. this is half the collection. Alright, you ready? Okay. Gotta flip them around so I can do them numerically. Actually, that's a little more than half the collection. Okay. And here's the rest of the collection. This massive stack of stuff is all one collection. It took me the better part of a year and a half to get all of them. Hello?
Hello.
How you doing?
Heading out.
You going out again?
Yes.
Middle of the night?
Yes. I'm going for my neck point walk with a buddy of mine.
Oh, okay. Vampire girl.
Yep.
Okay, do you have shades on?
No.
Oh. I wear my sunglasses at night. Okay, cool. So I think we'll set this one aside. Let's put the next part. Yeah, so we'll do that. Then we'll do that. Then we'll do those two. All right. It's getting organized here. There's a lot to cover in this one. I think I might refuel with some onion rings real quick here. Rose brought me food. I'll leave the door open because otherwise she's gonna interrupt us again when she comes back. Alright, good. So she brought these delicious onion rings from, I forget what the place is called. She said a couple times and I've already forgotten. Anyway, gotta wait. There. Yeah. So check this out. They're these delicious onion rings made with red onions. They're like extra crispy and yummy. Mmm. Mmm. And big. Carb crash from 3 onion rings. Is it 3? Yeah, it's 3. I think we'll be okay. You know, I'm quite determined to push through on these, so. This next one we're doing is the biggest section of all of them. So if we can get through this, we should be fine. In theory. Also, I don't know when Cass is coming tomorrow. So there will likely not be a stream tomorrow, just so you guys know. Go grab some water too. Yum. got some friends who know where all the best restaurants are in town. Right, I'll be right back. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay. That's fine. I'm sure a lot chatting with Cass and figuring things out with all the items. Yes. So, well, I mean, I don't know. We might do a stream tomorrow. It depends. We'll see how late the day goes and how tired I am and shit. Looking for here. But most likely not. And that's fine. So this will be the last filming stream. With the one exception of whenever we do the package openings. So we might do the package openings next, and then that will be the last filming stream. We shall see. We shall see. I don't know, I'm surprised certain people aren't here who, you know, came to all the filming streams and enjoyed watching them. But, you know, so I bring them back to do this big update, and they just don't even show up. Like, but you said you wanted them. I don't get it. I don't know what people want. I don't think people even know what they want. So, I'm just going to keep doing my thing, and whoever shows up, great. Enjoy. Also, I really thought there'd be bigger support for these, considering, you know, I'm giving people what they said they wanted. So, I don't know. I have a feeling things will pick up more once the videos start to drop. So, that's what I think. All the more incentive to get them done. Okay. I just realized I forgot to format the card before we started. You know what? Here, before we get too deep into it, I'm gonna transfer over the first batch of footage just to make sure we have enough room on there. Not too much to start. Yeah, only 50 gigs so far. I mean, to be fair, we probably have more than enough space, but I don't want to chance it, you know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Okay, so that'll take less than 10 minutes to transfer, so we'll just sit and chill and chat for a little bit. Actually, something I can look something up while I'm waiting here. Nigel Wingrove, that's who it is. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to find the guy's name. Kind of significant, considering this line started as a one-man project back in 1997. Crazy. And it's still going strong in some form or another. Just waiting for the files to transfer. And then we can carry on. Let's get some mood lighting while we're waiting. There we go. That's a little better. So we've been enjoying some screenings over on the Discord this past week. We've been watching Death Note, the original anime based on the manga of the same name. watching 7 or 8 episodes a day. So 5 days to watch the whole thing. Just powering through it. Blowing our minds daily with the intricacies of the plot. But yeah, great stuff. I have seen it before, but several of the people in the screenings have not. So I've been delighted to see their reactions as you know, we kind of hit all those key points in the story, and seeing their thoughts and theories and so forth along the way. It's always fun. A little later this week, well, I guess next week now, we'll be checking out Amanda Hades, which is a cyberpunk web serial from before YouTube. Yeah. You can see it on YouTube, but in very low quality. I actually purchased the DVDs directly from the creators back in the early 2000s. So I have a very pristine set of the series. But it's quite good. It's very well done. And then after that, we're going to do a screening of Max Headroom, the 80s series, based on the 1985 movie. We're also going to watch the 1985 movie. Basically, the world's the first cyberpunk show ever. And frighteningly prescient of our modern world in a lot of ways. And then I thought we'd do a rewatch of Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future, which is one that's been a long-time favorite of mine, and I've been wanting to do a rewatch for a while. I know there's a lot of folks as well who have never seen it, and I think that'll be a fun one too. So, yeah. And that's all on our Discord. Which, if you scroll up in the chat a bit, you can find the link, or you can find it on my profile page. All are welcome, as long as you're not a dick. Don't be a dick, and don't be a time vampire. I need time to make content. I can't spend it all chit-chatting. But there's plenty of people there of like interests that you can chat the day away with. Yes, content. All that delicious content. How are we doing? We're about a little over halfway on the file transfer there. Just moving over the footage we've done so far because I forgot to clear off the memory card before we started. I usually do that. So tomorrow Cass is coming over and we'll be bringing the last of the boxes of videos of VHS tapes and DVDs from Mum's collection. So we will be doing a stream. I guess that'll be another filming stream. So there will be a couple more filming streams after this last ever filming stream today. So we'll be filming going through those boxes again, much like we did with the first batch. So it'll be another batch of 7, so 7 more boxes. And yeah. And then, yeah, so Rose has volunteered to start doing the eBay listings. So we'll keep you posted on when those go up. And quite a lot of stuff. And then there's also Mum's Star Wars collection, which she basically bought with the intention of giving it to me as my inheritance to sell on eBay. And yeah, so we'll see. A lot of stuff that's, you know, still boxed and in perfect condition. She was a collector like me, so she tended to keep her stuff in nice condition. So there'll be a few items there that I want to keep for my own Star Wars collection, but most of them she purchased with the intent of, you know, hanging on to until they went up in value so I could sell them. So there'll be a lot of Star Wars stuff too at some point. So yeah, pretty cool. Most of it from episode 1 forward. So she would add to the collection periodically over the years. But she started collecting around the time Episode 1 came out. So a lot of prequel stuff and a lot of anniversary stuff celebrating all Star Wars movies up to that point. I think she might have a little bit of stuff from the sequels, but mostly prequels and original trilogy type stuff. So, yeah, pretty cool. I have a few things from my own Star Wars collection that I'll probably put up on eBay as well. Not everything. Like, I'll keep all my loose stuff, but I do have a few things that are still in the original packaging that, might get a few bucks for. So, we shall see. File transfer going. Almost done. But I tell you, it'd be nice to have all these updates done. Even though it's only phase 1 of the entire process. We gotta do all the unboxings and closer looks too, but those should, in theory, go a little faster. Yeah, I have some originals, I think Return of the Jedi stuff still in the packaging, action figures and whatnot. I've also got some Episode 1 stuff still in the packaging. So, yeah. Nowhere near as much as what Mom collected, though. She's got boxes and boxes of stuff. Like, she kind of went hog wild with Star Wars things, so I don't even know what all is in there, so it'd be interesting to see. We found it. There was a couple things in with the videos. There was like a Jar Jar Binks little figure, and there was a battle droid. What about the droidecas? Or droidicas, whatever. The ones that would roll and then unfurl and be just all guns. Yeah, those ones. I remember actually in playing the original Battlefront games on the PlayStation 2. I always enjoyed playing as the droidecas. They were pretty cool. Very fun to play. Very fast mobility, heavy weapons. Just like fun to play in a combat environment. I think we're almost done. Done. Okay. You can see the little progress bar from here. Alright, so let me just go grab the card again. Cardigan. Good. Very nicely optimized. What, the droidicas? Droideca. I call them droidecas. Droideca. Oh yeah, they were pretty cool. I don't know how much those little figures would go for. I mean, they're I don't know that they're highly sought after so much, and who the hell collects Jar Jar? Anything? Like, I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody out there, a Jar Jar fanatic of some kind. Okay, it's going to format the card. What does that sound? What are we hearing over here? Nothing. Okay. Yeah, 342 gigabytes used of 953 available. You would be surprised. Yeah. Well, that's true. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Collecting him ironically, as they say. What the fuck happened to my focus? I guess it's because we powered down briefly. Wow, good thing I Would have been annoying to do that whole section and then have it all out of focus. That little beep, if you're hearing it, is a digital zoom, so that I can have the focus essentially laser accurate. Laser. Excellent. What's that, part 35? Alright. You were stepping on a cable. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 36 of the biggest horror update ever. And boy, this section is a big section. So let's get right to it, motherfuckers. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 36 of the biggest horror update ever. And boy, this section is a big one. Easily one of the biggest, if not the biggest, single collections or series of anything I've ever purchased. The only thing that would rival it would be my Doctor Who DVD collection. So, yeah, this is a big one. Let's get right to it. What is it? Well, stay tuned and find out. The biggest horror collection update ever continues today on the Multimedia Chronicles. I kind of screwed that up a little bit, but fuck it. They know what I mean. Alrighty, so we've had some pretty sizable sections of this update. Uppity update. Uppity update. Alrighty, so we've had some pretty sizable sections in this update so far, but I think this one will beat them all. This is a collection that first came to my attention probably a decade ago when I was at Sunrise Records and just kind of perusing, and I saw that there was a whole bunch of this particular line, and they all had spine numbers and everything, and I took a look at a few of them, and I was really struck by the covers they appeared to be mostly sort of gothic horror, but stuff I'd never heard of before. And more kind of leaning into the erotic gothic horror, a genre that I, at the time, hadn't really explored very much, so I didn't really know much about it. What I'm talking about is Redemption Films, which was a line of horror and in particular exploitation horror mainly, that started in 1997 by a guy named Nigel something. Fuck was his last name again? Wingrove? Wingrove. Wow, actually, I did know it. In 1997, by Nigel Wingrove, a horror film enthusiast and such. And basically, he got the idea to contact BFI and see what they had. So he got a list of their films and saw that they had a whole bunch of 70s and 80s exploitation horror films and sexploitation films and whatnot, many of which nobody was releasing. So he thought, well, I wonder if I could release them. So he asked them how much the rights would be and determined that he had enough on hand to get the rights to five titles to start off with. And his thinking was, well, I'll try this with these first five, sort of a nice mix of titles, and we'll see how they do. If they fail dismally, and it's like, well, at least I tried. We got 5 out. Enjoy. But if they do well, we can do another 5 and another 5. Well, that was over 30 years ago, and the line continues to this day. It has gone under... There's been a lot of different sort of iterations of the line over the years, but in the end, there was about 60 or so titles. No, that's wrong. So back around 2012, yeah. So originally they were just put out on DVD in the UK, and they didn't really sort of make it over to our shores until around 2012, 2013, thereabouts, when Kino Lorber picked up the license to distribute them here on Blu-ray. Yeah, so for a lot of them, it was their first ever appearance in high definition, and Kino went all out for this. Not only did they really push the Redemption branding, but they gave individual spine numbers to everything, much like the DVDs had. And yeah, and they ended up releasing 59 of the titles from the Redemption Films catalog. I don't know offhand how many titles there ended up being total. A lot of them still only exist on DVD, and many of which haven't made it over here. But Kino released a good chunk of the library. And to my knowledge, it's the only time that the actual Redemption Films branded versions of these, like releases of these films, have ever been made available here. If you go to Kino Lorber's website, at least at the time of this recording, they still have a handful of them available there. But if you want to get all of them, then you're going to have to do what I did and just scour the freaking earth to find them all. It's taken about 1.5 years to amass this entire collection. But I'm happy to report that I finally have all of them. Minus one collection of Jean Rollin films, but it's redundant anyway because I've got those films through other releases. So when I initially saw the Redemption Films collection on the shelves at Sunrise Records, it really kind of intrigued me because it didn't have... It wasn't like other boutique label titles where it would have like the movie poster or something on the cover. It would actually have a still from the film. But a still from the film was obviously very carefully chosen to kind of instill a sense of mystery and, you know, a little bit of titillation to entice you. And there was just something about them that just struck a chord with me. I was like, this is interesting to me. I need to find out more. Plus the fact that there were so many of them, and these were films I'd never heard of before. You know, I'd heard of Jess Franco, obviously, because, you know, I have the Count Dracula and such, but I didn't really know much about his other films. I didn't know who this Jean Rollin guy was, or Pete Walker, or any of these, so I saw it as an opportunity to really explore the filmographies of a lot of these filmmakers who I hadn't heard of, but also to experience kind of the other side of Gothic horror, the more erotic side, getting into the, you know, almost like the sexploitation side of Gothic horror and so forth. And a lot of others, not just Gothic horror, they got a lot of other stuff in there too. That's kind of the main bulk of it. So, a few years after seeing them at Sunrise Records, I got a couple of package. So a few years after seeing them at Sunrise Records, I got a couple of packages from my old good buddy Thrustbone, who many of longtime viewers might remember from the early days of Saturday Night Insanity. Longtime friend of the Multimedia Chronicles, dating way back to the Stickam days. Well, he sent me some packages of movies, and among those were several selections from the Redemption Films collection. So I have not yet incorporated those into the main collection. I wanted to kind of set them aside, and we'll look at those again, I guess, for the second time when we get to those particular spine numbers. So just looking there, yeah, so we'll just flip those around, set them aside here, and we'll get to them as we get to them. So I'm not going to read the descriptions for all frickin' 59 movies. Nice. But I will give you a brief overview of the extras and such. The plan with this is to eventually review all the films. I don't know how long that's going to take. I don't know when that's even going to start as a review series. I might just do them all and then wait until they're all done and then post them like one a week or something like that. That's kind of what I'm doing with the bigger series these days, just to make sure I actually get them done. So, yeah, you guys have no idea how much stuff I have on the go in secret in the background, but, you know, stay tuned. A lot of treats coming your way. Anyway, this will probably be one of them. So let's start at the beginning with number 1. Where is number 1? Here it is. We have, from Jean Rollin, The Nude Vampire. Yeah, already you get an idea what this collection's all about. So, we look on the back there. Quite nice. And the spines, as you can see, we do have spine numbers. And we'll talk about the spine numbers as we go. Now, some of the titles in the Redemption line, Kino has since re-released, but without the Redemption branding. I can only assume they lost the license to the actual Redemption branding. So I got as many of them as I could with the Redemption branding. Some of them I had to resort to re-releases, which sadly don't have the spine numbers or the Redemption branding. But so anyway, so this one from Jean Rollin from 1970. Yeah, we have both the French subtitled version and the English dubbed version. Have an introduction from Jean Rollin himself, an interview, a 20-page booklet. Yeah. Now about the booklets. The booklets were actually duplicated across several releases. So while I may be missing them in some of them, I'm pretty sure I have all the booklets like individually across the various releases. So anyway, that's number 1 in the Redemption Films collection. Next up we have another Jean Rollin vampire film, The Shiver of the Vampires. You can see what I mean about the covers, right? There's just something like mysterious and enticing about them. And it was Jean Rollin in particular. I've since watched some of his films. He did like a lot of very kind of hallucinogenic, surreal, dream-like things, and his vampire films are apparently quite notable. I've only seen one of his vampire films at this point in time, but I'm really looking forward to diving into the rest of them. So, yeah, once again, interview. A lot of the extras are duplicated as well. Like, we have an introduction by Jean Rollin, which I think is unique to this. We have an interview as well. 20-page booklet. Yeah, in this case, we actually do have the booklet, which is this. So, they wouldn't do different booklets for each one, I guess, in the name of saving money. So a lot of them are duplicated across several releases. So I made sure to, well, tried to make sure to get get the booklets. So like there we got a photo from Lips of Blood, which we haven't got to yet, and so forth. And there's one from Shiver of the Vampires. So we just got these nice little essays about the filmmakers and whatnot. And they didn't do booklets for everything. They just did it for some of them. I know they did a few for the Jean Rollin films because that was kind of a big deal. It was the first time a lot of his films had been available here, at least in high def. So that's number 2. Number 3, we have The Iron Rose. Yes. Oh, sorry. Shiver of the Vampires from 1971, by the way. We'll do the years as we're going as well. So there we go. The Iron Rose. And from the weight, I can tell this has a booklet as well. Yeah, see? It's the same book. So as long as you get it once, you're good. You got the booklet. You don't have to worry about missing any of the stuff there. So so this one is actually mastered in HD straight off the 35mm negative. Pretty cool. Has English dubbed and French with subtitles and a bunch of interviews, a bunch of trailers for other Rollin films, and also the English opening title sequence as well as the French. So that's pretty cool. So the nice thing about these is they tried to be thorough as far as giving you the various different versions, tried to get all the different language tracks, at least the English and in this case French. Yeah, it's very good. And in a lot of cases there would be alternate cuts of the movies as well. So they would try to get those. So here we have the aforementioned Lips of Blood, which is number 4. There you go. I'll show you how it looks with all the spine numbers after. So once again, mastered from the original negative. And oh look, it's the same booklet again. Yeah, so I'm not too concerned about the booklets. I'm pretty sure we got all of this. One's from 1975. Yeah, and again, just an introduction interview. Not a lot of extras on this one, but that's okay. But I mean, look at that cover. Like again, very haunting, very like mysterious and strangely enticing. That's what got me curious about this line. Was they were, you just don't see covers like that for other, more sort of commercial releases. Next, we have number 5, another Jean Rollin. We have Fascination. Yes, we're going to be talking about Jean Rollin a lot over the next couple updates, just so you know. And there you go. Very nice. Well, is that Brigitte? Brigitte Lahaye, yeah. Brigitte Lahaye, I remember from, what was it? A film called, I think it was just called Erotica, that my girlfriend and I at the time rented because we wanted something, sexy. And it was basically a softcore, sort of erotic film, nothing too explicit. But I always remembered her in particular and just how she was so strikingly, uniquely beautiful. And I found out later that, she was actually quite a huge star in France and did quite a lot of erotic films. And she's in quite a few of Jean Rollin's films as well. So this one is from 1979. Comes with, again, mastered from the original negative. Has 2 deleted sex scenes, 16 minutes worth. Hubba hubba. Got a 24-minute documentary. Got the 20-page booklet again, and some trailers and stuff. So very good, very good. Yeah, so in this case, the reason the sex scenes were deleted is because they were added at the insistence of the producers to make it more sexy and marketable, I guess, in the adult market. And yeah, Rollin didn't actually want those in there, so this is presented as Rollin wanted, with the sex scenes removed. Next up, we have number 6, Killer's Moon, which I think is our first by Alan Birkinshaw. So it's our first non-Jean Rollin film, and this one is from 1978. Once again, mastered from the original negative, and apparently is also one of the video nasties. And there you go. Very cool. Always glad to get some of the video nasties in the collection. That's another significant bit of horror history, especially with UK home video releases and such. And that's a lot of the films in the Redemption Films collection are ones from the UK or from Europe and such, and many of which had never been seen over here before, at least not in uncut form. Next up, we have Virgin Witch, which sadly is a re-release without the Redemption branding. And there we go. But it would have been number 7. Yeah, sometimes you just got to go with the re-release. But yeah, this one's from 1972. Very nice. Cool. Yeah, so like I said, I'm not going to bother reading the backs of all of them because it would just take too long. But we will definitely be revisiting these from time to time. Then we have the Asphyx, which is number 8. There you go. See, these ones don't actually have booklets. It's just like, as far as I know, only the Jean Rollin films got a booklet. But this one's from 1973. Yeah, now this one actually is an example of one that has 2 cuts of the movie. So mastered in HD from the 35mm negative. We got the standard UK release version, which is 86 minutes, and then the extended US cut, which is 98 minutes. It doesn't specify really what the extensions were. But, yeah, very cool. And this one actually isn't really, you know, there's this sort of reputation that the Redemption Films collection is all erotic horror. It isn't. This one's just a straight-up gothic horror. So, with some supernatural elements and stuff. And I should mention also, it was one that I ended up getting twice. I also got the re-release version, which is basically the same, but without the Redemption branding. And but it's quite lovely. It actually came with this very nice slipcover and alternate artwork. I'm guessing that instead they have the movie poster artwork. Oh, actually, this one is a slightly different edition as well. It has an audio commentary added with Kim Newman and writer-editor Stephen Jones. Very cool. So we'll just set that aside because it doesn't really factor into the main collection. And actually, that's another reason to get the re-releases. Sometimes they add more extras. I notice Kino's been doing that a lot lately. Then we have Marquis de Sade's... Then we have... number 9, again a re-release, so I didn't get the spine number, but it's Marquis de Sade's Justine, The Misfortunes of Vice. Yes, you know you're in for a good time with the Marquis. So, there you go. This is one of the many film adaptations of the Marquis de Sade's lurid texts. Yeah, so this one has an interview with the director, interview with the screenwriter, alternate title sequences, theatrical trailer, photo gallery. Nothing really too spectacular there. But interestingly enough, this is apparently the first feature film credit of cinematographer Roger Deakins, who later went on to film, later shot such modern American classics as No Country for Old Men, Skyfall, and Blade Runner 2049. So there you go. It seems like everybody started with the dirty movies. What is it, last time we were looking at the 3D Nudie Cuties, and Francis Ford Coppola directed one of them? It's crazy. Alright, finally, back to some Redemption branding. Yeah, as I say, because I waited so long, all of these are out of print, so I just wanted to get them in the collection in some form, and wherever possible to get the original releases. We have another Jean Rollin film, The Rape of the Vampire. Yes, which is number 10 in the collection. And there you go. So this one is from 1968. So just on the cusp of where, you know, the big push for more erotic content and creativity and such, and just kind of filmmakers being let loose of the 70s began. So mastered in HD from the original uncensored 35mm negative. But this also comes with 2 short films by Jean Rollin, The Yellow Loves and The Far Country. It has an alternate version of one of the scenes, and yeah, and another booklet, actually. I think this is where they started the second of the various Jean Rollin booklets. Very nice. Then we have number 11, another Jean Rollin, Requiem of the Vampire. Yes. And there we go. Got the Redemption branding on there. And once again, mastered from the original negative. We've got French with subtitles and the English dubbed version. Documentary, interview, the booklet. Yeah, here we are. So here we have the second of the Jean Rollin booklets. Very nice. So I expect I'll have a few copies of that as well. And trailers, including trailers for 7 other Rollin films, which I'm guessing are probably scattered throughout the collection here. Next up, we have number 12, The Demoniacs. Yes, once again, good old Jean Rollin again. And this is the unrated extended cut, which, wow, includes a lot of stuff. We got the French with English subtitles. I don't know if we have the English dubbed version in this one. Got an introduction by Rollin. Got 2 deleted sex scenes. I'm guessing more producer-imposed stuff. Additional deleted footage, couple minutes there. The sex scenes amount to 10 minutes. A couple more interviews, the 16-page booklet again, and all the aforementioned trailers. Very cool. Then we have... I know it's... Oh, hold on a second. What was that? That was number 12. There is no 13, by the way, which I thought was kind of funny, considering how horror-focused this line is. There's no number 13. I don't know why. Well, we do have, courtesy of Thrustbone, number 14, The Blood Beast Terror. See, again, not an erotic horror, just a straight-up gothic horror. In this case, an adventure with good old Peter Cushing. Yeah, can't go wrong there. And this is, yeah, not really nothing in the way of extras here. Mastered in HD from the original negative, and some trailers and production stills. And that's it. And this one's from 1968 as well. What was the Demoniacs? Demoniacs was 1974. Requiem of the Vampire was 1973. Rape of the Vampire was 1968. Yeah, which we covered. So, kind of, you know, gutsy to put the R word in a movie, like right up front in the title in 1968, you know. Next up we have, do we have number 15 somewhere? What the hell is number, oh, right. Number 15 is this one, Burke and Hare, which has actually had a few releases. There's the original Redemption Films release, which, you know, unfortunately this is not it. It does not have the branding, but it does have all the special features that were on the original edition. Mastered in HD from the original negative, interview, a couple interviews, and the trailer. It's from 1972. Anyway, this is quite a fun one, apparently. It has Darren Nesbitt in it, and Glenn Edwards, and it's definitely a fan favorite that I've wanted to check out for a while. Kino did yet another re-release of this fairly recently, a special edition version, which I'm guessing is much the same but includes some additional extras. Most of the special editions they've been putting out, they add a commentary or something, you know, so, you know, that's cool. Next up, we have number 16, Renato Polselli's Black Magic Rites. Yeah, there you go. Very nice. So this is, again, mastered from the original negative, and has the trailer. And that's it. Well, sometimes it's just all about the movies, right? At least we're getting the movies. Next we have number 17, again from Jean Rollin, The Living Dead Girl. I wonder if this is where Rob Zombie got the idea for the title of that song. That awesome freaking song. There we go. So, Living Dead Girl, mastered in, you know, from the original negative again. French with optional English subtitles. You got a bunch of featurettes on here. Jean Rollin at Fantasia, 36-minute feature. This is actually quite extensive. Excerpt of an interview with Jean Rollin, original trailers for 9 other Rollin films, and the 3rd booklet of Jean Rollin stuff. Very cool. So each one of these booklets covers several films. Yeah, so this one is from a little later in his career. It's from 1982. I should mention Jean Rollin actually did get blacklisted for a few years, and while he was blacklisted from making films, he wrote novels, wrote a whole bunch of novels, and some of them he adapted as films later. Oh, this was totally by chance. One of the films he adapted from one of his novels was this one, Two Orphan Vampires, which I actually have seen. This is a wonderful film. Again, very hallucinatory, very dreamlike, about these two vampires that have died and come back several times and always try to ingratiate themselves into some kind of family. They appear to be young girls, but they're actually, like, I don't know, hundreds of years old. But originally, Jean Rollin wrote, I think, a trilogy of novels, and sadly only adapted the first one, which is this one. But I think this is the first one. But anyway, this is from 1997. So this is, I think this was the first movie he did after, coming off the blacklist, as it were. And yeah, I watched this one a little while ago with Luke from Razor Wire Reviews, and we both really enjoyed it. It was really good. So this is mastered in HD from the original 16mm negative, so it has that slightly rougher look to it, which honestly kind of adds to the dreamlike quality of the visuals, I thought. But this is just like a beautiful film, and really made me curious about checking out more of Jean Rollin's stuff, so I'm really looking forward to diving into all of those. So we got French as well as English, some documentaries, an interview with Jean Rollin from 2008, and more of the trailers, and the same booklet again, the third edition of the Cinema of Jean Rollin. So I think that will make for some interesting reading as I go through the collection. So anyway, next up we have number, are we missing number 18? Was that number 18? That was number 18. Never mind. It's easy to get mixed up with all these numbers, especially when some of the spine numbers are missing. So next up we have number 18 from Mario Bava, Hatchet for the Honeymoon. Yeah, I've been wanting to check out more of Mario Bava's work forever, and I look forward to diving into these. So this one's from 1970, mastered from the original 35mm negative. It's got an audio commentary and some trailer for this and some other Bava films. So, very cool. There you go. Hatchet for the Honeymoon. This one, I believe, has been released a few times over the years. It's quite a popular entry in Mario Bava's filmography. Next up, yes, this was an interesting one. So we have, from Jean Rollin, number 20 in the Redemption Film Library, Zombie Lake. So here, again, not erotic horror at all. It's just a freaking zombie movie. I think it's Nazi zombies or something. So, yeah, you can't go wrong with some Nazi zombies. So that was the other thing that Jean Rollin did a lot of, was zombie movies. So, yeah, dreamlike erotic horror films and zombie movies. So, there you go. So then, when was this from? This was 1980. Newly mastered from the original, from the archival negatives. Has French and English. And it has an alternate, less explicit version of two sequences in the film. The alternate English title sequence, and trailers for other Jean Rollin films available from Redemption. Yeah, they were really pushing the Redemption branding, making full use of that license. So that's number 20. And then, I believe it was, 2 years later, Jess Franco, fuck's sake. We've hit 30 minutes. We've hit 30 minutes and we're a third of the way through. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. There we go. So 2 years later, in 1982, Jess Franco actually did a pseudo-sequel called Oasis of the Zombies. This was one of the last ones I needed to fill in the last remaining gaps in the collection. This one is so freaking hard to find for a decent price. In fact, those of you on YouTube might remember a video I posted a little while ago where I was looking for it, and I found an Amazon listing for this that instead of having the actual back of the case, it had the back of the Blu-ray case for The Sandlot for some reason. Well, this is the actual back of the case, if you were wondering what's actually on it. So, newly mastered in HD from the archival negatives, French and English again, and some trailers. So not a lot in terms of extras, but this one is highly sought after because, I mean, it's just hasn't had a lot of releases. The only other version of this that I know of was on one of my old Mill Creek sets, which of course I'm guessing is, you know, probably a heavily censored version and not HD and like just barely existent bitrate DVD, you know. So but yeah, I mean, obviously we wanted to have both of these because they go together, and we wanted them both in HD because, you know, it's prettier. So anyway, we've got both of them now, finally. So yeah, this one, Oasis of the Zombies, was one of the Holy Grail titles, so I'm really glad that we were able to get that in here. Seeing where the numbering is. Yeah, so the next one is, that was 21. Next is, once again, courtesy of Thrustbone, Female Vampire, another Jess Franco film, also known as Erotic Hill. Yes. So this is, this one I did watch, actually, and I really enjoyed it. It's features the always just stunningly beautiful Lena Romay, who was, of course, Jess Franco's girlfriend and muse. I mean, they were basically joined at the hip during their lives. And he put her in so many of his films, and she's always a delight. Not only can she act, but she's beautiful, absolutely stunningly beautiful. So this is mastered in HD from the original Film Elements, contains French and English. So there's two versions of the film. We have the extended erotic version, which is Female Vampire, which is 100 minutes. And then we have the standard horror version, which is called Erotic Hill, and that one is 70 minutes and only available in English. And then, yeah, and then you got a couple of nice featurettes here about Jess and about Lena. And, yeah, very cool. So this was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that one. Basically, literally about a vampire who just fucks people to death. She, instead of getting her power from blood, she gets it from other fluids, shall we say. Anyway, carrying on, we have, getting into the films of Pete Walker now, another notable exploitation film director. We have House of Whipcord. Yeah, check that out. So that is number 24. Wait a minute, did we skip number 23? Yes, we did. So once again, courtesy of Thrustbone, we have another Jess Franco, Exorcismo. Yes. No. Exorcism. I'm getting my movies mixed up. So next up, also courtesy of Thrustbone, we have number 23 in the Redemption Films library, Exorcism, also known as Demoniac. Yes. And once again, starring the lovely Lena Romay. And this is another example of a title that has both cuts of the film. So we have the extended erotic version, which is Exorcism. That one's 97 minutes. And then we have the standard horror version, which is Demoniac, which is 69 nice minutes. 69 nice minutes. And this one's from 1975. Female Vampire was from 1973. So, I don't think I've watched this. No, I haven't watched this one yet. But, yeah, I love that they include both versions. Because, I mean, they tend to be quite different. It's not just that the horror versions have cut out the sexy bits. No. They actually have alternate footage. Like, for example, in Female Vampire, the horror version, she's more of like a straight-up vampire, you know, biting people, sucking their blood, etc. The erotic version presents the character and her motivation and everything completely differently as a result of that. So it's quite interesting seeing the differences. And just how they were marketed for different audiences. You know, get as much mileage as you can out of that one movie. You know, not uncommon back in those days. So then we have entering into the world of Pete Walker, another big notable erotic film director, erotic horror film director. We have House of Whipcord. Yeah, look at that cover. That's great. And there you go. So this has actually has audio commentary by Pete Walker himself. So very cool. So this is from 1974. It has it has an interview with him as well, and the original theatrical trailer. And only one cut of this one, but there you go. House of Whipcord. Very cool. And next up, let's see what the next number is here. Yeah, so I'm incorporating the ones from Thrustbone into the main collection for the first time ever. Pretty cool. Next up, we have another one from Pete Walker, number 25 in the Redemption Films library. Schizo. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Just because it's a notable number, there you go, number 25. The silver anniversary number. Mastered in HD from the 35mm negative. And My Sweet Schizo, an interview with Pete Walker by Elijah Drenner. And there you go, and that's it. This one's from 1976. And next up we have number 26, starring Susan George, Die Screaming Marianne, also by Pete Walker. So there you go. So this has part one of a multi-part interview with Pete Walker called Pete Walker, An Eye for Terror. I'm guessing the rest of the parts are on other movies. This one's from 1971. You can see the back there. Anything special about this one? No, it does have another audio commentary, though, with Pete Walker and Jonathan Rigby. Very cool. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to diving into all these, so you can definitely expect some reviews at some point. I think we'll make it like a weekly thing, Redemption Sunday or something. Then we have another Pete Walker. Oh, this is quite a horrifying cover. The Comeback. Because sometimes they come back. There you go. And I like this quote from him here. He says, I deliberately rub people the wrong way. I want them to come into the cinema and be shocked. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. That's what horror should be. Properly horrifying. Yeah, so once again, we have another interview and another audio commentary. And this particular film is from 1978. There we go. Next up, we have is that number 27? Yes, 27. Next up, we have number 28. Back to Jean Rollin with Night of the Hunted. Not to be confused with Night of the Hunter, the classic film. No, this is Night of the Hunted. And Brigitte again. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, see, this one is described as very Cronenbergian. It says that reaches back to Cronenberg's early experimental short films Stereo and Crimes of the Future. Very nice. So mastered from the original 35mm negative. You got French with English subtitles. I don't think there's English dub on this one. You got an introduction by Jean Rollin. 2 deleted sex scenes, more of those producer-imposed sex scenes. Excerpt of an interview with Jean Rollin. 16-page booklet. And I think that might be the 4th booklet about Rollin's career, because we haven't had any of his films for a little bit. We'll find out if we have one that's open. And yeah, I think this was one of the ones that took me a while to find. And I'll show you something that I did to kind of fill in for it for a bit. We have The Grapes of Death. Yeah, I mean, look at that cover, like just haunting. You know, and that's what struck me about these, was so many of the covers had these haunting images on them, often just taken from the films, but there was something about them. Yeah, Rollin's most frightening movie unfolds like an ever-expanding nightmare. So this is mastered in HD from the original 35mm negative again. We have French with optional English subtitles, another intro by Jean Rollin, another interview, 16-page booklet, and trailers. But I'll show you. That was one that was, either just difficult to find or prohibitively expensive at the time. So, to fill in, I got this edition. No, not this edition. Where the hell is it here? So, to fill in, while I tried to hunt that one down, there was a short period there I just gave up finding the other titles, so I was finding alternate releases of the movies, so I could at least have the movies. We have this one, Las Uvas de la Muerte, which is The Grapes of Death, but it's like a Spanish bootleg. With the title around the wrong way, and it's just like... Yeah, is this actually... Yeah, it's even a freaking burned disc. Like, how much more bootleg can you get? I got this on Amazon. Like, anyway. Needless to say, after seeing how craptacular this edition was, I was like, okay, I need to find the actual proper one. So, I did. And, there you go. Anyway. Next up, we have... Oh, we got some nunsploitation into the mix here. We have number 30, The Sinful Nuns. Yes. By The Sinful Nuns of St. Valentine by Sergio Greco. And there we go. Now, nunsploitation isn't really a genre I'm terribly interested in. I know a lot of people enjoy it. But, you know, it's nice to have, I guess, a representation of some kind. Really just got it to fill in the collection. But I will watch it and review one of these days. Mastered in HD from the 35mm negative. This one's This one's Italian with optional English subtitles, and it just has trailers for other Redemption releases, so they don't even have much in the way of extras on this. And there you go. Is that number 30? That is number 30. I think we should move these over because we're about halfway. There's 59 titles total. So, congratulations, you've made it to the middle. So next up we have number 31 from Enzo G. Castellari. I love his post-apocalyptic movies. The like the New York trilogy, Escape from the Bronx, Bronx Warriors, and yeah, what was it? Bronx Warriors, Escape from the Bronx, and then The New Barbarians. Great stuff. I just rewatched those recently. So this one we have Cold Eyes of Fear. Very nice. So a little bit more, I see, it's like giallo with some home invasion elements to it. Very nice. And this actually came in like a, it's like a comic bag, but for Blu-rays. So, Master of the Original negative. Only the English dubbed. I guess they don't have the alternate audio. And then just some trailers. So, anyway, number 31. Very nice. Cold Eyes of Fear. Yeah, I love Enzo G. Castellari. He does great stuff. Next up, another French film, we have Trans-Europe Express. Looks a bit like French New Wave there. Cinema of Alain Robbe-Grillet. Alain Robbie Grillet. Yeah. Anyway. So this is number... Oh, we skipped ahead a little bit. We'll come back to that. Alright, next up we have 3 in a row, courtesy of Monsieur Thrust... Next up, we have 3 in a row, courtesy of Monsieur Thrustbone. Oh, this is a great example. Now, one thing I should mention is Jess Franco and Jean Rollin were both putting out movies around the same time. They were often collaborators and sometimes rivals, depending on the producers at the time. So here's a good example of that. We have Jess Franco's A Virgin Among the Living Dead. Yet here's the thing. A Virgin Among the Living Dead is not the Jess Franco version. The Jess Franco version is called Christina, Princess of Eroticism. And originally, that's how he wanted the film released. The producers, however, felt it needed more zombies. Now, Christina, Princess of Eroticism is just a nice little surreal psychological horror movie, and I actually really enjoyed it. But for whatever reason, the studio wanted to re-release it and thought it was a great idea to put zombies into it. So they hired Jean Rollin to shoot some more material featuring zombies chasing people around and stuff. And the thing is, it's not even characters or actors from the movie. It's just other characters suddenly being chased around by zombies in the middle of this nice little psychological horror movie. So yeah, I don't know what the hell. But that was not an uncommon practice back then. They would take these films to remarket, and they would re-edit them, and they'd try to turn them into completely different movies. And we talked about that a little bit with, what was it? Not Wheels of Fire, it was the other one. Raiders of the Sun, I think, which was a post-apocalyptic one that was edited from Equalizer 2000 and some other post-apocalyptic films to make a new movie, and then there was some new material shot. Yeah, same kind of idea here, where they just shot this zombie footage, and Jean Rollin kind of shoehorned it in as best as he could. And yeah, I'm sure that Jess Franco was not amused by that. It's like, wow, you just completely butchered my movie, you jerk. It's like, hey, I was paying rent that month. But anyway, this includes both versions, mastered from the original negatives. So there you go. And yeah, and you even have some alternate erotic footage, and a whole bunch of documentaries on this. This is actually a really good set. Like, this is an example of one of the better releases of the Redemption Films collection. So I mean, just look at the back there. It's absolutely loaded with stuff. So definitely worth checking out. And this is from 1973. Needless to say, I did watch this one, Can You Tell? And really enjoyed it. But I honestly, I couldn't stand watching the Virgin Among the Living Dead version, because I had just watched Christina, Princess of Eroticism, and I'm just looking at it like, what the fuck did they do to this movie? Like, why are there suddenly zombies in it? So I just kind of skimmed through the rest to see the zombie clips, and it's like, okay, that was pointless. Why did they put zombies in it? It was a perfectly good movie, and you zombified it. Anyway, next up, we have another one from Jess Franco, Nightmares Come at Night. And here we go, from 1970. There we go. Very nice. So this is from mastered in HD from an archival 35mm print. And, you know, a pretty decent amount of extras on here as well, including Jess, What Are You Doing Now? An 8-minute homage to Jess Franco by Daniel Goyette, featuring interviews with Franco's friends and collaborators. And that featurette seems to be on quite a few of them, actually. They've put it on a bunch of them. And next up, we have... Oh, no, not quite there yet. We have number 34 from Jess Franco. This is one of his earlier films, 1962. The Awful Dr. Orloff. Now, there were several Dr. Orloff films. There's like 3 or 4 of them, I think. And at least 2 are in the Redemption Films collection. We'll get to the other one at some point. So, here we go. So this is pretty much straight up gothic horror. He wasn't really getting too much into the erotic stuff quite yet. But, yeah. So, again, archival 35mm print. Oh, does this have, what's his face? Yeah, Howard Vernon. Yeah, Howard Vernon, who plays Dr. Orloff, would become a Jess Franco regular, actually. You see him in almost, like, just so many of his films. Often plays vampires. But, yeah, you got audio commentary and some interviews and documentaries. And Jess, What Are You Doing Now? Again. And, yeah, no booklet or anything. But yeah, very nice edition of The Awful Dr. Orloff. Number 34 in the Redemption Films collection. Next up, we have some French cinema with Trans-Europe Express, which is by Alain Robbe-Grillet. I'm totally butchering that. Alain Robbie Grillet. Yeah, I'm terribly sorry. Anyway, there you go. This was another one that was a little bit tricky to find, but I don't think I paid like an exorbitant amount for it. 35mm Elements in French with English subtitles, interview with the director, and 3 more trailers for other films by the director. Very cool. So this one, so this one is actually a parody of the old new wave crime eroticism movies. So stuff like, what the fuck was it called? Who's the director of Breathless? Ugh. I gotta look that up. I have to look on my shelf, but I don't think it's visible right now. It's buried in there somewhere. Which one? Found that one just showing used sometime back. Which one? Jean something. Why can't I remember? Jean-Luc Godard, that's what it was, yeah. Just gonna 22 minutes. Just gonna reset here. So, yeah, I was gonna say, it kind of looks reminiscent of the films of Jean-Luc Godard, like Breathless and stuff like that. Very cool. So it's kind of a parody of those, I guess. Nice. Well, I look forward to that. I need to see more of those as well, like the French New Wave cinema. I've seen precious little of them, and I love that kind of vibe. Basically like film noir, but Frencher. Anyway, next up, this was one of the ones that I had trouble finding, and I was so shocked when I found it for a decent price. From the same director as Trans-Europe Express, we have Successive Slidings of Pleasure. Well, that ain't as suggestive as hell title. Yeah, so newly mastered in HD from original 35mm Elements once again. There we go. Interview with the director again. A few more trailers. Yeah, very cool. And this is from 1974. When was Trans-Europe Express? It was 1967, actually. So right at the height of the French New Wave movement. Cool. Next up, back to the films of Pete Walker, we have the Flesh and Blood Show. Yeah, this is number 37. Yes, 37 films in a row. And it actually includes a 3D sequence as well. We were just talking about 3D in the previous segment. So a 10-minute 3D sequence in both Blu-ray 3D and Anaglyph Red and Blue 3D. Glasses not included. Oh, for shame. Didn't include glasses. I guess they didn't feel that 10 minutes of 3D footage was justification of the expense of including 3D glasses. That's okay. It's not like we didn't get enough pairs of those in all the other releases. What's up? Hold on. You need fresh water? Hmm? Water. I'll freshen it up for you. What are you bolting into the living room? Well, she's not back from her walk yet. She'll probably be back soon. Yeah. water for you, sweetie. I freshed up your water. So, what was it? Oh, Virgin Among the Living Dead. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I definitely recommend it. Excuse me. I enjoyed it. Sorry, kitty just needed some attention. So, yeah, so here we've got the 3D sequences, trailer, and Flesh, Blood, and Censorship, a new interview with Pete Walker. So quite a lot of, stuff from the man himself there in terms of commentaries and interviews, which is great. And wherever possible, they've tried to do that with all of these, include interviews with the directors, which, from what the ones that I've seen, can be quite... What? What do you want? What are you meowing your head off for? I'm trying to film here, kitty. She gets like this. She's very vocal, and once in a while she'll just get like very gabby. And yeah. Yeah, so they got another interview with Pete Walker on here, Flesh, Blood, and Censorship, and stuff like that. Yeah, that's one nice thing about the Redemption Films collection, and one of the many reasons why I wanted to collect it is because it has those little interview segments, and you get a lot of insight from the directors themselves whenever possible. Even if they've passed away since, they would have archival interviews and so forth. That it's always great to hear those little slices of horror movie history from the creators themselves, like right from the original directors. Next up, we have another one from Pete Walker, Frightmare. Yeah, look at that. That's just like a crazy character there. And then on the back there, Daily Express says, if you like this, have your brain examined. The Times says, nasty, foolish, and morally repellent. Well, that sounds great. You don't need to sell it to me anymore. Another interview, audio commentary with Pete Walker and some of the other creators. Profile of Sheila Keith, who stars in this one. The interview with Pete Walker, and this was For the Sake of Cannibalism. Excellent. So this one's from 1974. And looks like that's about it for the extras. Very cool. Next up, number 39. Another one from Elaine Rob Grillet. Anyway, that guy. We have L'Immortel. Very cool. Is this another black and white one? Yes. From 1963. Highly stylized camera work and fragmented narrative structure. Very nice. It looks beautiful just from the few shots we have there, And I love anything that takes, especially like gothic-y stuff that really dives deep into the shadows and the playing around with the light and the high contrast and such. So newly mastered in HD from the original 35mm Elements in French with optional English subtitles, an interview with the director, and 3 trailers. Well, we've had 3 films from him, so I'm assuming that, they were trailers for those 3. So it says, half a century before 50 Shades of Grey, Rob Grillet chose sadomasochism as his poetic muse and built an entire filmography around it. Cool. Get your BDSM on, folks. This one. Yes, okay. So this one, this was the last one I needed to complete my collection of the Redemption Films library. And I know we missed a few of the spine numbers, but we still got Kino Lorber releases, so as far as I'm concerned, they are acceptable fills. Certainly more acceptable than the frickin' Spanish bootleg of Grapes of Death. Here we have Jess Franco's Demons. Now, newly remastered in HD from original 35mm elements in French and German with optional English subtitles. That's the interesting thing about Jess, actually, is he would do movies for a variety of different markets, and he lived in a bunch of different countries over the course of his life, and would do, you know, wherever he was, he would just do movies for, you know, in that language or what have you. 1973, 6 minutes of deleted footage, 2 theatrical trailers, and trailers for other films. Now here's the thing, this was one of the last ones I needed. It wasn't one of the cheaper ones, but, you know, basically by this stage it was just like filling in the gaps and completing the set. Now, when I first started collecting this collection, this was one of the ones that was a little difficult to find and prohibitively expensive. So I got an alternate edition. This time a really good one, which was a German edition that I have to censor slightly. Hold on. I'm just going to move this over, because it has boobs on it. In fact, there is no side of artwork on this that does not have boobs on it. Yeah, even that one has one little boob on it. Now, I would read the back to you, except it's all in German. But I will say this. This is actually a superior edition to the Redemption Films version. I can't even show you the booklet. Anyway, it has boobs all over it. Like, even the booklet, every single page of the booklet has boobs. And this is why it's superior. No, that's not the reason. I mean, that's a nice little bonus, or boobness. But no, the reason this is superior is because this is one of the few cases where the Redemption Films collection missed an opportunity to have multiple cuts. So this only features the, I mean, to be fair, this features the superior cut. This has the 118-minute director's cut. Actually, I don't even know which cut this is. This has a 118-minute cut. This version has 2 cuts of the film, one of which is the theatrical cut, or the Exportfassung, which is 88 Minuten, and the director's cut, which is 105 Minuten. Oh, here we are. No, that's on the second disc. There's 3 cuts. No, there's 4 cuts. There's 4 cuts of the movie on this. I don't know what they all are, because I don't speak German very much. So there's the 118-minute cut, which is this one. There's an 85-minute cut, an 88-minute cut, and a 105-minute cut. So yeah, 4 cuts of the movie on this. Now I will say this edition is also out of print. I just, when I was looking for this version, this kept coming up in searches, and it was going for a pretty penny. So, you know, boobs sell, I guess. Anyway, that's a great edition if you can find it. I highly recommend it. It is superior in almost every way to the Redemption Films version. Now, I will mention also, being a German release, I did check. It has German subtitles, but also English for all the cuts. So rest assured, you'll be able to understand what's going on. So that's probably the version I'll end up watching when I finally get around to this one in the viewings. But very cool. Next up, from Alain Robbe-Grillet, we have The Man Who Lies. Yes, there we go. From 1968. Oh, when was The Demons? The Demons was 1973. So The Man Who Lies from 1968. There we go. Looks like a little bit more BDSM stuff going on here. So again, newly mastered in HD from original 35mm elements in French with optional subtitles, English subtitles, interview with the director, and trailers as well. Alright, so we got more than 3 films. Maybe it's the other 3 films that are not this one. I don't know. Anyway, carrying on with number 42. Another one from the same director. I sense a theme here. We have Eden and After. There we go. And, actually this is an example of one with an alternate cut. It also has the alternate version entitled N Took the Dice. So, newly remastered in HD from 35mm Elements. Very cool. This one's from 1970. So Eden and After is 98 minutes, and N Took the Dice is 72 minutes, and was released in 1972. So, interesting. I wonder what the differences are. I guess we'll find out. Next up, number 43, going back to the works of Pete Walker. Oh, I love this cover. We have House of Mortal Sin. Ah, very nice. And this is number 43. Did we miss 42? This was 42. This is the Life, the Universe, and Everything one. Life, the Universe, and Bondage. Here we are. We have part 2 of an interview.
Sorry.
Scared the shit out of me.
Crazy thing. There's a helicopter going over the ocean over there.
Yeah.
With like a big fucking searchlight looking in the water.
Weird.
They were looking for something.
Wonder if there was a boat or something that sunk.
I don't know.
She has been meowing her head off for like the past 20 minutes.
What?
I changed the water and she's got food.
What are you doing?
She just wants attention. You just needy? You just want attention? Hi. What you doing, little Miss Meow Meow? You just gonna sniff Mummy's face?
Did you hear though?
Is that her?
Yeah.
Oh, what are you doing? You goofball?
What you doing? Why are you being needy? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your whole thing.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, am I able to borrow 1436 until Thursday?
No,
Why not?
we don't have 1436.
Why not?
I mean, why not? Because we barely covered rent? I mean, you're already borrowing money for your tattoo. I mean, I don't get money until Monday.
Okay.
Eh? What did you need it for?
The shipping for my desk, because I got like nothing from Plato's.
Oh. Yeah, you're just gonna have to wait till Monday. So we have nothing right now. Well, we have like $20, so I'm not spending it on your frickin' shipping. It's like our emergency money for the weekend. Alright, so you can wait a couple days. What are you doing, cat? Hey, get out of there.
Okay, come on.
Just go see Mommy.
Come on, you're staring right at me. Come here.
Please go see Mommy. I'm begging you.
Come on.
We're on number 43. I want to finish this. Can you please go away, cat? So, we have part 2 of Pete Walker, An Eye for Terror. Was that the one we saw part 1 of like a million years ago? I don't remember. Anyway, and we've got an audio commentary with Pete Walker and Jonathan Rigby again. And yeah. So this looks like a little bit more leaning into the gothic horror once again. Like I said, a good chunk of the Redemption Films library is gothic horror. Just leaning a little bit more to the erotic or extreme side. Sometimes it's extreme in terms of the violence, sometimes it's extreme in terms of the eroticism. Next up, another by Pete Walker. We have Home Before Midnight. Yes. From 1979. There we go. From 1979. So we have an interview, theatrical trailer, and additional Pete Walker trailers. Not really much else. But there you go. The music business must seem very exciting to a teenager. Oh, it's one of those movies. I get it. Basically, Runaway tries to make it in the music biz and gets involved with an older guy and do. 70s rock scene. Along the way, Walker provides an entertaining, if not entirely accurate, portrait of the 70s rock scene, featuring Stone's sibling Chris Jagger. Well, how cool is that? The 6 Degrees of the Rolling Stones. So this is apparently his second last film. It says his penultimate film as director. Interesting. All right, cool. Sounds like he had a pretty interesting career. Next up, we have, going back to the cinema of Jean Rollin, we have The Escapees. Yes, from 1981. There we go. Insane asylums, straitjackets, rebels, lesbian love affairs, and murder. How much better can it get? Hell yeah. So here we've got, again, just mastered in HD from the original negative, 35mm. French with optional English subtitles, and One Day in Paris. Is that Brigitte again? Yes, it is. Brigitte Lahaye is in it again. Good old Brigitte. Can't go wrong with her. Next up, number 46. We have another from Jess Franco. We've actually had very few Jess Franco films so far. I'm kind of surprised. We have the sadistic Baron von Klaus. Yes, very nice. This one is from 1962, and again, more leaning into the gothic horror. This is apparently the next film he did after The Awful Dr. Orloff, and yeah, very cool. Really looking forward to these because I think they'll be nice sort of additions to the, my deeper exploration of the gothic horror of the 60s and such. This one. We have number 47. This one took me a while to find. This was another one of the harder to find ones. The Erotic Rites of Frankenstein. Yes. Number 47 in the Redemption Films library. And there we go. So mastered in HD from the original 35mm negative. We got an audio commentary with Tim Lucas, editor of Video Watchdog magazine. He was the one who was also writing all those Jean Rollin booklets. Alternate English dubbed soundtrack, French with optional English subtitles, and the original theatrical trailer. And this is from 1972. And when I couldn't find this version, or at least couldn't find it for a price I was willing to pay, I did actually pick up an alternate edition. And from the European Cult Cinema Collection, from Nucleus Films. And this was actually the number one in their... So another one is Spine Numbers. Number one in their collection. But look at this. I mean, this is a freaking amazing edition. Loaded with extras. And it actually has, again, 2 cuts of the film. Whereas this only has 1. So which version? Yeah, so there's the original nude French version with English and French audio, and that's 74 minutes. That's the version that's on here. But there's a second version, the alternate clothed Spanish version with additional Lena Romay footage. How could you leave that off the Redemption Films version? Why deny us more Lena Romay? That's just obscene. And optional subtitles. That one's 85 minutes. So, and then you got some additional, you got a featurette called The Rites of Franco, a new featurette with Murderous Passions author Stephen Thrower. You got the French theatrical trailer and an image gallery. I mean, come on. That's some good shit. So, we wanted to make sure that the erotic rights of Frankenstein was well represented. And I mean, you know what a nut I am for basically anything and everything Frankenstein, right? So. Next up, number 48, we have a Paul Naschy film, Crimson. Yeah, there we go. Also, and is it 2 films? No, it's an alternate title. Alternate title, The Man with the Severed Head. Very nice. There we go. And this is from 1973. So, mastered in HD from 35mm film elements. So, we got 2 cuts. Again, we got the standard 89-minute version and the complete, more sexually explicit 98-minute version. So this one was not directed by Paul Naschy, but has him in it, I guess. Yeah, he stars in it. I guess he is the man with the severed head. Very cool. And as I mentioned a number of segments ago, I've been eager to explore the works of Paul Naschy more for a very long time. So, yeah. Next up, we have... Actually, our first Asian release, we have Mai Chan's Daily Life, the movie, Bloody Carnal Residence. What a title. Yeah. This is number 49. Very nice. So this one is Japanese with optional English subtitles. We got the original trailer, and we got Waita's Daily Life, a 2-part behind-the-scenes documentary. So this was directed by Seito Sade. From 2014, also like a very recent film compared to the others. In fact, this may be the first release of it because it actually, no, it came out. This release was 2016. So I guess they started the Redemption Films collection in 2012, I think, and just carried on for several years. But yeah, apparently a diabolical dark comedy with fetish violence, and it says contains scenes of sexuality and extreme violence. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. That's the first Redemption Films title that's actually carried a warning on it. And now, if you guys know anything about Asian horror, you know that a lot of it holds, no holds barred, as the saying goes, and they tend to be quite extreme. Always looking to push the envelope. So, needless to say, looking forward to that. Next up, the last of the ones that Thrustbone sent us, and actually one of the ones that initially caught my eye, because because vampires and sexy ladies on the cover, we have Daughter of Dracula from Jess Franco, and that is number 50 from the Redemption Films collection. Very cool. And it has, Howard Vernon again. Very nice. Now, I have watched this one, but I don't remember a damn thing about it. Maybe that says something. 1972. Yeah, honestly, I don't remember anything about it, but I will definitely be rewatching it. There's, I don't know if it's 2 cuts or just like, I don't know. It says there's alternate safe footage, which is less sexually explicit. So I don't know. I don't remember it. But yeah, this one was apparently sort of his take on the Hammer style of Gothic horror. So there you go. The only reason I don't remember it really is because I watched it last Halloween, I think, in the midst of like a billion other films. So it just kind of got lost in the crowd. That's okay. That's why we have things on Blu-ray, so we can rewatch them. Speaking of Dr. Orloff, here's the second one, Dr. Orloff's Monster, also by Jess Franco. This one's from 1964. So we actually have a nice representation of Jess Franco's early films before he got sort of fully into the more erotic side of Gothic horror and vampires and stuff. But we have that represented as well. We got quite a few. Nice representation of his, sort of the broad spectrum of his career. So this has, this one's French, has French soundtrack with optional English subtitles, also has the English. It's got audio commentary, 11 minutes of alternate, more sexually explicit footage. That's interesting, being a film from 1964. So, yeah, cool. And it's got French and Italian trailers. There you go, Dr. Orloff's Monster. And I believe there was at least a third Orloff film, but I don't think that one's in this particular collection. This was another one that for some reason was hard to find, but I eventually did get it. Number 52 in the Redemption Films collection, Jess Franco's punk shock erotic opera, Killer Barbies. There you go. This is from 1996, so quite a bit later in his career here. So... Oh, okay. I did not expect that. It's basically, it says, pays homage to classic cinema in this revisionist old dark house thriller. So it's like a take on the old dark house trope. Excellent. With, you know, sexy Killer Barbie girls. What have we got here? Newly restored from a 4K scan of the original film elements. Spanish soundtrack, English soundtrack, French soundtrack, and audio commentary by film historian Troy Howarth. Very cool. But yeah, as I recall, this one was tricky to find. And of course, look how Barbies is spelled on there. Yeah, you can imagine how many times the search engine tried to correct my spelling. It's like, no, it is spelled that way. Just do it exactly. Search for the exact thing I'm looking for instead of trying to second guess me all the time. Like, sometimes things are intentionally misspelled or what have you. You know, like, I hate it when search engines do that shit. Now we have another Asian horror with Miss Zombie. There you go. It says a cleverly conceived, beautifully shot feature delivering a few truly sublime moments, including a gorgeous, ultra-bleak final resolution, according to Fangoria magazine. This is another more recent one, Japanese film from 2013. Huh. They make such wonderful pets. Funny and repulsive, a sharp satire of bourgeois hypocrisy. Oh, okay, that has me even more interested now. Very cool. So apparently, yeah, it's like zombies as domestic servants. Interesting. Well, that sounds fun. Alright. Next up, we have number 54, another early film from Jess Franco, The Diabolical Dr. Zerenizarak. I mean, Dr. Z. There you go. French language with English subtitles, English language, audio commentary by Tim Lucas again, and the original trailer. And that's basically it. Very cool. No alternate cuts or anything like that. And this one is from 1966. Yeah, so we actually have Jess Franco's early career. Whoa. What happened there? Did we overheat or something? Nope. It just shut off and I didn't notice, I guess. Oops. Shit. Ugh, I don't know how far back we have to go. Hold on a second. And good morning, Adrian James. Hey,
Verminart donated $20. Can't think of anything funny. Keep plying on with these though. Motivation. I can't stop for too long, need my medicine, etc., etc.
Aww. Well, thank you so much, Vermin. Appreciate that, dude. We're chugging along here. We're almost done with the Redemption Films collection. The biggest singular collection of this entire update. I can't believe we're almost through it. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Crazy. Fuck, how do I just look at the... Here, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just take... careful not to bump the camera. It doesn't hurt to give the camera a minute or two to cool off anyway. It's getting a little warm. Collection TV shows. Huh? No, I'm doing my horror collection right now. New additions to the horror collection. Huh?
Wee.
What?
Wee.
What about? Nope. Let me just shut off and I. Easy to find, and of course, look how Barbie's is spelled on there. I hate it when search engines do that shit. Now we have another Asian horror with Miss Zombie. There you go. A cleverly conceived, beautifully shot feature delivering a few truly sublime moments, including a gorgeous, ultra bleak final resolution. Fangoria magazine. This is another more recent one, Japanese film from. Holy shit! Okay. Well, I'm glad I checked. If I didn't check, we would have missed like a whole shit ton of stuff. I did not see that it had stopped recording, and we missed a good chunk of me talking about that one, as well as oh, for fuck's sake, and my focus is dead again. Hold on. And absolutely nothing about the next one, so we'll come back to that. I'm just going to adjust. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what you're asking me. Collection TV shows. What do you want to know? Okay, I don't know. Okay. Hopefully we didn't bump it or anything. Yeah, so this sounds like a fun one. Basically, kind of a mix between Gremlins and social satire. So the idea here seems to be that the zombies are captured and then employed as in-house servants. So, for example, they get when the Teramoto family received their new domestic servant, they were provided specific instructions: do not feed her meat; it may turn feral. And use the enclosed pistol to dispatch it if there is a threat of bodily harm. And that's where it begins. So it's basically like a parody of, you know, so it's basically like a social satire of sort of classism and stuff like that. Says it blends humor with moments of frightening violence and holds up a mirror to society, forcing us to question who among us are the actual monsters. Well, that sounds great, actually. That sounds really good. See, it's not all about sex. It's also about zombies. So it seems to be Redemption Films is like bondage, vampires, zombies, and a lot of gothic horror that has a lot of sex and nudity in it. So how could I say no to that? And the thing is, like, a lot of these films are ones you just won't find anywhere else. Like, some of the bigger name ones, like a lot of the Jean Rollin films have had re-releases. We might have some that we'll be looking at in an upcoming section. A lot of the Jess Franco films have had multiple releases, but I don't know that so many of the early ones of, say, Jess Franco have been released, and a lot of these more obscure Japanese ones as well. I don't recall seeing anywhere else either, so pretty cool. Next up, number 55, we have, see, number 55 right there, see, 55. Remember that, this is number 55. I'm not joking, remember that. Remember that this is number 55. Okay, are we clear on that? It's number 55. We have The Orchard End Murder, which is by Christian Marnham. That's a new one. There we go. A macabre tale of murder and mischief. And now Church is meowing his head off. What? What do you want now? He's rarely vocal. What? What is it? Why are you being so sad? Come here. Yeah. What you doing? Hmm? What you doing? Just want some attention? Mommy's in her room. Mommy came home. Aw, hi. He's all rubbing up on me. What are you doing? Want to go see Mommy? Did you hear him?
What?
What you mowing about? Cats are so gabby tonight.
What? You're just revving away, rubbing your little tail on me and flopping around. What?
Well, are you telling me to take a break, Church? I'm like right at the tail end here, dude. Got like 5 left. Okay, we're burning through footage here. So.
Come on, Church. Put Gavin and come back to my room.
So this one is a UK film from 1981. So we've got an interview with the director, interview with the lead actress, interview with the lead actor. We've also got The Showman from 1970, which is a documentary short directed by Christian Marnham, and a little interview or intro with him about the short as well. So very cool. Very nice. What's this one? Is just like a murder mystery? Yeah, it's basically just like a murder mystery. Cool. I love a good whodunit. So next up, we have Dracula's Fiancé, which is number 55 in the Redemption Films library. You see the problem? There's 2 number 55s. These are both number 55. I don't know why. looking up the official listing for the official, because these are all based on the official like numbered list of titles in the Redemption Films library, according to Redemption Films themselves. This is actually number 56. So anyway, we have two films on here from Jean Rollin. We got Dracula's Fiancé and Lost in New York. And there you go. Very nice. Nice when you get a bonus movie, you know? Yeah, so Dracula's Fiancé is from 2002, so definitely one of his later films. And Lost in New York is from 1989. Very cool. And now one of them is drinking their water really loudly. Good. Well, don't come in here again. What? It's church again. What do you want? Why do you keep bugging me? So, yeah, Lost in New York it describes as perhaps the most dreamlike of Rollin's sister films. So much like the Two Orphan Vampires one I was talking about earlier. A modern-day Alice in Wonderland in which two siblings explore the wastelands of Manhattan. Very cool. Yeah. Very nice. So I look forward to all of those. Okay. Next up, well, probably number 57, right? We have Devil's Kiss by Jordi Gigo? Gijo? Yeah, anyway. Number 56. Oh my god, church! We're literally at the tail end, and this is when we get all the like, you can understand my frustration, surely. Well, before we carry on with what is obviously going to be number 57, because, or no, yeah. Now, before we carry on with what is obviously going to be number 57, because clearly Kino would want to correct the spine numbering, right, after making such an obvious error, I realized I forgot one. Number 54, The Diabolical Dr. Zaran Z, which is another of Jess Franco's early films. Specifically from 1966. So we're just about on the cusp of when he started to get into the erotic stuff. But, yeah. So this one's a medical horror thriller. And, yeah, and it says right here, it says The Diabolical Dr. Z is a vitally important film in the horror cinema's transition from spooky scares to a more dreamy and erotic variety that would become the signature of Spanish-born filmmaker Jess Franco. Yeah. So, again, pretty significant in the history of the genre and how it sort of evolved throughout the decades. So this is when we kind of get into the transitional period. So think of this as a transitional film in a way, where we start to get hints of the more erotic stuff to come. French language soundtrack, English language soundtrack, commentary by Tim Lucas, and the original theatrical trailer. And this is number 54. So we weren't too far off. So we'll just put this next to the two number 55s and number 53. And okay, so obviously Kino's going to want to correct the numbering. I mean, you can't let a big obvious error like that slide. So here we have number 56. Number 56, The Devil's Kiss by Jordi Gigo, or Gigo. And this one is from 1976. Oh, some very striking imagery there. In particular, this one, the woman with the contraption on her head, kind of suggestive of the crown of thorns. Very cool. So, which would make sense if it's like a devil movie. You want as much blasphemy in there as possible, right? So, diddly squat in terms of special features. They actually just list the language options as special features. Like, come on. Come on. So we can hear the words? Oh, good. What a bonus. And this one's from 1976. And yeah, so I guess we're just going to pretend that error never happened and carry on numbering them as normal. So then we have... I need to move these a little closer here. I'm going to fall out of my chair. So then we have number 57, actually number 58, which is Attack of the Robots. Sorry, I couldn't remember the title. Hold on, we'll come back. So next up we have Attack of the Robots. Well, this sounds completely different from everything we've had so far in the Redemption Films collection. At once an homage to classic Hollywood thrillers and a playful riff on the newly popular James Bond films, Attack of the Robots stars Eddie Constantine as a wisecracking super spy investigating a series of assassinations being performed by ruthless killers with bronze skin and horn-rimmed glasses. There we go. Very cool. Eddie Constantine. So this is actually this is another Jess Franco one from 1966. So yeah, you can see Jess just did all kinds of movies. Like everybody like just focuses on his erotic stuff, but really he had quite a prolific career, and we're just carrying on the numbering as if nothing went wrong whatsoever. So we have number 57. Then we have number 58. So 57 is actually number 58 if you go by the official list. This is number 58, which is actually number 59 if you go by the official list. We have another Jess Franco entry with Neurosis. There we go. There we go. Very nice. Again, just striking imagery on that cover, like the light focusing on her eyes, but like putting, partly obscuring her face. It's just beautiful. Lena Romay again, by the way. So this one's from 1985. We got French and English, got an audio commentary and a trailer, and that's basically it. So, very cool. And then finally, number 50... Was that it? Was that the last one? Yes, that was the last one. There's actually 59. And, well, they screwed up the numbering. But it's not the last thing that they put out with the Redemption branding, because they did put out a Jean Rollin collection called The Vampire Films of Jean Rollin. I was going to pick that up just for completion's sake, but I decided not to bother because it's all completely redundant. I have the films individually. There was no additional films in them or anything. But they did a pair of collections, and they also never did another volume. They only did a volume 1, and then that was it. Even though Jean Rollin did a shit ton of vampire movies, so I mean they could have easily filled up 2 or 3 volumes, and each one would have like 4 or 5 films in it. Now, you may notice Pete Walker was another one that got a lot of coverage in the Redemption Films library. So they did actually put out a pair of collections, the Pete Walker collection. So the Jean Rollin one was very similar to this, several discs. And basically, as near as I can figure, these are literally just the individual discs from the individual releases thrown into a bigger keep case. Actually, not even a bigger keep case. It's the same, basically slightly thicker, but one that accommodates 4 discs. So this particular one has House of Whipcord, Schizo, Die Screaming Marianne, and The Comeback. And all of the extras that were on those releases are carried over as well. So, very nice to have a collection. And I mean, I guess, backup in case the individual discs develop problems. But the real reason I got it was because of Volume 2, which is this one, the Pete Walker Collection Volume 2. Because this one actually contains not one, but 2 additional feature films which are not in the main line. I think they were in the main line in the original UK DVD releases, but for whatever reason, Kino Lorber held them back to put them out in this set. Which is clever marketing. You know, there's if you want those movies, you got to get the set, even though you've already got 4 of them. But so this one has The Flesh and Blood Show, Frightmare, House of Mortal Sin, Home Before Midnight, and a bonus disc containing The Big Switch and Man of Violence, which were not available separately. Man of Violence, aka Moon, was released in 1971, and The Big Switch, aka Strip Poker, was released in 1968. And beyond that, the only other extra thing on there is there's another interview with Pete Walker on the bonus disc about Man of Action, or it's called Man of Action. Oh, I see, because Man of Violence, yeah, I get it. Anyway, there you go, Pete Walker Collection. And, well, it's not part of the Redemption Films collection, but I don't really have anywhere else to put it. We got another Kino Lorber release of a pair of films from Mario Bava. We got The House of Exorcism and Lisa and the Devil. There you go. So, we had, what, 1 or 2 Mario Bava films in the entire Redemption library? I think in the UK this may have been part of it, but I don't recall. It's been a while since I've looked at the definitive list. So, yeah, these are all both mastered from the original 35mm negatives. We got some commentaries. We got an interview with Lamberto Bava about Mario Bava, which is pretty cool. I think it was his son, and who also did a lot of directing as well. Yeah, so Lisa and the Devils from 1973 and House of Exorcism from 1974. Can't go wrong there. Now, that's not quite it for the Redemption Films collection. So, while the main range covered a wide variety of gothic and various exploitation horror films, as a promotional endeavor, they also did kind of a burlesque thing. Like, they would do live shows and they put out video compilations of some of the performances called... Which one is it here? Where does it start? Yeah, it's this one. Satanic Sluts. So they put out 3 volumes of Satanic Sluts on DVD only. But essentially what this is kind of like a Grand Guignol burlesque show kind of thing with various fetish models and horror girls and stuff like that, doing these little tableau performance pieces of sort of erotic horror and erotic torture kind of scenarios. And it also features interviews with all of the girls talking about their performances and sort of their philosophies and what they like to do in their shows. So it's pretty cool. So this is the first volume called The Black Order Cometh. Let's put that there. And then we have Satanic Sluts 2, The Black Masses. Needless to say, lots of satanic imagery and motifs in here as well. So if that's not your thing, you might want to steer clear. Yeah, and I should probably get a replacement case for this too. Nice pentagram on there. I can show it. There we go. And these are only released in the UK, so they are Region 2, just so you know. And then finally we have Satanic Sluts Volume 3, Scandalized. So each one has kind of a theme to it, to the performances and whatnot. And there you go. Now, the original group of girls, yeah, here we are. I'll just read this to you. A brief history of the Satanic Sluts. The Satanic Sluts were originally conceived in 2003 as a way of raising the profile of the horror film label Redemption. Initially, they were just featured on the Redemption website, but soon magazines such as Metal Hammer and Bizarre began to feature individual Satanic Sluts, and the collective evolved into a brand. Next came the nightclub Black Mass, where Satanic Sluts members performed on stage, often outrageously, with Black Mass being banned from 3 venues. Then came the Satanic Sluts book, videos, and notoriously Socksgate, which saw the Satanic Sluts mentioned in the House of Commons. Now a new second generation of Satanic Sluts has evolved, with their creativity and sexual energies being showcased in an ongoing series of films that we hope will prove to be as outrageous and provocative as the actions of the original Satanic Sluts. So I guess the first 2 are to do with the originals, and then the third is sort of the rebirth and revamping of the brand. I think there's more volumes of this as well. Like, I think there's at least like 5 or 6, maybe more. Double-sided sleeve, one nice, one nasty. Well, I can't show you the nasty one. You'll have to get the DVDs for yourself. So anyway, I wanted to get kind of a representation of that because I thought it was an interesting way to promote the video label, but also, you know, hot horror chicks. How can you go wrong, you know? So, let me go there. Okay. And last but most certainly not least, one of the few that I picked up, one of the DVD-only releases, we have... says banned in the UK for more than 20 years. Awesome. We have Visions of Ecstasy, the films of Nigel Wingrove. Yes, Nigel Wingrove, the founder of Redemption Films. So, yeah, let's find out all about the man himself, the man who made the label possible in the first place, you know, which I think is great. So, yeah, so obviously kind of a special release that if you're going to collect the line, you know, this is a nice kind of capper to it. So, an 18-minute experimental film, Nigel Wingrove's Visions of Ecstasy from 1989, is the only motion picture ever banned outright in the UK solely on the grounds of blasphemy. Its depiction and interpretation of the erotic imaginings of the 16th century Carmelite nun Saint Teresa were such that the film's banning was upheld in an historic judgment at the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg in a case that took 7 years to reach its conclusion. Now, due to the abolition of the UK's blasphemy laws in 2008, Visions of Ecstasy, previously unseen in the US, is finally being released. Also on this disc are several other early works by visionary filmmaker Nigel Wingrove that blend his trademark eroticism with a painterly eye for color and composition, always underscored with a diabolical flair for the perverse. There you go. Finding Ecstasy on the Road to Redemption, a 36-page illustrated essay on the censorship of Visions of Ecstasy by the British Board of Film Classification and the legal battle to overturn the ruling. It's DVD-ROM content. That's very cool. So, anyway, great to have that, and I look forward to exploring everything in this. Well, I've kind of dipped my feet in. I've watched a few of them, but I'm looking forward to diving in more fully and, you know, seeing if I survive the journey. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is all there is of the Redemption Films collection, but that is not the end of the Redemption Films collection. Because in addition to Redemption, they had so much, well, because they had so much success with the Redemption line that they later expanded it into a few other lines. There was one called Sacrament, which was some of the aforementioned nunsploitation stuff. So I think this one had one. We had one nunsploitation movie. But Sacrament was solely dedicated to that subgenre and has, like, I don't even know how many titles are in there. Like I said, that isn't really my cup of tea per se, so it just wasn't one that I really pursued. But there was another line called Jezebel, which featured more films from Jess Franco and some of the other directors that we've seen in Redemption, but leaning more hard into the sexploitation side. Some of it, you know, you get into some murder and mayhem and whatnot, but a lot of it is just like dramas and comedies with, you know, boobs galore. So being a sister label to Redemption and not being a particularly sizable collection comparatively, I thought, yeah, I can pick up those as well. Why not? You know, I mean, if we're diving into the erotic horror, we might as well just take a look at some sexploitation stuff as well, some notable sexploitation titles that are very much of the same era. So that's what I did. And in addition to that, picked up a few more Jess Franco titles as well, specifically some more horror ones. So in the next segment, I guess we'll call it Jess and Jezebel. So stay tuned for that one. Ooh, just fitted in despite all the interruptions. Oh, okay. We're going to do our thumbnail, and then I'm going to take a break. Make sure we can actually see everything. Yes, we're good. Excellent. Stay off the counter. Psst. Ugh. Why are the cats so gabby? My God. Well, I finally got through that. Look at this. Look at this.
Look at the train that's following me.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy. Is this all he did today?
Whoa. Oh my God. Crash.
And I don't mean all as if this is a small amount. This is very good progress.
This is the second of the updates today. The rest are much smaller, as you can see. How you doing? Excellent.
My whole TikTok For You page right now is Avatar and Lord of the Rings.
I see.
Lord of the Rings because I was going through Sauron edits this morning.
Right.
What?
Nothing, I'm just looking around. Can you get away from my stuff, please? She like parks yourself right beside the stack, like rubbing up against it, and it's like, I don't want you knocking over like 50 Blu-rays. Ugh. So what are you up to?
I'm cold.
Uh-huh. You have like a million layers
I have 4
on.
layers on, I know.
Why are you going under the table, cat?
No, she's not. She's in front of it. She's just rolling around.
Great.
What you doing? Hmm?
Don't bump the camera. What's she doing? Laying on the wire with her feet wrapped around the tripod. Just get the frick away from the camera. This is just a loaf.
Did you already eat the onion rings?
I ate 2 of them.
Where'd they one go?
Still in the
Up
box.
your butt?
No, just set it aside.
Well, where is it?
Why?
It's I want to eat it.
What am I gonna eat?
Something else. Where'd you put it?
I'm not gonna tell you. I want to eat it.
I'm gonna fucking find it. What? What? Chewed out.
What is your problem, cat? Kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat. Cat,
Fuck, I
kitty
can't
cat.
see past your chair because I don't want to bump the wires.
Sorry, Church. Put these on the bottom shelf because it's a huge collection and so I don't know where else to put it.
Where the fuck did you put it?
I already said, up my butt. Right up my butt. Oh,
It's like,
goddamn.
where else could you have put it? How is it blending it? What the fuck are you doing? How is it blending in so well to wherever you've put it?
Magic.
It's just a white takeout box.
Sure is.
Putting it somewhere weird.
You're somewhere weird. Get out of my way.
I will find the takeout box. What? Hold on, Church. Ah! I don't want to like move anything.
Cool.
I figured it had to be somewhere like near you. I was like, did you put it behind the backdrop to hide it from the camera, or?
Okay, so next, Jezebel and Jess.
I would have brought the dip that came with. They're not in
Don't go in there. Come on, goes off.
the the dips aren't in like keepable containers anymore.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh. Dip is so good though.
Can you just get away from my feet, cats? Mm-hmm.
There, I got you.
Yes, quite.
Can you stop it?
Okay, go put these all here.
Why are you just following me everywhere?
Two more segments. Okay. Wow. Literally just did the biggest single section in the entire history of my collection. And nobody said a goddamn thing. Alright. Great. I feel so loved Cool. Well, I'm going for a break.
Light side quest.
What the fuck, JL? Ryan says, my wife would be upset. JL says, shoot her.
The fuck?
Ryan says, I'm not going to shoot my wife, JL.
What the fuck?
That was a very inappropriate place for a Jurassic Park quote, I'm just going to say. Oh my god, can you just pick up the damn pods already?
Good luck.
This isn't janky at all. Another one of these accounts that was created like 2 days ago. Really wish these trolls would stop quacking at me. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a short break. I'll be back. Enjoy. Some clips, that is. Chun-Li, a video game character with a video game on her back, playing a video game. There you go.
Oh my god. That's very dystopian.
It's very dystopian. Okay. Uh-oh. Anyway. I should go. So I'm gonna go. I'm going now. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Make it right. Make it right.
I didn't even mean to play anything like that, man. Fuck off. Fuck off. Everything fuck off.
Oh my god. Well, how do I make it stop? It just keeps playing.
You go here. Oh, okay. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another blue. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, greetings, everyone. And we're rising greetings, everyone. We're rising greetings, everyone. We're rising everyone. We're rising greetings, everyone. We're rising everyone. We're rising everyone. We're everyone. We're rising greetings, everyone. We're rising greetings. Greetings, everyone. We're rising greetings, greetings, everyone. We're rising greetings, everyone. Greetings,
Even in death, Gabrielle,
Oh my god.
I will never leave you.
Creepy. Alright, cool. Well. Shall we check out Knight Rider before it disappears?
Knight Rider.
Oh, Jesus. Knight Rider jump scare. Holy
Peter,
The Force double plus. Oh, God
do you
damn it.
think Fortnite should have an option to mute audio in the background while you play with friends?
What?
An option
What?
to
Oh my
silence
gosh.
the background noise. Player
Oh
2.
my god.
Is your concentration so fragile that mere ambiance disrupts your focus?
Mere ambiance.
I'm getting
Ahsoka
shot
has
at
been
from
struck.
behind.
Take cover immediately.
Where is everybody? Oh, hello. Shit. Hi. Oh, shit. Okay, that's terrifying. I'm trying not to get eaten. Okay. Now, where are we going? To Helgen Keep. How about, what's this one? Oh, that, see, that's the choice. I didn't know what, I didn't even know that was.
Church, knock it off, please. You're just like in a loop. Stop. Just stop. Lick your chops, that's fine. That's legit. Licking the cone is stupid. It doesn't do anything!
Oh, you got the Oblivion remastered. Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to get that because I never actually finished Oblivion. I really enjoyed it, though. I played it quite a bit on the PS3. Because it was just playing the Oblivion remaster, and I just picked up my birth sign, and the Emperor and his guards just would not move. I tried talking to them, and they were like, "There's no time. We have to move." But they wouldn't move. Get out of the way, Emperor! Get out of the way, Emperor! Emperor, get out of the way! Oh, what I wouldn't give for a Fuz Roda right now. That's hilarious. Kurlatin said was, Jesus fuck! So, I'm just going to take that as his blanket response to everything I've been saying until he says something else. So just imagine Kurlatin exclaiming, Jesus fuck! After everything I just said. For like the past 10 minutes. Having pasta and cheese. Jesus fuck! Cheese was on sale. It was like half price for the good stuff. Jesus fuck! What is this delicious sauce? Oh, wait a minute. I know that flavor. Ketchup. Jesus fuck! See? Kurlatin can't even type it without crooning. Loquaciously. There you go. That's the captions for Twitch. They're generally pretty good, but sometimes they don't quite understand your vernacular. But it can spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Look at that. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Fuck! Where did it go now? Wait a minute, I'm in zero gravity. Just chase it. There it is. What does the chicken say? Whittled down to something that the Game Boy can handle. You'll sometimes fight two enemies at once, but most of the time, just one. Any more than two characters on screen at the same time, and the Game Boy might explode. So yeah, we did the first 5 episodes last week. It was really awesome. I hope more people come to more of the screenings. And that is on our Discord. Our Discord. Oh, hi, Wolf Den. How you doing? Want to come grind out some levels with me? Unless you're trying to keep your kid from spitting in your taco again.
The victim.
I don't know. Well, he was licking his leg. I think she might have bit him or something. Sorry for the delay there, guys. I was looking something up on Google and the cats started legit fighting. So, not too distracting at all.
Okay, bud.
So, anyway. I don't know what.
I mean, it could just be that he's wet now because I did spritz him.
Well, that's true, and he was just licking the spritz, I guess. But
yeah, you two need to chill.
Anyway,
you're both too sharp for your own good.
Mm-hmm. There's another one in this series. Okay, can you two go somewhere else, please? Like, Church. Psst. Hey, do that somewhere else, please. No, not lick more. Go on. Psst, psst. Look, get out of there. Get out of the Halloween area. Come on. Are you out of there? It's crazy time, apparently. Hey, welcome back, Latin. You're back after two fucking... What the hell could you possibly have had to do in the middle of the night? Fun. Anyway. So, I was trying to look up... what order the Jezebel films went in. I know what order two of them went in because only two of them have spine numbers. I think I've got them more or less in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's correct. I had a list of them like ages ago, but it was on some website. I don't know where it disappeared to. This over here. So we got 3 more sets. We've done what? 2? Yes. 2 good sized ones. And then we got 1, 2, 3 there. And we got 1 here. And 1 here. And that's the end of it. We got 5 left. I need to refuel. Well, long story short, redacted. Yeah, great. It's also clear now. Garlic flavored. I mean, it doesn't have actual garlic in it. 5 more, and the biggest of them are done. Yeah, I don't know how much of that you saw. It was quite an impressive stack. It was more than 60 titles. I had like 5 left, and that's when the cats decided to go nuts. They're still going nuts. They were legitimately fighting on the break. So you panned over before. I panned over. And then when I moved the stack, it got caught on the table covering. The Redemption Films collection takes up fully 2 shelves of my horror section. Like 2 full shelves. And that's not even all of it, because we got other stuff that's related and a bunch of 4K re-releases of some of the films. So, yeah. Should be like 3 shelves. And a few I got re-releases. Also from Kino, but minus the spine numbers. It's just not worth checking down, because a lot of the re-releases are superior editions. They have additional extras or slipcover or whatever. Just lacking the Redemption branding. Hey Church, why are you going bananas? You waiting for food? Well, you're gonna keep waiting. It's automatic, dude. I'll double check and make sure their feeder's full. Sometimes it's legitimately empty and they're like, hey, what the fuck? Food. It doesn't happen too often, though. Like, you'd think their little internal clocks would know when the feeder goes off. They usually do. Yes, and then they fight. You ate all the food. No, you ate all the food. Yes. They're tiny little peanut brains. Aw, how you doing, buddy? He's just sitting on the floor, very princely. I'm not sure who attacked who. We just heard violence happening. Violence and protest. Sometimes it's because one is trying to fuck the other. Other times they're just being bitchy and fighting. As long as they're there, violence will erupt. Yes, randomly. And especially when I'm trying to film. Oh, it's definitely better than before. Well, when Church was in the cone of shame, like he just wouldn't shut up. He'd either be meowing and complaining or incessantly licking the cone. No, I mean, they have their crazy time every day, which is usually around now-ish. They also go crazy whenever Rose comes home. Or whenever Rose is, like, doing things, like cleaning her room or whatever. They just randomly start running around like maniacs, going crazy, because, oh my god, things are changing ever so slightly. But it's definitely better than before we got them spayed. Good lord. They were insane. Change! Yes. Yeah, any little change, they just go nuts. You gotta sniff around everything. Something changed. I have to sniff everything. Every square inch of the apartment to see what changed. Make sure I don't miss a thing. How do you even remember with your peanut brain? How do you even know? It's like you have a memory of about 15 seconds. It's not entirely true, but they say if your cat does something that they shouldn't and you need to, discipline them or, scold them or whatever, you need to do it within 15 seconds of the bad thing that they did, or they won't have the context to understand why you're scolding them. So you have like a 15-second scolding window, and they'll make the connection between the thing and the scolding, and like, okay, that thing makes bad happen, don't do thing. But if you wait 20 seconds, they'll okay, there's food. There. Food happened. Are you happy now? He's still just sitting there. Yes. Well, dogs have a greater sense of cause and effect, and knowing when they've done something bad, and they have more of a almost like a moral sense. Cats have no moral compass at all. Like just nothing. It's all just, I want to do this thing. It's like, no, don't do that thing. It's bad. Huh? What is this bad of which you speak? I know not what you mean, human. I gotta wait for them to finish munching. Munch, 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 munch. Then they'll have water, like, and then they'll want to clean themselves, like. So close to being done. Yes, no moral compass. No sense of right or wrong, just do or do not. And very much living in the moment. So with regards to scolding or discipline, I mean, you have to almost instill an instinctive sense in them to not have the desire to do the bad thing. So just continually re-traumatize them every time they repeat the behavior until it sinks in. Not really, of course. Just, you know. So I don't know what that person was asking. He said, TV show collection. Okay, what about it? What are you asking me? You want to see my TV show? Well, I've done videos about it. Go watch the videos. It should be pretty obvious we're not doing the TV show collection today. We're doing the horror collection. As it says in the title, as it shows in the thumbnail. As it should be plainly apparent from the horror-y things in front of me, especially the Domino's pizza. Pizza dude's got 30 seconds. So a bunch of these titles will be closer looks, most likely. That's it. $5 off. $33 and an eighth. $33 and an eighth. Hey, buddy, down here. It's like It, but it's turtles. Just slide it down. Give me that. I look forward to revisiting those in the new Arrow set. Oh. The crunching. So Church is eating now. Eclipse 8. Rose is horking. Why is it when I get in the most productive mood, there are the most distractions? It's like the universe is just constantly fucking with me. I have enough trouble battling with myself. I don't need further external distractions. Is it picking up on the mic? Probably. I mean, the camera mic is pretty sensitive. it picks me up from across the room pretty comfortably. I don't really have to make much in the way of adjustments, so I generally assume it will also pick up other ambient sound. I mean, it even picks up the soundboard when that gets triggered, even though that's in the headphones across the room. So that's what I have to say. I just hear all the crunching coming from the kitchen. Crunch, 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 crunch. Crunch, crunch, crunch. And the kibble rattling around in the metal bowl as they fish out another piece. Well, at least we have the nice Halloween horror sounds in the background to provide entertainment while we wait for everything to settle down. Alright, I'm going to go for a quick smoke. My post-pizza smoke. And then we will continue. The next section is one I like to call Jess and Jezebel. And it ties into the Redemption Films collection, which we just did. Alright, enjoy some clips. I shall return. Philanthropist. New York Times best-selling novelist. Ow. Anita Lord. There's literally no point with these because they were all taken from streams.
Hello, Foxy.
And that was because I was running out of disk space doing all the local recordings, so it was purely a space concern. So sadly, we had to sacrifice quality.
Okay.
Yes, you would know. Oh, gee. Fuck. Jump scared me now and then.
Wow.
How do you repair it? I don't know how to repair it.
You can't.
Oh, it just does it automatically?
Yeah, I really love the ball.
Yeah, when it's fully damaged, it's...
Are you riding it? Oh. Tough kid. What the hell? Shoot something you can actually destroy.
Yeah, I'm stuck.
Okay. You're stuck? There you go. Whoop. Back. You can relax now. Daddy's got you. Alright, so we got our picture, and I'm going to put it over on the other side as I'm talking.
Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis. I guess
like I said, fucking doctor.
Doctor. Doctor. Doctor. This one was
frickin'
actually just
doctor.
written by Kit Doctor. Doctor.
Frickin' doctor. Frickin' doctor. Frickin' doctor.
Bit of a suntan from it. It's 2,800 lumens, by the way. That's a lot of lumens.
It's like he was screaming from the far. I feel like IG88 would be an amazing sushi chef. Because, I mean, he's a very programmable and customizable droid, right? So, I mean, I'm thinking they could just have all the best recipes in his databank and be programmed to do fancy moves like that to give the people a show while he makes their sushi. And it would be like the most incredible sushi you've ever tasted.
Padme Amidala? A skilled diplomat, yes, but ultimately undone by sentiment. What good is diplomacy when faced with a lightsaber, Obi-Wan?
Vader, I farted.
Mandalorian, such displays of biological function are best kept to yourself. Or are you attempting to create a diversion?
Yeah, come here, come here.
Display.
My main issue with episode 9 is how cowardly and fan, toxic, crowd servicey, and uninspired. Like, as much as I loathe episode 2, I think episode 9 is my least fave of 9 films. Wow. You said that so dramatically, Jonkler.
You've encountered a horde of monsters. What do you do? Examine them closely. And in particular, are any of them fuckable? Yes. All your illicit half-orc babies you've littered the countryside with. Can't help it. Those orc muscle mommies are just something else. Could crack walnuts with their thighs, I swear. Just gotta keep the lights on real low. What color am I? Hmm. I guess I'll be...
Even in death, Gabrielle,
Oh my god.
I will never leave you.
Creepy. Alright, cool. Well. Shall we check out Knight Rider before it disappears?
Knight Rider.
Oh, Jesus.
Alrighty. Hey, Andy. How's it going, dude? Oh. Alright. So, this one we'll do this way. Okay. Shit. We have bumped the camera. There we go. I'm just gonna double check our focus again. Definitely don't want that to be messed up. Looks good. We done the stack of porn yet? Well, we've touched on it. We've touched the porn ever so gingerly. Just the tip of the porn. You actually just missed the Redemption Films collection, rather. Although the next one is actually peripherally related. So, speaking of which, let's do the intro, shall we? What part are we on? It was 30, we did 35, 36, so 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Okay. Part 37. No. Yes. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 37 of the biggest horror update ever. And yes, that has been 37 segments in a row. Next up, we have essentially a supplement to the previous segment where we talked about the Redemption Films collection. Yes, well, in this one, we're going to be focusing on, well, two things that tie into that. Namely, one of the sister labels to the Redemption Films collection, one of the other labels that they did that kind of tie into it and aren't specifically horror-focused, but are still kind of related. And some more films from Jess Franco, in a section I like to call Jess and Jezebel. Today, on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. I really need a remote control for this camera. What is this? This going good. It was gifted a weighted blanket. Oh, nice. I feel like I'm in a heavy-ass cocoon. Nice. Feels so nice. I used to have a weighted electric heater blanket. Oh. It's definitely going to take me a couple days or so to get used to. Luke in the YouTube chat asking about porn. That's right. Oh, yeah, I get you. Once you're used to it, they're great. Yeah. I have some heavy pillows. They're kind of like that. They're that I guess kind of like memory foam, but fairly heavy and very satisfying to sleep on. I need to use those again. Quite nice. I have not had a weighted blanket. I have known some people who have had them though and like them a lot. Oh, excuse me, church. What? On. There we go. 40 parts, but all horror. Yes. 41, actually. 41 parts of horror. There's a sprinkling of non-horror titles, but ones that are peripherally related, so I included them in the mix rather than setting them aside and doing separate updates. Some of them just didn't really... I didn't have enough of that subsection of sections to really justify doing a standalone update, so I just threw them in with others. But yes, 99.99% horror. Alrighty, so, man... I'm surprised we got through the entire Redemption Films collection as quickly as we did. But, did we get through the whole collection? Well, yes and no, because as I mentioned, Redemption had a couple of sister labels, such as Salvation, which actually Salvation has become the main brand title for the line now. And then Redemption is the sister label, or something like that. Anyway, Salvation was primarily their nunsploitation line, but they had another one called Jezebel. And Jezebel is, well, a lot of other films by directors who were featured in the Redemption Films collection, as you'll see in a moment. But not so much the horror stuff. It was more leaning heavily into the sexploitation comedies and dramas and whatnot, and thrillers and such. So peripherally related, but I add them in here because they were marketed under the Redemption umbrella, as it were. So starting off, we have one that is from neither of them. And there's a reason for that. For whatever reason, as we saw with the tail end of the Redemption Films collection from Kino Lorber, they kind of messed things up a little bit right at the tail end. Like, didn't quite cross the finish line in perfection when they had 2 number 55s for the spine number and then never bothered to correct the numbering, but just continued on with incorrect numbering for the remaining 3 titles after that. Well, when they decided to also put out some titles from the Jezebel collection, they messed it up even more. The Jezebel collection, at least the number of titles that they picked up, there was only 7 in the line, and only 2 of them from Kino Lorber had spine numbers. Maybe 3, because one of them I got was a re-release, but also from Kino. But like I said, one of those slightly nicer re-releases where even though it didn't have the Jezebel branding, it was a slightly better edition. We'll talk about that when we get to it. So anyway, a while back when I was going like gangbusters collecting the whole set, I found a list of the titles that were in the Jezebel line and the ones that should have been in the Kino Lorber one. There was a couple that they never released for some reason. So they released 5 of the 7 and didn't give them all spine numbers. So twitch. You get that far into a collection like that, and then they just completely drop the ball on the supplemental side of it. Like, anyway, I got all the movies that they did release, and the ones that they were supposed to release, but didn't. So let's start with the first one. I'm pretty sure these are in the right order. So this one I had to pick up from BFI, which isn't a bad thing. They do some fine work. BFI, by the way, is where Nigel originally licensed the Redemption Films collections from. It was straight out of their library. So it makes sense that BFI would carry a few of these. So we have from BFI Flipside, with spine numbers no less, London in the Raw. There you go. This is from Arnold J. Miller. And this is actually quite a lovely edition, which has quite a sizable booklet with it. You know, I'm not going to show too much of it because there's, yep, right on page 1, boobs. Yeah, boobs all over the place. And I can't actually show you the disc art either because there's boobs all over the disc art. Anyway, what this is... What is this? So this essentially is a snapshot of London life in the 60s, kind of the club scene and underground scene in the 60s. And, yeah, so kind of a nice little slice of history there. So there was also a follow-up called, okay, she's got pasties, Primitive London, which is kind of more of the same. I think this is, yeah, this is also more of the 60s, rescuing, BFI Flipside, rescuing weird and wonderful British films from obscurity and presenting them in new high-quality editions. So there you go, very nice. Primitive London, so more of the nightlife of London in the 60s. And these contain both Blu-ray and DVD. Yeah, and also these were from before the 70s, where a lot of this type of stuff became more commonplace. Primitive London is from 1965. London in the Raw is from 1964. Both from Arnold Miller. And if you look at the spines here, you can see that they do actually have spine numbers. I'm not going to collect all of them. I might get the number 1 just to have the number 1, but yeah, it's not like a huge priority for me. Anyway, these were supposed to be a part of the Jezebel line, and quite frankly, I think the BFI editions are superior anyway, because it has, they include a bunch of short films, like we have Carousella from 1965 by John Irvin, which is a controversial dramatized documentary on the lives of a group of striptease artistes. We got 3 interviews with Bernard Braden, who was a Soho nightclub owner. We got an interview by Bernard Braden, one with Al Burnett, who was a Soho nightclub owner in 1967, Stuart McCabe, who was a Soho strip club manager in 1968, and Shirley, who was a Soho stripper in 1968. And then that's Primitive London. Then London in the Raw, we've got 3 1960s London sketches. We have Pub by Peter Davis from 1962, Chelsea Bridge Boys by Peter Davis and Stefan Lamb from 1965, and Strip with Peter Davis, Stefan Lamb, and Don DeFina from 1966. Very cool. Oh, and it also has an alternative cut of London in the Raw. Oh, doesn't say how long the regular cut is. Oh no, the regular cut is 76 minutes, and there's an alternative 47-minute cut as well. So, kind of interesting. I like these little snapshots of the wildlife, as it were. And now we get into the Kino Lorber stuff. So this was originally released as part of the Jezebel line. I got a re-release of it. Quite a nice re-release, though. Girl on a Motorcycle. And it is exactly what it sounds like. Honestly, I mean, it's kind of a strange animal. We got that. It's basically about a woman who is bored with her married life because her husband is too nice. So she gets on her motorcycle, blasts off across the countryside. Some beautiful photography, by the way, of her on the motorcycle blasting across the countryside. Some great scenery shots and whatnot. To go to another town to meet up with her lover. Yeah, really nice, eh? Anyway, Girl on a Motorcycle. Very cool. And this edition has a couple of audio commentaries, including one from the director, Jack Cardiff, and another one from film historian Alexandra Heller-Nicholas. She's awesome, by the way. I follow her on socials. And this is from 1968. So that would have been, I guess, number 3 in the Jezebel line had Kino been consistent with their numbering. Next up, we have The Sex Thief. Now, interestingly enough, this does have the Jezebel branding on it. Where's the frickin' spine number? Yeah. Anyway, mastered in HD from the original 35mm material, and that's it. There's no features. Okay, well, basically, this is a sex comedy. What is it? From the director of Casino Royale and GoldenEye comes a less honorable breed of British rogue. Warning, it's not their hearts he's stealing. Yes. So this is basically a huge James Bond parody. But if James Bond was even more lecherous than the real guy is. And this is from 1974. So right smack dab in the middle of the heyday of 70s sexploitation films. Next up we have, one of the aforementioned 3D ones. We have The Stewardesses in 3D. Yes. Just nipples flying out of the screen and poking your eyeballs out. This one has a couple of movies, I think. Yes. It has a second short film called Experiments in Love. And it includes... and that is also in 3D. So was this... Yeah, so unlike the other 3D titles that we talked about earlier, this one does not include an anaglyph version. So this one you absolutely need to be able to watch Blu-ray 3D, or, you know, no boobies popping out of the screen for you. Although it does have the 2D version, so there you go. But I mean, come on, with such a gimmicky film like this, you want the 3D version. So this is, you know, the... this also has the Jezebel branding on it, as you can see. Where's the spine number, Kino? I haven't seen any spine numbers yet. Aren't these supposed to have spine numbers? Come on, man. It's all about the collectability. Next up, we have a... Oh, well, I mean, I had to get this. I think this is actually why I ended up getting the Jezebel one. First, for the 3D movie, just because 3D. And second, because sci-fi sex comedy, Zeta 1. There you go. Very cool. I love me some, you know, sexy sci-fi silliness. Like, I really enjoyed Galaxina, if you know that one. Barbarella, of course. So, to me, this was like just another of that ilk. And this is from 1969. Nice. Mastered in HD from the 35mm negative. Has the original theatrical trailer and original trailers of other Jezebel releases. Like, yeah, they're really pushing the Jezebel line, but that's... oh, hey, look at that. We're 6 titles in, and they finally decide to put a frickin' spine number on it. What the hell, Kino? I am disappointed. Anyway, last but most certainly not least, we actually have one from Jean Rollin. Schoolgirl Hitchhikers. There you go. And this, yeah, again, not really much here in the way of extras. Mastered in HD from the 35mm negative. French with optional English subtitles. We got the English dubbed version, and we got other Jean Rollin films trailers. So, there you go. Basically a couple, you know, teenage or college girls, I guess. Yeah, so it sounds like this one, it gets into like, you know, they get kidnapped and robbed, and there's like a bit of a revenge thing going on. Maybe, I don't know. Hold on a second. Hey, it stars one of the girls from Rollin's Demoniacs. That's pretty cool. But, yeah, so apparently it starts off as just kind of a fun little romp and then turns dark, and we get into like torture and like horribleness. But, you know, that's why you shouldn't go hitchhiking. It's dangerous. So this one's from 1973. And, yeah, it says this film periodically suffers from an unstable image due to a camera malfunction during production. Interesting. Oh, and I notice also it says copyright Salvation Films Limited. So... And it is a 2013 release. So I guess they switched the main branding over to Salvation as sort of the overall umbrella name fairly early on. So that is everything from the Jezebel collection that Kino released. And a couple of fills from BFI because for whatever reason they just never got around to releasing the first 2. Like, what was going on with these in the end? Like, I just don't understand, because they started so strong right out of the gate with the Redemption films, really pushing the, you know, promoting it and getting the branding on all the releases, very consistent. You got the nice spine numbers that all line up beautifully. And then they just, by the time they got around to doing Jezebel, it was just like they just completely dropped the ball on it. Great releases if they are lacking in extras. But like in terms of the consistency of the branding and the spine numbers and stuff, like what was going on? Anyway, next up, with Redemption Films being one of my big introductions to his work, I wanted to also check out some of Jess Franco's other films. So Kino has started putting out their own line that they call Kino Cult. And a lot of it is, there's a few that are re-releases of Redemption Films titles, and there's a lot of other cult films as well, some of which coming to Blu-ray for the first time. So first up, this is actually the first one in the Kino Cult line. We have Lorna the Exorcist from Jess Franco, and this is from 1974. And I mean, look at that. Like, that's much more respectable as far as being a deluxe edition. You know, you got a lot of stuff on there. Looks like I got this one from Sunrise Records. So, yeah, we got an audio commentary with Tim Lucas again. We got an interview with one of the actresses. We got another interview with a filmmaker talking about it. An interview with Stephen Thrower, who did Murderous Passions, the Delirious Cinema of Jess Franco, and includes both the English and French audio tracks. So, yeah, that's a respectable edition. It's very nice. So, good stuff. And then next up, number 4 in the Kino Cult line, we have Sinner, The Secret Diary of a Nymphomaniac, another one by Jess Franco. And this is from 1973, so the previous year. And what do we got on this one? Yeah, quite a lot more. We got audio commentary with Tim Lucas again, interview with a couple of the actresses, interview with Gerard Kikuan again, another interview with Stephen Thrower. That may be the same interview, I don't know. And includes both French and English audio tracks. Oh, hey, and Howard Vernon's in it. Good old Howard Vernon. He's like the Johnny Depp of Jess Franco's movies, I swear. He's in all of them. And just to show you here, we do have, you can see the spine numbers there. Quite nice. Yeah, I'm not looking to get the entire Kino Cult line, but, you know, I will pick up the occasional one that seems to be of interest. Next up, we have a kind of an interesting one. This is sort of another sci-fi sex comedy romp. We have Sex is Crazy. This is actually a bit of like just kind of dystopian sci-fi. Yeah, so from 1981. Oh my goodness. This is from Severin Films, and they have In the Land of Franco, Part 7. Holy moly, how many other Severin releases do I need to get the other 6 parts of that documentary? This one I'll read to you here. So, Spain, 1981. With the dictatorship over and censorship gone, writer-director Jess Franco returned to his native country to make a series of increasingly brazen films for Triton that included Sinfonia Erotica, 2 female spies with flowered panties, and this surreal sci-fi sex satire that may be the most bizarre film of his career. Lena Romay, at her most lushly exposed and naturally comedic, stars in this oddball meta-spoof of carnal cabaret, alien breeding, group marriage, spy dramas, satanic cults, the classificata S genre, and more, all wrapped in Uncle Jess's Godardian take on his own inimitable oeuvre. Antonio Mayans from Bahia Blanca, Tony Skios from Night of Open Sex, and Jess himself star in what was advertised as an exhausting carousel of eroticism, now scanned in 2K from the original negative recently discovered in a Bilbao seminary. Crazy. So from 1981, from Severin Films, we have Sex is Crazy. Now this one is kind of notable because he made another film a number of years earlier that was kind of a similar idea. It had like kind of, kind of a sci-fi angle to it, and it was a similar kind of thing. But I don't know what happened to it, but it's considered a lost film now. And I think it was lost at the time that he made this. And that was one of the reasons he did make this, was to kind of revisit some of the themes and such, and I guess have them in a film that wasn't lost. So anyway, this gives us a taste of what might have been in his other film, which, you know, one hopes will surface someday. Next up, we have a pair of horror films. We have, from Jess Franco again, special limited editions. We have She Killed in Ecstasy from 1970. Very nice. Let me slide this out. Yeah. So if you slide it out, you can see it's got like a die-cut slipcover. quite nice. And looking on the back, this is also from Severin Films. Hey, I wonder if it has another part of that documentary on it. No. So this apparently was his follow-up to Vampiros Lesbos, which we might be talking about very soon. So we got quite a few featurettes on here and interviews and all kinds of good stuff. And 3 films by Jess Franco soundtrack CD. So it has soundtracks from Vampiros Lesbos, She Killed in Ecstasy, and The Devil Came from Akasawa. There you go. Pretty cool. It's not often you get soundtracks for these obscure films, that's for sure. Here we go. And, oh look, it's Vampiros Lesbos. I think I've heard of that one. Also from 1970. And as you can tell, released as part of the same collection. Let me just make sure there's no boobs on here. Yeah, no, we're good. So same thing, die-cut slipcover, kind of interesting. These are the only 2 titles they did that way as far as I'm aware. The Holy Grail of cult cinema. Yeah. So quite a lot of quite a lot of extras on here. And this is interesting. Disc 2 is Las Vampiras DVD, which is an alternate Spanish language bootleg version with optional subtitles. How cool is that? Nice. Excellent. Cool. Well, I definitely look forward to that as well. So remember, watch this one first, and then She Killed in Ecstasy. Not that they're like, you know, one is just a thematic follow-up, I guess. And finally, last but most certainly not least, basically because I was picking up all the Jezebel stuff, I saw this one in the... oh no, this is part of the Jezebel collection. Oops! So I guess there was 8. And this is it. For men only. With an added feature, School for Sex. Very good. It's good to have an actual, institute in educating people about sex. And there we go. Very cool. So this Pete Walker? Get Cheeky with Pete Walker. I'm guessing this is all Pete Walker. Yes, it is. And this is actually some of his earlier films. So, yeah, so there was a few reasons why I wanted this. A, it's part of the Jezebel line, and B, it's some of the early works of Pete Walker, who's, of course, featured very heavily in the Redemption Films collection. So for Men Only, a.k.a. I Like Birds, is from 1967, 40 minutes. So I can see why they added a second feature, because that's not even feature length. And then School for Sex is from 1969 and is 80 minutes. And there we go. And has trailers. It has some alternate continental footage from School for Sex, 13 minutes worth. And this is actually pretty cool. Glamour Loops. 64 minutes of rare black and white nudie films made by Pete Walker. You know the kind of like sort of nudie reels they would show at stag parties back in the day? Yeah, like long before the days of mainstream porn. Like that didn't really happen until the 70s. But you get these like 16 millimeter or 8 millimeter Super 8 or 8 millimeter reels of just like, 6 minutes or 12 minutes of whatever, of a sexy woman getting undressed or something, or getting dressed, being nude, and then getting whatever. Very simple, like really no plots to speak of. They were purely for titillation purposes and quite popular at stag parties. So anyway, this has 64 minutes of them, and apparently Pete Walker directed them all. Man, is there anything that guy didn't do in terms of like, I just want to shock everybody in every conceivable way I can. So anyway, a very nice collection of some very cool rarities. And, I'd say definitely a must for any fans of Pete Walker who kind of want to see his, beginnings. And there we go. That is Jezebel and Jess. I will put this there. Yeah, so if we look at the spines, sorry, if I just grab the spines for the Jezebel collection, I mean, you can see that there was some consistency in branding there, but it's annoying how they were so inconsistent with the spine numbers. So, anyway, these are all the movies that were supposed to be in that collection. 2 that I had to get from BFI, and the rest from Kino Lorber. 1 is a re-release, and only 2 have spine numbers. So I guess this was the only other Kino one. I don't know if it had a spine number. And that's going to bug me forever. I'll probably find out at some point. Anyway, cool. There you go. So that wraps up the Redemption Films collection. Kinda. Because since those came out, Indicator Films overseas got a hold of a bunch of them and did whole new transfers in 4K. Let's check them out in the next part of the biggest horror update ever. I don't know, we're gonna fucking put these. Alright, well, just. Okay. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 38 of the biggest horror update ever. Well, over the past couple of sections, we took a look at the Redemption Film Collection from Kino Lorber, and then we looked at further films by Jess Franco, who was featured quite heavily in the Redemption Films Collection, as well as the Jezebel Collection, which was put out by the same folks, and again featured many of the same directors, but focusing more on the erotic and sexploitation side of things. Well, this time around, yet more things that sprung from the Redemption Films Collection, specifically a whole bunch of films that were re-released by Indicator in beautiful, fully remastered 4K editions. Well, I couldn't pass those up. Yeah, I don't mind a double dip when it's worth it, you know what I'm saying? So let's check them out today on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. So, as you have come to learn over the course of this update, Indicator Films is a boutique label that I've come to really like a lot. For a few reasons. I mean, first off, they put out beautiful editions of films with really nice transfers, usually loads of extras, multiple cuts if they're available. Like, they really go out of their way to give everything the royal treatment. A number of sections ago, we saw all the various Hammer horror releases I picked up from them. Well, while I was picking up those, I discovered... Well, while I was picking up those, I was also in the process of collecting all the Redemption Films titles, and was quite delighted to see that they had picked up a bunch of them, not with the Redemption Films branding, just the films themselves, and done beautiful deluxe edition 4K remasters of a whole stack of them. Very specifically, the films of Jean Rollin. So let's take a look. I got all of them. In no particular order, we have Girls Without Shame, which is actually Schoolgirl Hitchhikers, which you might remember from the previous section. So, here we go. Girls Without Shame. It says, Who Robbed the Robbers? Yeah, so, new uncut 4K HDR restoration of Jeune Fille Impudique, Girls Without Shame, a.k.a. Schoolgirl Hitchhikers, the 1973 erotic crime caper directed by Jean Rollin under the pseudonym Michel Gentil. Oh, I wonder, was this... No, this wouldn't have been when he was blacklisted. The 4K UHD world premiere is presented with Dolby Vision in a strictly limited individually numbered edition that contains an array of extras, including the rare 1972 Joël Coeur short Sexana, and a lavish 80-page book. So how cool is that? I'm not going to read all the particulars of all of them because there's just way too much to go into, but you may notice I haven't opened this yet. because I feel that these collector's editions, these limited editions, are worthy of closer looks and unboxings, so we will take a look at them together. So these are all limited numbered editions. I got really lucky with this one. Got number 123 of 6,000. How cool is that? Very nice. Always nice to get those low numbers. And once again, much like the Redemption Films covers, doing just sort of nice pictures from the movie, essentially, that sort of evoke some of the imagery of the movie. Very cool. Well, evoke the tone of the movie. Next up, we have the Iron Rose. Another limited edition. This one's from 1973, and I got number 137 of 6,000. Yeah, most of these, once I saw they were doing them, I got caught up on the ones that had come out. They had just started putting them out when I started collecting them, so I got really lucky. I kind of almost got in on the ground floor. They had, I think, 4 out by that point, and the rest of them were pre-orders that I just grabbed as they came out, essentially. So I was able to get pretty lucky with the numbers. Next up, this is the only one I opened because, as I mentioned, Luke and I watched it. We have 2 Orphan Vampires. And there we go. Our disorder is mad poetry. So a little later in the release for this one, we got number 3,323 of 6,000. I think this is also one of his more popular films, so very cool. But yeah, just to give you some idea of what these are like, since we have this one open. So they all have digipacks like this. Very nice. Any picture underneath? Yeah, we've got a little picture underneath there. Quite lovely. And then they also all come with these books. Square-bound books. Loaded with stuff. Oh, boobs. Hold on. More boobs. Here we go. So they got, you know, lots of photos from the film and tons and tons of writing about the films. And this goes for every single one of them without exception. So that's another reason to get the limited editions, is not just that you get these nice hardbox editions of them that are not overly huge. They're actually quite shelf friendly. When you take the J card off, and you can just slip that inside the case there. You take the J card off, it basically, you know, it's a little bit thicker than a keep case. It's maybe about the same thickness as a UK keep case. But, you know, very, very nice, sturdy packaging. Next up, oh, when is this one from? 1997, I think? Yeah, 1997. And as I mentioned earlier, well, in the previous section, that's one, or a couple sections ago, that's one of the first ones, if not the first one he did after coming off of the blacklist at the time. So next up, from 1981, we have The Escapees. There you go. Somewhere there is a place for them. Once again, limited edition. This time we got 4,943 of 6,000. So we were cutting it a little close on this one. Yeah, I think this was one of the ones that had already come out and I was playing catch up. Next up we have, from 1980, Night of the Hunted. You got a nice painted cover on that one. And this one we got, oh, really cut it close on this one. Number 5,522 of 6,000. So, there we go. And this is the U.S. release. They do actually do U.S. releases as well. They've started to distribute in the U.S. For the most part, though, I tend to go with the U.K. releases. Just, I don't know, out of purity. Oh, another one with Brigitte Lahaye. We have Fascination. Very nice. And this is number 3,774 of 6,000. Should mention, Indicator has spine numbers for everything they do, but they don't seem to release them consecutively. I've noticed that yeah, I don't know what the logic is with those, but yeah, whatever. I'm not too concerned about it. Next up, we have Lips of Blood from, it doesn't, well, there's a label over the year, so I can't see when it came out. 1974, there it is, the copyright date. And this is number 5117 of 6,000. The nice thing about these, though, is if you miss out on, say, the US one, you can usually still get the UK one, or vice versa. So they have pretty high print runs being limited editions. Next we have the Demoniacs. Devilish Virgins. And this is number 2020 of 6,000. Very cool. Yeah, and you can see I got the UK edition of this. It has the ratings sticker on it. Sexual violence, strong sex, and nudity. Awesome. I like all of those things. And then next up we have Requiem for a Vampire. Oh, sorry, the Demoniacs is from 1974. Lips of Blood, also 1974. And Requiem for a Vampire, we have number 4,860 of 6,000. Kind of surprised I got such a high number. I put in my pre-order pretty early for this one. Anyway, yeah, from 1972. Two young virgins offered to monsters in the Chateau of Orgies. Excellent. Next up, we have The Shiver of the Vampires. A world of sex and violence. This is number 3,526 of 6,000. Yeah, they've actually been doing higher print runs for their 4Ks lately. The Blu-ray editions usually are limited to 5,000 now. So that's interesting. And this is from 1971. Really nice painted cover on that. So some of them, as you can see, just do kind of the Redemption Films thing of having a still from the movie, and others use poster art. So, very nice. And then next up we have The Nude Vampire. Another painted cover on that. The Mysteries of the Suicide Cult. This one's from 1970 and is number 3,843 of 6,000. And the corner got a little dinged there. That's kind of annoying. I must have ordered it from Amazon, because when I order direct from Indicator, that never happens. Which I generally do now. And then we have The Rape of the Vampire, which we talked about before. The Diabolical Resurrection. Contains sexualized violence. And it's number 1922 of 6,000. 1922, the year Nosferatu came out. Yes, I'm a nerd. Anyway. Oh, sorry, 6,000 4Ks and 4,000 Blu-rays for the UK and US. Interesting. That's still quite a high number. And then finally, last but most certainly not least, we have actually not shit. Oh yeah, no, this was part of the Redemption Films. And finally, last but most certainly not least, I think this is one of the ones I kind of gushed over in the Redemption Films collection, because it was by good old Enzo G. Castellari. We have Cold Eyes of Fear. There you go. And this one's from 1971. And there we go. Yeah, scored by Ennio Morricone. Yeah, we talked about this one before. So, yeah, so got beautiful deluxe edition of that one, too. And this is number 2,206 of 6,000. And there we go. So that's pretty much everything that Indicator has re-released that was previously part of the Redemption Films collection. Primarily the cinema of Jean Rollin and a lot of his notable horror films and thrillers. and then the one by Enzo Castellari. So I don't know how many more they're going to pick up. Lately, they've been focusing on a lot of Ozploitation stuff, which I did pick up a couple that looked interesting, and we'll take a look at those in the next section. But for the most part, this seems to be it so far. I mean, I know Jean Rollin has done a lot more movies than that, so I know a lot of other fans of his work are kind of wondering if Indicator's going to release any more. But it may also be just a matter of what kind of elements are available. I mean, obviously they want to do nice deluxe 4K sets like this, but if there isn't suitable source elements available, what are you going to do? Like, I know a lot of the Redemption titles were sourced from prints rather than from negatives, because it was all they had, whether they be interpositives or maybe even theatrical prints in some cases. You know, a lot of these films were not, you know, archived well, so they, in a lot of cases, we're fortunate to be able to see them at all. And this is something I've talked about several times over the course of this update series, and that is that the boutique labels often rescue films from just being lost forever. And sometimes, in a lot of cases, like a lot of these films, a lot of the Redemption films, the prints were just lost for the longest time and found in the most obscure locations, you know. So it's great that these labels exist to help rescue these movies so we can all enjoy them and preserve them for all time. And even better when they're able to preserve them in 4K, because, I mean, that's essentially getting near film quality for your home theater. So that is almost it for the Redemption Films collection and related stuff. Well, actually, I think that is it for that, but we have a whole bunch of other limited editions and related things that I picked up from Indicator around the same time I got these, because they looked interesting. And, well, we'll check those out in the next section. What? 1, 2, 3. 3 to go. 3. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think we'll go there. And these ones, it's AGFA. We'll do that. Okay. Oh, that's, yeah, I think that's why. No, that's something else. I was thinking of something else. Anyway. Let's do that. So we'll start with these. So we'll start with some fairly innocuous stuff and just get gradually more filthy as we go. Perfect. Ugh. Yes, the next one will be more stuff from Indicator. That'll be fairly short because I don't have any descriptions on the back. Then we have the last of the erotic stuff, some of which is just full-on porn. But porn with a purpose. Most of it is horror porn, so that's an interesting side of the genre you don't see very often. And then and some other notable exploitation film classics in there. And then finally, we get into the Dan Curtis collection, which is quite sizable. especially physically. Not just the F tapes. No, these are quite different from today's stuff. You like a lot of them you can legitimately watch for the plot or for the comedy or whatever. It's not just about the sex scenes. You know, some of them would have actual production value to them, you know, and actual acting. So it's like, that guy can really act, and he's got a huge cock. Wow. Some guys just have it all, man, I'm telling you. Some guys have all the luck, all the blessings. But, the last one in the stack there, the final porn one, is actually quite an impressive addition, and kind of a cool sounding movie. Like Willem Dafoe. Yeah, there you go. See? He's a fine actor and hung like a horse. He could have been a porn superstar if he wanted to be. Could have been the next Jamie Gillis. Oh, mercy. I'm looking at all this stuff and I'm legitimately wondering how the fuck I'm going to incorporate it into the shelves. I think I need to reorganize the shelves completely, like from the ground up. Right now, essentially, I moved the stacks into two locations. One is on top of the freezer. The other is on the coffee table over there. The coffee table is all the closer look stuff. The freezer is all the singles. And then some are on the shelves in temporary spots. But, distractingly large? What? Is that a reference to something that I have forgotten? Is that how those who worked with Willem Dafoe described his mammoth member? It was distractingly large. Speaking of Willem Dafoe, well, and actually Willem Dafoe being nude in some scenes, I picked up the 4K of The Lighthouse recently. Looking forward to revisiting that one. I remember really liking that. Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson both slowly go insane for 2 hours. And you get to see mermaid vagina. Oh, that's where you put it. Interesting. When a director worked with Will... Oh, is that what it was? He was distractingly large. I'm sure that comment delighted Willem to no end. So, oh, thank you. It reminds you of that scene in Birdman where Michael Keaton is chewing out Ed Norton about having a massive erection on stage, and all he hears is, "Massive? Really? You think so?" ready to go. Can we bring it home, folks? It's almost 3 in the morning. Good Lord. I don't even know when Cass is coming tomorrow. Oh, I read that you said Jesus. I read it as genus. Is that like a Jesus penis? A genus? It's like something in the book I'm reading right now, which is the original Richard Matheson novel of Hell House that the movie Legend of Hell House was based on. And one of the ideas of it is that this was like a kind of a Hellfire Club situation, but where it was just a constant, endless house full of depravity. And one of the things in it is there's a chapel in the house, like it's a mansion, right? There's an actual chapel in there, and they have a crucifix of like a life-size depiction of Jesus. But when you look more closely, you realize it's a naked Jesus with a massive erection. Like just the most profane shit. And there's like murals on the walls depicting priests and nuns just having wild orgies, their faces twisted in manic lust. And yeah, just as profane as possible, as blasphemous as possible. Like this was a house of pure evil, you know. So, oh, is it Lars von Trier? Antichrist, that's one I still have to see. I've heard that one's really good. I forgot Willem Dafoe was in that. Lars von Trier. Hey, sweetie. How you doing? Where'd all the stuff go? You don't have stacks of Blu-rays to rub your face all over and potentially knock over anymore. What are you going to do? Spring, spring. Why is your tail going spring, spring? And now you're just licking your butthole. Great. Yeah, I forgot Richard Matheson adapted his own novel. Like, he actually wrote the screenplay for the movie as well, which would explain why it's so faithful to the book. But, you know, even though the movie came out in 1973, it was a British film, and I imagine they didn't want it to be quite as graphic as the book gets at times, so they toned it down slightly. It's more just kind of suggested or implied a lot of the time, but enough to get the point across. Is that a fart? Not me, from Rose's room. What you doing? It's being all floppy and cute. Silly kitty. Hi. Hi. You're all ups down. You're ups down. Yeah. Falling asleep? You're just gonna sleep right there? She flopped on the floor next to me where all the Blu-rays were, and she's just like passing out. Is that all you wanted? You just wanted that space? Hmm? Oh, no. She's on alert again. I don't know. Oh, anyway, I should get up. Oh, stretch the legs. Have a short break. Oh. And then we'll do the last of the Indicator limited editions, and then the big stack of filth. Awesome. What everyone's been looking forward to. Got a huge stack of filth. The filthiest filth. You're going to love it. And most of it is horror. Or horror related. But there's a few that are just horror. Alright, see you shortly.
But it's not having any effect. Is it shift? No. Is it alt? No. god. It's because the keyboard in front of me is for the other computer. There we go. Okay, hold on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, just leave it on the train tracks. Perfect. Scully?
What?
Oh, oh, I'm so glad that actually had an impact. That was amazing.
I have to circle before.
Who's what? What are you snickering about? Share the humor.
I just thinking at you guys. That sounds so enthusiastic.
Oh, just our enthusiasm.
I was making fun of him, sounding unenthusiastic.
Did you say you were making fun of me?
I don't think so.
I was making fun of him. I'm gonna back. You can relax now. Daddy's got you. Alright, so we got our picture, and I'm going to put it over on the other side as I'm talking.
Fucking doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis. I guess
like I said, fucking doctor.
Fucking doctor. Fucking doctor. Fucking doctor. Fucking doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit. Fucking doctor. Fucking doctor.
Frickin' doctor. Frickin' doctor. Frickin' doctor. Jesus, I can't even see what's going on.
Fucking Emperor Palpatine here. Let me just see what I've got here. Maybe I've got a scroll for
something.
Something.
Resisting electricity would probably be a good one. But I never have any of those. I never use any of them. I usually just sell them. Like, it's so specific. Fuck that. I'm never gonna need that.
All those resist shock potions.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll go through these in a little bit. Anyway, I should go. So I'm gonna go. I'm going now. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Thankful. Okay, I've done that part.
Yes.
And what was the story that I so rudely interrupted?
Twice, yes. It's not a big deal. I was simply making a remark.
Oh.
It wasn't the whole story.
Oh. What was the remark?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there's people right here. Well, I got destroyed.
Me too. It's all up to you, Gerald.
Nice! Nice! Res. See? Carlatin can't even type it without crooning. graciously. There you go. Oh, you got the Oblivion remastered. Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to get that because I never actually finished Oblivion. I really enjoyed it, though. I played it quite a bit on the PS3. She says was just playing the Oblivion remaster, and I just picked up my birth sign when the Emperor and his guards just would not move. I tried talking to them, and they were like, "There's no time. We have to move." But they wouldn't move. Get out of the way, Emperor! Get out of the way, Emperor! Emperor, get out of the way! Oh, what I wouldn't give for a Fuz Roda right now. That's hilarious. Are you fucking serious?
Come on, we're leaving now.
Oh god, that clip. Interrupted by the ad right in the middle of the dramatic scene. Alright. Excuse me, sweetie. Don't worry, I won't step on you. I have a loaf keeping me company. Hi, sweetie. Hi. She's so happy to have that little patch of carpet recovered after it being full of stuff for literal months. I mean, just look at this. Look at that. You remember how much stuff was in that corner? This whole corner was full, like right to the back, with Blu-rays and stuff. And we have gone through all of it. We're in the final stretch here, folks. This is it. We're almost done. Well, almost done the filming part anyway. The editing is going to take a while. Yes. At the moment, I'm halfway through part 3. So we've got a ways to go yet. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 39 of the biggest horror update ever. We're coming into the home stretch now. We're almost done. Can you believe it? I tell you, it was beginning to feel like we'd never get there, but we're almost there. Hang in there, folks. We're almost done, I promise. So this time around, another fairly short one, just to kind of finish off a section, specifically of some more collector's editions, some more limited editions from Indicator Films. So these ones weren't re-releases of Redemption Films titles or anything like that. They were just other limited editions that looked interesting, so I picked them up. Let's check them out today on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Take care not to trip over the loaf. Yeah. Also, I've been doing the thumbnails as we go, so I can keep track of the, like, what number section we're in. Okay, so we're on to the last batch of limited editions from Indicator Films, and there's one from another label, but it's related to one of the Indicator Films titles, so here we go. So first up, not a big box set edition, some of them aren't, but we have Sarah Douglas and Julian Glover in The Brute. Yeah, so this is one of their sort of regular limited editions, where it's got kind of Criterion style packaging, and look on the back there, very nice. And then inside, what's notable about it is you get a book with it. So very similar to the hardbox editions, but it's a smaller book. But yeah, so quite nice. And this is from 1977. The film Women's Lib, forced out of the cinema. Yeah. Again, because it's Indicator, they don't have descriptions on the back, so I can't really tell you much about what it's about. But I gather that this is, if I remember correctly, the story of kind of an abusive relationship. So I expect it to be quite harrowing. But Julian Glover is an actor I've always liked, and Sarah Douglas, I mean, come on, Ursa from Superman 2. Stunning. She was also in, what was it, one of the Dracula movies. Oh, it's the Jack Palance one. The Jack Palance Dracula movie. She was one of the brides of Dracula. Yeah, strapping young Sarah Douglas. Very nice. So this has two cuts of the film. The more explicit export cut, which is 90 minutes, and the uncensored UK version under its pre-release title, The Brute Syndrome, which is 89 minutes. Interesting. So, uncensored or more explicit? Well, which wouldn't the more explicit be less censored? I don't know. Anyway, it has both versions of the movie and loads of extras. And it is a limited edition of 2,000 copies. And this is the US edition, specifically. And it doesn't seem to be numbered. Who knows? I got something of 2,000. Anyway, cool. Next up, back to the hardbox editions, we have... Yeah, this is one of the Ozploitation ones I was talking about. It just looked really cool. And I love this cover art. We have Harlequin. Is he the new Messiah or a demon from another world? I don't know. Either way, sounded pretty cool. So, yeah, lately they've been focusing on a lot of different Ozploitation ones. But, I don't know, only a few of them really sort of leapt out at me, so I didn't go for all of them. So this is from 1980, and I got really lucky with this. It's number 209 of 6,000. I was actually quite surprised I got such a low number, because I thought I was actually going to miss this one, because I was quite late in getting it. But I guess they're just not flying off the shelves, so I don't know, I'm not going to complain. So this one... yeah, I mean, has a ton of extras. No alternate cuts or anything like that, but yeah, very cool. What does it say? Infrequent, strong bloody violence and moderate threat. Well, at least the strong buddy violence, like a buddy cop movie, a buddy violence movie, is infrequent. Wouldn't want it too frequent now. And next up, oh, a nice vampire movie here. We have Thirst. These are all 4K, by the way. This one is, The Brute is not, it's Blu-ray, but the other, I think it's just Blu-ray, isn't it? Yeah, it's just Blu-ray. Region free, though. And then Thirst is 4K, Harlequin is 4K. I guess the 4K editions they're doing in the hard boxes to make them a little more special. And again, quite late to the party, but number 226 of 6,000. So I'm okay, sure. I'm happy to get a low number. Very cool. Yeah, and all of these have the 80-page square-bound book and stuff, very similar to the Two Orphan Vampire set. They're all the same format, basically. You get an 80-page book and a digipack, and there you go. This one's from 1979. Yeah, 1979 was a great year for genre film, I find. Good stuff. And then we have Bruiser, which is a George Romero film. I should have included this in the George Romero section. I forgot about this one. Yeah, very cool. Always glad to get more Romero in the collection. There we go. I mean, just look at that imagery. That just looks chilling. Revenge has no face. And this is number 1,598 of 5,000 in this case. Yeah. Were these 6? These were 6,000. Yeah. Interesting. I don't know why that got. I mean, that's a George Romero film. You'd think that would have a higher print run, be bigger demand. I don't know. What do I know? Next up, we have another Ozploitation one, 1979's Snapshot. There you go. The click of a fashion photographer's camera started her on a career that led to terror and death. So, also from 1979, number 3,467 of 6,000. And it looks like this one has 2 different cuts. We have a 4K. Okay, brand new 4K restoration from the original negative by Powerhouse Films. That's Indicator's parent company. Of the theatrical cut, which is 93 minutes. And the extended director's cut, incorporating the best surviving standard definition materials at 105 minutes. So 12-minute difference there. Pretty impressive. And I like that they're not afraid to drop in standard definition stuff to make the extended cuts when that's all that's available. I found other boutique labels, Scream Factory, are really reticent to do that sometimes, and it drives me nuts. It's just do the thing. Just give us the cut. We'll take it in any quality. Just give us what is available. It doesn't have to be perfect as long as it's complete. We're not that picky. Anyway, next up we have Patrick, which, Patrick is nearly dead, and still he kills. So he's this weird bug-eyed guy confined to a bed, yet he's able to kill people from his battle affairs, like psychic powers or what. Wow, okay. This has 3 versions of the movie. Also 4K. So let's see. We have 3 presentations of the film. The original Australian theatrical version, which is 113 minutes. The shortened, redubbed U.S. theatrical cut, 97 minutes. Oh, and the Italian language version featuring an alternative score by prog rock legends Goblin, presented with English subtitles for the first time, and it's 102 minutes. That is so cool. Yeah, so this is definitely this is a cult favorite that I hadn't actually heard of before, and when I saw it, I read up a little bit about it, and it sounded like a lot of fun. So yeah, very cool. And this is from 1978. I almost missed it too. Number 5,392 of 6,000. Yeah. So I don't know if they do 6,000 for the U.S. and 6,000 for the U.K. So actually 12,000. Because it seems to list them all separately and have them all. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like a massive print run to me for a limited edition. When you look at other labels like Scream Factory, they'll do 1,000. And you're just lucky if you get it, I hate that. Anyway, I'm not complaining. It just makes it easier to get. Next up, we have Black Magic Rights, which I think, was this one in the Redemption Collection? I think this might have been in the Redemption Collection. Anyway, again, almost missed it. We got number 5,383 of 6,000. This one's from 1973, a little bit of erotic horror. And yeah, loads of extras, again. Very nice. And, I should mention, related to Patrick, there was a sequel made by not the original filmmakers called Patrick Still Lives. This was put out by Severin. Very nice. And you need to know this time Patrick will kill you. And there we go. Nice limited edition slipcover there. And this is by Mario Landi. Forbidden to minors under 18. Well, wouldn't that be all minors under 18? I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, shortly after the exploitation shocker Patrick became a worldwide hit, producer Gabriele Crisanti of Burial Ground, screenwriter Piero Regnoli, Nightmare City, and director Mario Landi, Giallo in Venice, went way beyond unofficial sequel or unauthorized remake to instead create this mind-boggling example of Italian exploitation that has to be seen to be believed. So, there you go. Needless to say, I'll be double billing this with the original. So it is one of those absolutely not authorized sequels. So obviously I had to get that. So we'll put that together with the other Patrick there. Yeah, that slipcase totally goes in between the hard boxes nicely, doesn't it? Last but not least, I mean, I had to get this one because I'm a huge Batman fan. We have The Batwoman, which is nothing to do with Batman other than, you know, a blatant knockoff. So this is, I think it's like a Mexican lucha film. Yeah, 1968 sun-splashed blend of action and science fiction. There you go. Maura Monti stars as the masked and bikini-clad crime-fighting wrestler. It is a lucha film. Blessed with bat powers and Bond gadgets. Well, there you go. So, couldn't resist that. It just looked batshit insane. And, yeah, it's number 2,975 of 8,000. That's like almost not even limited. Like, why even bother? Anyway, yes. 1968, Mexico. 80 minutes. As the original Spanish mono audio. Yeah, all of these 4K releases are mastered from the original negatives as well. Do I have... There's one other one I need to find. I don't know where it's disappeared to. But it's kind of related to the Batwoman thing. But I'll see if I can find it and I'll include it in the next section because it's kind of more related to that section anyway. Well, that is it for the last of the Indicator Films Collector's Editions. Needless to say, I will be picking up more of these at some point. I'm just kind of, you know, being a little more picky and choosy now that we've, you know, finished up all the Redemption Film stuff. And anything from that line that gets 4K re-releases, I will definitely double dip on just to experience that wonderful selection of exploitation, horror, and related stuff in the best possible editions. Plus, I mean, it's not just about the transfers with these, it's also about the wealth of extras, which, as lovely as the Redemption Films is, and as much as some of those releases really went above and beyond, I gotta be honest, like, these Indicator collector sets are just vastly superior. Much like how their Hammer re-releases just blew the Mill Creek releases out of the water. So, yeah, I'm really, really loving Indicator Films, I gotta tell you. Great stuff. Alright. Yeah, I gotta find... Fuck, where did I put it? Is it over here? It might be in this stack over here. I don't know. I gotta see if I can find it for the next section. Recording? Yeah. Now, where the fuck did I put Bat Pussy? I need to find Bat Pussy. Bat Pussy is important. There's Bat Pussy over here. Where the fuck is Bat Pussy? I need Bat Pussy. Where is Bat Pussy hiding? No. No. Seriously, where the fuck is it? It's supposed to be in the erotica section. Might be over there somewhere. So I know I like pulled it off the shelf and I think I was showing you guys and talking about it at one point. And I don't know where the fuck I put it. It might be in this stack somewhere. I mean, it should stand out fairly well because it's like a bright neon pink spine. Oh, wait a second. Is that it? Like right at the bottom? Fuck's sake. Hold on. No! Oh, that was close. Okay. Alright, we got some westerns. Is this it? I think I found it. Yes. Why the fuck did I put it all the way at the bottom? Did I might have done an update featuring it. I honestly can't remember. Anyway. Found it. Good. We have Bat Pussy. Can't live without Bat Pussy. It's such a strange movie. Wow, and there's two versions, two cuts. Excellent. Yes, she rides to the crime scene on a bouncing exercise ball. Oh, that would have been a disaster if we'd somehow overlooked Bat Pussy. Like, oh my god. I would have had to just quit the whole thing right then and there. That's it. No Bat Pussy? Oh no, never mind. We're done. Forget it. I quit. I just gotta figure out where to integrate it into... I know, I'll put it right before the Ed Wood stuff. That works. I find it funny that the only Ed Wood movies that are on Blu-ray are like basically his porn. Well, they're not like strictly porn, but they're like definitely the lower end of his, you know, the ones with the least artistic integrity. That's right. Well, Bat Pussy barely even qualifies as smut. It's just such an odd movie. And it's hilariously awful. Did I just start the recording? Yes. Okay. What are you doing down there? What are you doing? Hey, psst. Psst. Not here, please. Don't go rolling all over the power cable. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 40 of the biggest horror update ever. This time around, we got quite a mix. Now, we've looked at quite a lot of exploitation horror and sort of 70s Euro sleaze and just full-on sexploitation stuff. So, where do you go from there? Well, the only place really to go from there is to go even filthier. So this time we're going to look at the absolute cornucopia of the creme de la cum shot of filth that I picked up in this whole big horror binge. Now, of course, most of it is... I say creme de la cream pie. Yeah. So where do you go from there? Except even filthier. Yes. So this time around, we'll be taking a look at the last of the exploitation horror and just spiraling right down the rabbit hole of moral bankruptcy into the absolute filthiest of filth. The absolute creme de la creme pie of filth from the 70s and 80s. So it's actually, you know, still qualifies as pretty decent, entertaining movies. Yeah, I don't know what else I can say about it except let's get started. So come with me. So come along, if you dare, to those seedy, underground, back alley movie theaters of yesteryear for the finest in smut, with a decided sci-fi and horror slant to it, of course. I mean, hey, we got to keep it relevant, right? Today, on the biggest horror update ever, the biggest, longest, hardest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Hold on. Today, on the biggest, longest, hardest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Perfect timing for the cat to be licking itself into oblivion as I'm talking about smut. No, not right now, sweetie. Come on. Just immediately flopped and is being all cute. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, little purr machine. I'll give her some love because she wants love. Oh. Oh. Ow. What are you doing? Don't be all sharp. Ugh. Yeah. Genre? You mean genre? Yeah. Alrighty, so at the end of the last section, I promised you another oddball title that was Batman related. You ready for this? From AGFA and Something Weird Video, we have the nearly lost, but thankfully recovered and saved for all time, of Bat Pussy. This is such an oddball movie. I don't even know how to describe this. I have watched this. It is absolutely insane. But, let me just read the back here to you. Director unknown. Year 1970-something. There was no information on the print that was discovered. There wasn't even a title. They decided to call it Bat Pussy because that's the name of the titular heroine of the film. It's only 52 minutes long. There's 2 versions on here. One restored from a 2017 preservation from Something Weird's 16mm print, and then a 2022 preservation from a newly discovered 16mm print, none of which were fully complete, but it's as complete as it's ever likely to be seen. The citizens of Gotham, with a U, city, are under attack by smut filmmakers, and only one hero can help. Bat Pussy, played by Dora Dildo, hangs out in her secret headquarters, aka an outhouse, when her twat begins to twitch, warning her of imminent crime. When Bat Pussy hops on her holy hippity hop to foil the grotesque sex schemes of an unhappily married couple, Buddy and Sam. Considered to be the first adult film parody, Bat Pussy is a sublime yet nightmarish extraterrestrial experience made by outlaw filmmakers who remain unidentified to this day. AGFA and Something Weird are thrilled to present a brand new preservation of Bat Pussy, complete with newly discovered footage and the original long-lost ending, along with a utility belt full of extras. Shit. Yeah, this movie is hilarious. So basically the idea is like, oh, people can't be fucking in my city, so she goes off to put a stop to the fucking, and that they're supposedly making like a porno movie. But there's like, yes, there's nudity in this, but there's like no sex. It's just like that faux early 70s sexploitation sex where like people are naked but like just rolling around on the bed. Yeah, I think the general rules for sort of softcore stuff was it had to be soft. Like you could show full frontal nudity and whatnot, but the guy couldn't be sporting a raging erection, so he's like just endlessly flaccid. And they couldn't have any actual fucking. That was right out. So they would just kind of like roll around on the bed a lot and, you know, pretend they were fucking. It's just weird. Anyway, in addition to Bat Pussy, we have some super smut shorts from Bat Pussy HQ, such as Batty Man and Rubin Meet Dick Nose, A Trip to the Storefront Theater, and a bonus movie, Robot Love Slaves from 1971. Yeah, and a whole bunch of trailers and all kinds of other stuff. And you have essays about the film, about how it was discovered, and everything. The thing that's hilarious about this is the 2 sort of villains in it are the aforementioned unhappily married couple. And they basically spend the entire movie not having sex and just like arguing and bitching with each other for an hour until Bat Pussy shows up and it becomes an orgy. And she just joins in the bitching and complaining. It is the most unsexy sex film I think I've ever seen, but it is legitimately hilarious in how ridiculous it is and how shamelessly awful it is. Even the cat's saying, like, wow, this thing's crazy. But if you look here, this picture here, I'll see if I can get a zoom in on it for you. Yeah, she spends like 75% of the movie bouncing on this exercise ball very awkwardly, falling off of it half the time, racing to the scene. And yeah, anyway, Bat Pussy is frickin' hilarious. It's put out by AGFA and distributed by Vinegar Syndrome. You can find it on their Melusine page, which is basically their erotic films and porn. So had to give that a little showcase because it's just so odd. Next up, this is probably one of the tamer ones out of the bunch, but I didn't really have another section to put it in, and I picked it up fairly recently. By Jack Hill, we have Switchblade Sisters from 1975. There we go. This is a lovely edition from Arrow Video that just came out fairly recently. No, 2021. Never mind. I picked it up fairly recently. But, yeah, basically a girl gang street. Basically a girl gang movie. So I don't have a lot of girl gang movies. But Jack Hill was the director of Spider Baby, Coffee, Foxy Brown, and the swinging cheerleaders. So, yeah, the guy knows the genre, and he's one of the kings of it. So I thought this would be a good one to pick up. And I seem to recall hearing that this was like one of the better ones. Yeah, filled with sharp, clever dialogue and tongue-in-cheek humor. The Shakespeare-influenced girl gang, women in prison action movie medley is a stone-cold grindhouse classic. So, yeah, cool. Shakespeare-influenced, eh? Okay, I'll buy that, and lots of extras on here as well. Very cool. Nice. I'm guessing there was a slipcover for this originally, because there is it does have reversible artwork on the cover there. Next up, one thing I've always been kind of surprised by, and I don't know why, because I thought most of his movies were in the public domain, or at least fairly cheaply available. Why is there so little Ed Wood on Blu-ray? Like, seriously. In terms of, like, all-time great bad directors, Ed Wood is the king of them all. Why is there so little Ed Wood on Blu-ray? And why is the only Ed Wood that is on Blu-ray his porn films? Anyway, I got the ones that I could find. We have Orgy of the Dead from 1965. And, yeah, there you go. I don't know why so little is, yeah, so newly scanned and restored in 2K from the 35mm camera negative. This was put out by Vinegar Syndrome. From the mind of Ed Wood comes Orgy of the Dead. Horror novelist John and his girlfriend Shirley are taking a night drive in search of an eerie graveyard that will hopefully inspire John to come up with his next story, but instead stumble into the wild rituals conducted by the Dark Master and his faithful servants. Taken prisoner, they're forced to watch the shocking rites unfold as they await their fate. Written by the venerable Ed Wood and directed by cult movie maverick A.C. Stephen. Lighting and camera assistance from Ted V. Mickles from the Doll Squad. A.C. Stephen did Fugitive Girls. And starring Criswell. Good old Criswell. Plan 9 from Outer Space. Orgy is a campy, sexy, and thoroughly outrageous gem from the height of the nudie cutie period, and is proudly presented by Vinegar Syndrome on Blu-ray for the first time in a brand new 2K restoration with the original 35mm camera negative. So, there you go. Very cool. So I guess not strictly porn, but definitely a little racier than some of his other, you know, his sci-fi and horror stuff. Next up, we have Take It Out in Trade. Yes, one of Ed's later films, I believe. When was this from? 1970, yeah. So, preserved from the only 16mm film print in existence. So that's pretty cool. Again, preserving the rarities. It's from AGFA. And Something Weird, distributed through Vinegar Syndrome. So Ed Wood was the filmmaker behind Plan 9 from Outer Space and Glen or Glenda. Why aren't those on Blu-ray? That's like two very notable films. The author of hundreds of novels and a pallbearer at Bela Lugosi's funeral, Wood fought in the Pacific Ocean Theater during World War II while wearing a bra and panties under his uniform. Basically, there will never be another hero like Ed Wood, and there will never be another movie like Take It Out in Trade. Once thought lost, this surreal sexploitation detective comedy would feel right at home on a triple bill with John Waters' Multiple Maniacs and Russ Meyer's The Immoral Mr. Tease. With delirious narration by Wood himself, positive depictions of LGBTQ relationships, and a miraculous role by Ed Wood in drag as Alicia, Take It Out in Trade is a joyous swan song from one of the most seminal exploitation filmmakers of all time. I guess this was his last film. So I'd say that's pretty damn notable. Very cool. Yeah, definitely going to enjoy that one. And finally, also from Ed Wood, and the last that I could find, we have The Violent Years. There you go. This is from 1956. So this is actually right in the middle of his sort of golden years. Yeah, there we go. The Violent Years. I shot a cop. So what? This is directed by William Morgan, but I guess written? Yeah, written by Ed Wood. So say the girl gang thrill killers of the violent years. Written by legendary Hollywood outsider Edward D. Wood Jr., Plan 9 from Outer Space, and Glen or Glenda. This is the delirious story of Paula Parkins, a good girl gone bad who leads her degenerate teenage Hellcats down a path of gas station hijackings, pajama party orgies, and cold-blooded murder. From Wood's patently deranged dialogue to the scene where the gang performs a man attack, The Violent Years is an essential expose on crime, gender politics, and sweater stealing. Remember, this is a story of violence. Also includes a bonus movie, Anatomy of a Psycho, preserved from a 35mm theatrical print. And there you go. And has a booklet with vintage ephemera. Very cool. Very nice. And also a selection of gutter noir titles from the Something Weird vaults. And that's all the Ed Wood I could find on Blu-ray. If there's more out there and any of you guys know, please let me know, because I would love to have like a proper Ed Wood collection. Like, I've still got my old DVDs and stuff, and that's fine, but you know, I mean, there's got to be better editions out there, and if not, why not? Like, come on, boutique labels, get on that. Anyway, next up, we got one of the most notorious exploitation films of all time, and actually notable for me personally because it was one of the first ones I ever saw. A friend and I rented it on VHS. We were having a sleepover and wanted some smut to enjoy and or laugh at. And this one kind of stood out from the crowd. And little did I know it already had like a huge reputation and has since become considered, you know, a legendary example of the genre. Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS. We'll just redo that. Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS. The first of a series of, I guess, 4 films that they did, at least with the same filmmakers. And there was countless imitations and whatnot as well, but there's only like 3 or 4 in the actual official series. And yeah, and I don't know if this one kicked off the Nazi exploitation genre, but it was certainly a significant entry in it. It's shocking, it's depraved, and it's also hilarious, actually, in a lot of ways. It's such a strange mix of stuff. Like, how do you even describe it? Anyway, yeah, this is one of the all-time greats of the genre. Now, again, much like you know, nunsploitation, Nazi-sploitation isn't really a genre I'm keen to have a definitive library of. But at the very least, I wanted this one because it was personally significant to me, having been one of the first exploitation films of any kind that I'd ever seen back when I was in my late teens, early 20s. And also because it's so historically notable with the culture and whatnot. So, I'll just read the back here. The textbook example of Nazi exploitation and a cornerstone of the 1970s sexploitation cinema, Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS, dramatizes the atrocities performed by a sadistic commandant, played by Diane Thorne, at a German concentration camp. Ilsa uses male prisoners as sexual playthings and women as subjects of medical torture. Yeah, so there's a reason this is going in the horror section, because the horrific parts are properly horrific in this. Then brutally executes all who fail to satisfy her unholy desires. Despite being condemned by film critic Gene Siskel as the most degenerate picture I have seen, a textbook for rapists and mutilation freaks, Don Edmonds' orgy of violence became a runaway success, immortalizing Thorne as a grindhouse goddess and inspiring 3 sequels and a host of imitations, none of which could rival the shocking depravity of the original. And what's interesting here is they have an audio commentary with Diane Thorne and director Don Edmonds, as well as the producer David F. Friedman, moderated by humorist Martin Lewis. You got another audio commentary by film historians Kat Ellinger and Evgeny Mlodek, and an interview with the director, the theatrical trailer, and stills gallery. Apparently the interviews and commentaries are freaking hilarious, so I'm definitely looking forward to checking those out. So Kino Lorber has actually, and this is a 4K as well, so you get to see Ilsa in 4K. Kino Lorber has also released the next 2 sequels, which I forget what they were. Something about, they're not all Nazi ones though. Like, each one is like sort of a different thing. Like, one of them she's, I think one of them she's like working at a harem for oil sheiks, because that was a big, topical thing of the day. And then another one, she's working in like, that's what it is. She's working in like a Stalin-esque gulag. So very similar themes throughout, but just kind of featuring different cultural stereotypes and tropes. Next up, this is basically just grabbed this one as an addition to all the sexploitation stuff. We got Felicity, which the unrated director's cut of the infamous erotic sensation. Again, just because it was kind of a historically notable one. Also, this particular edition comes with 2 additional movies, so it just seemed like a good value to me. So, there we go. So it comes with, so Felicity was from 1978. According to Playboy magazine, a constant procession of ripe young bodies and moist thighs. Felicity demolishes each barrier of erotica. Excellent. And then we also have the ABCs of Love and Sex from 1978 also, and Australia After Dark from 1975. I wonder if that's like, I think that was another reason I picked it up, was because it had Australia After Dark. I was wondering if it was kind of related to the other ones I got, like London After Dark and so forth. But I know there is an Australia one in that line, like the BFI Flipside line, but I'm not sure if this is the same film. Anyway, it sounded like a fun little addition to the sexploitation collection. Next up, getting back into horror. I've been talking a lot about the old dark house and like the old dark house trope, which we've seen crop up again and again in a lot of the movies that we've been talking about over the course of this update. Well, this is one that just sounded so batshit crazy, I could not resist. From Synapse Films, we have Kurt McDowell's Thundercrack. This is such a weird movie. So it's basically the old dark house if everybody was fucking everybody and masturbating at every opportunity. And and it's just like, it's surreal, it's psychological, it's got this dreamlike quality to it. It really kind of defies description, other than it's like the old dark house trope on freaking acid. I swear, it's like, it's such an odd movie. But it's strangely mesmerizing too. Like when I put it on, I couldn't take my eyes off it. It was just such a strange animal from 1975. So, yeah, and it's a bit of an art film as well. So, okay, listen to this. I don't even know if this will do it justice, but witness if you dare, Thundercrack, the world's only underground kinky art adult horror film, complete with 4 men, 3 women, an insane hostess, and rampaging circus animals. With the initial setup of an atmospheric gothic tale, a dark and stormy night breakdown featuring a creepy old house on the hill, it quickly turns into an eerie orgy of graphic humor, horror, and sex. A tour de force of underground filmmaking with a plot beyond description. This film fully exposes itself with amazing dialogue and trash noir lighting through which to peer at the pickles, the puke, and the polymorphs. In 1975, Kurt McDowell and writer-actor George Kuchar created the exceptionally perverse and utterly brilliant Thundercrack, a film not recommended for those with tender sensibilities. A true cult classic that has shocked, excited, and amazed audiences worldwide for 40 years, this presentation is the first ever North American video release. Now, here's the thing is, does it even mention it here? It doesn't say. New high-definition transfer of Thundercrack and its original film aspect ratio. Well, anyway, this was like a big underground, thing that a lot of people loved. And it was almost a lost film again. So, what was this? Synapse Films. Good old Synapse Films again. Rescuing films left and right. So this was essentially rescued from its, from potential limbo, from the only surviving 16mm elements. And it's so strange. But anyway, I actually really enjoyed this in like a twisted way. And if you can, if you don't mind very unabashed, sex and sexuality, this is a fun, trippy, art house, perverse, trash noir, as they say, take on the old dark house genre, Thundercrack. And it's got a shit ton of extras on here as well. There's actually a feature-length documentary, 87-minute long documentary about it. There's also an audio interview from 1972 with Kurt McDowell on the second audio track, and there's tons of extras. And yeah, the definitive feature-length documentary. Listen to this. On the underground filmmaking twin brothers George and Mike Kuchar features interviews with John Waters, Buck Henry, Adam Agoyan, Christopher Coppola, Guy Madden, Wayne Wang, and more. So, I mean, this is not an unknown or obscure film by any stretch, but it was almost lost until Synapse stepped in. Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it other than that. It's absolutely nuts. But I loved it, and I will very likely watch it again and again. Next up, we dive into some titles from AGFA. First up, we have... Oh, what's this one? It's Lady Street Fighter. No relation to the Sonny Chiba films, by the way. You might be thinking of Sister Street Fighter. This is not that. No, not at all. It is Renee Harmon's Lady Street Fighter. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the guy from one of the most notoriously ridiculous death scenes ever? Is that this movie? I mean, honestly, I'll be totally straight with you. I bought it almost on that basis alone. So, I'll let you know if that's the case. So, Lady Street Fighter from 1977. She makes the bad guys bleed. Written and produced by exploitation demigod Rennie Harmon, who did Frozen Scream, and directed by the legendary James Bryan, who did Don't Go in the Woods. Lady Street Fighter is the story of Linda Harmon, a tough-as-nails karate cop on the trail of ruthless scumbags who murdered her twin sister. From the outrageous fight scenes to Harmon's incredible outfits, this is a joyous blast of no-holds-barred chaos from one of the most unheralded women filmmakers in the history of American cinema. AGFA is thrilled to bring Lady Street Fighter to Blu-ray, complete with drop-kicking extras and Revenge of Lady Street Fighter, Harmon and Bryan's unreleased sequel. How cool is that? So you not only get a nice restoration of the movie, but you get the sequel, which has never been released before. There you go. Lady Street Fighter. Can't go wrong there. Preserved from the only 35mm theatrical print in existence. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, and then Revenge of the Lady Street Fighter was restored from the original 35mm camera negative, so they actually had better elements for the unreleased sequel. Go figure. So, carrying on, let's get back into some horror stuff, shall we? Now, this is a really interesting one that just sounded... Now, I've you know, we've been talking a lot about, like, erotic horror and so forth. Well, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, leans more into the hardcore side as well. So I was really curious to sample some of that and kind of see what it was all about. So this is apparently a big notable one. We have Sex Demon and Other Hauntings. Yes, there we go. So this one is, yeah, very nice slipcovers on these. Distributed through Vinegar Syndrome. So Sex Demon, lost for decades. More film rescue. Sex Demon is an erotic grotesquerie that was openly inspired by The Exorcist and Abby. John gives Jim, his lover, a medallion as an anniversary gift, but all hell breaks loose, literally, when the medallion causes Jim to become possessed by a sex demon and wreak havoc on New York's gay cruising spots. Never released on home video, J.C. Crickett's Sex Demon is a crucial piece of queer horror history that has been preserved from a 16mm release print. Plus, the XXX rated hauntings continue with Deadly Blows, wink wink, and 10:30 p.m. Monday, two formerly lost horror films that also make their uncut home video debuts. In the words of gay scene critic Bruce King, the squeamish may not want to watch, but if you do, you won't forget. Sex Demon. There you go. So that sounds awesome. And again, I'm all about, you know, doing my effort to help support the efforts of preserving rarities and almost lost films like that. So that sounds like a lot of fun. Next up, we have The Monster of Camp... Next up, we have The Monster of Camp Sunshine. Look at this slipcover. Like an old comic ad. Isn't that great? So the Monster of Camp Sunshine, we have another double feature actually. So the Monster of Camp Sunshine, the Monster of Camp Sunshine from 1964, shot by anonymous maniacs in New York. This is a trash art berserker that feels like what would happen if a 1980s slasher was teleported inside of a 1960s nudist film. A nurse and fashion model head to Camp Sunshine for a week of fun, sun, and cigarettes. But little do they know that Hugo, the camp's gardener, has been transformed into an axe-wielding psychopath after drinking radioactive water. Combining experimental visuals with camp flair, this is a crackpot time capsule featuring Monty Python-esque animation, someone named Ron Chaney Jr., and at the end, a brief summary of the movie for those who wish to relive its magic moments. That sounds great. I love it. And then we got a second movie, Honeymoon of Terror from 1961. An early dreamscape from director Peter Perry of My Tale is Hot. Honeymoon of Terror, aka Ecstasy on Lover's Island, is a moody mashup of horror chills and nudie thrills that feels like a Looney Tunes cartoon made for adults. Frank and Marion are newlyweds who embark on their honeymoon to Thunder Island, only to run afoul of a psychotic, club-footed lumberjack with a lust for violence. Both of them are 2K restorations from the original camera negatives. We also have a third movie, a bonus movie called All Men Are Apes, transfers from the original Something Weird SVHS master, and that one's from 1965. So there you go. A nice little triple bill of 60s psychedelic craziness, which just sounds like so much fun. So I'm going to enjoy that. And I think we're close to 30 minutes, so I'm just going to... Hey, Church, you swapped places with Eclipse. Oh, yeah, we're 28-27. Boy, did I ever call that. I know, right? And is it any wonder, like, I bought a frickin' stack of them? Like, whoever writes the copy at Vinegar Syndrome really deserves a raise, because I bought so many titles just based on the descriptions. You know, it just sounded so... They make everything sound like the greatest thing ever. Like, how can you possibly resist? Alright, well... There was some pretty good filth in there, but I think we can go filthier. Hold on to your butts, everybody, because we have a double feature from Vinegar Syndrome's Peakorama label, featuring the legendary Hypatia Lee. I'm looking at the wrong camera. Supposed to be telling them, not you guys. Well, that's a pretty good stack of filth so far, but I think we can go filthier. So, it gives me great pleasure to present a special double feature, special edition, featuring the legendary Hypatia Lee. Yes, porn superstar goddess of the 80s, who would often make movies with her husband directing. So, this is a double feature. We have the Ribald Tales of Canterbury, which is actually a period piece, comedy porn, and we have Tasty. Now, the main reason I got this, much like the reason I got Ilsa, this was one of the first full-length porn movies I ever saw, and that's really it. So Tasty tells the story of Tasty Tastems, who's a star DJ at a... well, you know what? I'll just read the back to you. It's easier to... their copy is way better than the description I'm going to give you. So anyway, Hypatia Lee was one of the biggest names during the twilight years of theatrical hardcore. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, it's kind of started in the mid-'70s and carried through to the mid to late 80s, and then that's when we started to get more into the, you know, I don't know, the less classy porn. It just became about fuck tapes and scenes rather than actual proper movies. Back in the 70s and 80s, porno was not like it is now. It was basically, they were proper movies with stories and like just reams of creativity throughout the entire production process, from like the sets and the costumes. The scripts were very witty and well written and genuinely entertaining and had genuinely good stories. You actually could watch them for the story. Even the music, and this is a really good example actually, because Tasty, taking place at a radio station, almost all the music in it is parodies, like porn parodies of classic rock songs and stuff, and it's great. So Hypatia Lee was one of the biggest names during the twilight years of the theatrical hardcore. After some time, she started to take more creative control over her film appearances, mainly through, but not limited to, authoring the screenplays for her films. Around this time, she also brought her husband, Bud Lee, into the mix to serve as her director, a decision which would help launch his own lengthy filmmaking career. Presented here are two of Hypatia's final theatrical features. Oh, I didn't actually know that. And Bud's directing debut, both scanned and restored in 2K by Peakorama. Making their way through the English countryside on their way to Canterbury, a group of travelers rest each night and conclude their evenings by sharing the sultriest of erotic fables in this delightful hardcore adaptation of Chaucer's classic tome. I mean, today, would you get a porn adaptation of Chaucer? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a completely different world then. A big-budget comedy costume epic, The Ribald Tales of Canterbury mixes body humor and elegant eroticism and co-stars Colleen Brennan, Sharon Kelly, Mike Horner, Buffy Davis, Beverly Bliss, Peter North, and more. Peter North was another legend. And then the one that I saw, the one I got it for, Tasty. Radio station K-Nut has been struggling to sustain their listenership, and when their top sponsor threatens to pull out for good, boss man Gary threatens to fire the entire staff unless they can get ratings way up. DJ Tasty Tastems knows just what to do and switches the programming to a much sexier selection of listener call-ins. Yeah, so a lot of it is listeners calling in for sex advice, and then she helps them out, and then it cuts back and forth between her, advising and listening, and the callers, fucking each other's brains out. But it's freaking hilarious because like everyone at the radio station is also fucking each other, and like everybody's cheating on everybody, and yeah, and it's just got all. It's like, think of if WKRP in Cincinnati was a porno. That's kind of what it's like. It's very funny, featuring supporting performances from Kristara Barrington, Stacey Donovan, Karen Summer, Mike Horner, Gail Force, Ashley Wells, and more. This cheeky and well-paced comedy combines now nostalgic 80s pop culture references with smoldering sex. And both have been restored from their original 35mm camera negatives. Yeah, pornos shot on 35mm film. Like, that would never happen today. Got an audio commentary with Bud Lee and a video interview with Bud Lee, and original theatrical trailers and reversible cover artwork. So there you go. You got Tasty and the Ribald Tales of Canterbury. Good old Hypatia Lee. Very cool. So very nice to have that one in the collection. I only had like a very rough off-air, VHS dub of it from back in the day. And it's nice to have it in freaking high definition. I never thought I'd see the day. Next up, getting back into some horror, this time some sci-fi horror, but sexy sci-fi horror. We have The Beast in Space. Yes. Look at this frickin' artwork. I mean, look at it. It's incredible. That's like something you'd expect from like a Frank Frazetta painting or something. It's just frickin' awesome. So, slide this out. I gotta make sure we don't see boobs. Like, okay, that's alright. That's covered up enough. There you go. And there. So, The Beast in Space, from also from Peakorama. One of the few, like most of the Peakorama titles, which I gather is to sort of create the, simulate the going to one of those seedy old style movie theaters and seeing a double feature kind of thing. But this one's just a single one. So, in the distant future, Captain Larry Madison, the most heroic leader of the space fleet. I'm immediately picturing fucking What's his face from Futurama? Why can't I remember his name? Zap Brannigan. Thank you. I'm immediately picturing Zap Brannigan. Like, already sold. Has been sent on a mission to Lorigon, a far-off planet known to be the galaxy's greatest resource for antalium, a precious metal needed to create weaponry. However, when they reach the planet, they discover that it's overseen by a powerful computer which is capable of forcing all those near it to engage in mindless debauchery. Oh, a pervy computer. Determined to overcome its effects, Madison and his crew wade through jungles and valleys in search of antalium. But why does Lieutenant Sandra Richardson keep having strange sexual nightmares involving a well-endowed beast? An unfiltered product of everything which makes Italian sexploitation cinema legendary. This in-name-only sequel to Valerian Borowczyk's notorious erotic fantasy, Alfonso Brescia's who did Naked Girl Killed in the Park, The Beast in Space is a wild take on late 70s sci-fi, enhanced with bizarre peplum-esque plot twists and shocking hardcore sex, and starring Sirpa Lane from The Beast and Nazi Love Camp 27. These fucking titles, man. Lucio Rosado, The Barbarians, and the future queen of 80s Italian smut, Marina Hedman from Satan's Baby Doll. Long overdue for Blu-ray, Picorama has painstakingly restored the film from its never-before-scanned 16mm original negative and invites you to buckle up and blast off to the stars. This one's from 1980, if you were wondering. And there you go. So, I mean, that sounds great. I mean, I love some cheesy, sexy sci-fi and sci-fi horror type stuff. As we talked about earlier, things like Barbarella, Galaxina, and what was the other one? Zeta 1, which was in the Redemption Films collection. Or no, it was the Jezebel collection. So, anyway. Oh, next up we have... This is great. Again, going with the sci-fi parodies. I've actually watched this one twice because it was so fucking funny. We have Roller Babies, which I'm guessing was meant to be a riff on Rollerball, which would have been fairly current at the time. And it's a double feature with Mount of Venus. Yes, I haven't watched that one yet, but that's a spin on Greek mythology. So, Roller Babies... Yeah, so here you can see the motif here. They're going for, like, you know, adult theater double bill kind of thing. Yeah, Roller Babies is fucking hilarious. So this is directed by Carter Stevens. Prolific New York-based director Carter Stevens made his name by helming fun-filled sex romps with all-star casts. Presented here are two of his early critical and audience successes. In the future, sex will be illegal, but there will be roller babies. In a dystopian world where sex has been deemed a punishable offense to reduce the population, the only form of carnal release can be experienced through explicit action on TV. With an oversaturation of hardcore programming, Sherman Frobish's network is taking a dive, until he devises an ingenious plan to regain viewership, Roller Babies. Carter Stevens' loving tribute to sci-fi pulp and comic books is a light and breezy comedy and stars Terry Hall from Story of Joanna. That, I mean, honestly, that description doesn't even do it credit. It's, like, so ridiculous, and it's supposed to be, like, this dystopian sci-fi thing, right? But it is, and it's shot on film, so it looks, you know, pretty nice, but virtually no budget. Like, the whole thing takes place in, like, either an office or another office, or, like, a back room that's been made to look like a science lab. And then it all leads up to this big thing, this big competition where they're all supposed to, it's like a roller skating competition, but they're all supposed to be having sex while they're roller skating. I mean, I gotta really compliment the performers in that for not falling flat on their asses half the time. But okay, when it gets to the big competition, the sound design makes it sound like it's this massive thing with a huge crowd and everything, but it's not. I swear they just rented out a community hall and, like, just filmed them doing laps around the community hall, and it's all about, you know, all the humor in it really comes from the color commentary, which is just loaded with double entendres, like, out the ass. and it's hilarious. But that's what makes it so funny and like engaging to me, is the fact that it's just so unashamed about how low budget it is and how cheesy it is, and it just goes for it. And it's genuinely funny. Like the script and the story and everything are genuinely funny, and I really enjoyed it a lot. So the second one, the Greek god Jupiter cannot understand why humans no longer worship his strength and virility. In an attempt to prove his worthiness for praise, he travels to Earth on a mission to seduce as many young women as he can. Oh, it's taking a page out of Zeus's book, sounds like. Hoping to earn their devotion in the process. All the while, Jupiter's fellow gods and goddesses form a literal Greek chorus, tracking and assessing his carnal pursuits. Sublimely goofy and starring Georgina Spelvin, Jamie Gillis, legendary Jamie Gillis, Kim Pope, and Eric Edwards, Mount of Venus is equal parts laughs and explicit action. And once again, both of these have been scanned and restored in 2K from their original 35mm negatives. So, very good. There's no pictures on the back, just a whole lot of text. Just like how the ads would be back in the olden days. So... Next up, we have some proper erotic horror with Dragoose. Double bill with, let's make sure there's no booze, Le Bijou d'Amour. So this is a pair of French films. So Dragoose was the one that I primarily got this for because, you know, again, I wanted to have some more erotic horror in the collection. And have a sampling of kind of, you know, all the way to the most extreme end of that, not just the softcore stuff from the 70s and 80s. So, Patrice Rome is best remembered for writing the Belgian horror classic Devil's Nightmare, but following that, he became one of the earliest auteurs to bring genre film sensibilities to French sex films. Presented here are two of his hardest to see and most heavily horror-influenced erotica. Oh, okay, so they're both horror, actually. David Laguerre is a successful author who has run out of ideas. When his publisher asks him to deliver an erotic novel, David begins to look for creative inspiration in unusual places, deciding to rent an old mansion. Oh, we got a little old dark house again. But not long after he's settled in, a mysterious woman begins to visit him each night, sharing increasingly fantastic and horrifying tales of sex and death, which begin to feel ever more real. Combining gothic horror with explicit sex and a macabre sense of humor. I mean, that sounds great right there. You had me at gothic horror and explicit sex. And stars Monica Swin from Lorna the Exorcist, which we saw in a previous section, one of Jess Franco's early films. Oliver Mathot, well, actually not one of his early films, but, you know, one of his earlier erotic films. Olivier Mathot from Sadist of Notre Dame. Olivia Mathot from Sadist of Notre Dame, and Erica Kuhl from Pussy Talk 2. And comes to Blu-ray newly restored in 4K and completely uncensored for the first time on video. And the second one, Adrian is a journalist specializing in occult phenomenon. I sense a theme here. One is an author, one is a journalist. Who wrote these? Garth Marenghi? Anyway, after purchasing a mysterious ring rumored to have belonged to Casanova, Adrian discovers that he can make his erotic fantasies come true. But all good things come at a cost, and his sexual good luck charm might have a deadly price. It kind of reminds me of that Red Dwarf episode where they had the, where Rimmer had the, like, pheromone injection or whatever that made him irresistible to women. Cheerfully moving between screwball comedy and supernatural intrigue, Le Bijou d'Amour features French sex superstars Brigitte Lahaye again, Daniel Trozier, and Carmelo Pedix, and is presented on Blu-ray for the first time. And there you go. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I will enjoy those. Sounds like a fun double bill. And next up, into some sci-fi shenanigans again with the 4K Ultra HD restoration of Sex World. I mean, you can't get much more blatant than that, right? From 1977. Yeah, one of the few titles from Picorama that's actually been restored in full 4K. I mean, who ever thought we'd see classic porn from the 70s and 80s in 4 freaking K? So, you get to see every strand of that momentous bush. All right, Sex World is a luxury resort advertised as the ultimate sex-themed getaway. So is it like Westworld, I'm guessing, but sex? I'm down. Where any and every fantasy, no matter how outrageous, can be brought to life. Yeah, this definitely sounds like Westworld, but like the sex version. Following the arrival of a fresh busload of guests, it becomes apparent that the attendees are in store for much more than a simple weekend of debauched and hedonistic pleasures. Each visitor is forced to confront their unique sexual fears. See, now there is some horror aspects to this as well, and that's what I find interesting. Repressed desires and insecurities. Through the help of Sex World's completely lifelike but actually animatronic lovers, I recall that, some find the happiness that they've been longing for, while others discover that their seemingly idyllic relationships are a source of unexpected misery. One of the most ambitious hardcore blockbusters of the late 1970s, and among the crowning achievements of director Sam Weston under his most common pseudonym Anthony Spinelli, Sex World is a haunting and erotic ensemble character study punctuated with striking visuals and at times abstract set design. Featuring an all-star cast headlined by Annette Haven, Leslie Bovee, Kay Parker, John Leslie, Joey Silvera, and a career performance from Sharon Thorpe, Sex World remains among the most acclaimed and influential X-rated films ever produced. Vinegar Syndrome and Peakorama are proud to bring this landmark work to 4K Ultra HD, the first time any hardcore feature has been presented in the format. Well, shit. The first ever hardcore movie in 4K. There you go. Unfortunately, I missed it on the slipcover, but that's okay. I don't mind. That's a pretty notable release. Yeah, and it's like, and there's like, it's 2 discs and the soundtrack. They actually have the soundtrack. How cool is that? Very nice. All right. Well, we have one more, and oh boy, is it a doozy. Featuring once again the legendary Jamie Gillis in an absolutely dark, disturbing, twisted take on Alice in Wonderland, but not really. We have Through the Looking Glass from the Melusine collection. This is like one of the actual Melusine titles, and it's freaking beautiful. I mean, look at this packaging. It's phenomenal. So, if we open it up here, look at that. And we haven't got to the movie yet. Just hold on. So we got that. And then we take this out. Okay. And we have basically a sideways slipcover. And all of these titles are 4K. So it's still a fairly new line. In fact, this is only the 3rd title in the line. But this basically presents sort of the creme de la creme of erotic films in a wide variety of subgenres. This was the only sort of horror one, so this was the one that caught my eye. There was a few others. I almost wanted to get them just on the basis of the gorgeous packaging. Like, they're all in cases like this. But I thought, no, they're a little pricey, and I mean, you know, how much am I really into all of the porn stuff? I really just kind of want the ones that, you know, skirt around the genre stuff, like the horror and sci-fi primarily, and some comedy. But yeah, so Through the Looking Glass, this is like just a massive, gorgeous edition. It's got you know, a book with it, and both the Blu-ray and I don't think I can really show you the book. It's probably loaded with nudity, but I'll read the back here to you. This is dark as fuck, and that's really what attracted me to it. Through the Looking Glass from 1976. Catherine's life. Let me just check for how we are for time here. Yeah, we're good for time. Catherine's life is one of luxury, But since the death of her beloved father, her stately family home, luxurious car, and refined sensibilities have not brought her happiness. Aloof and disinterested in her husband and daughter, Catherine prefers to spend her evenings engaged in sensual fantasies while sitting amongst the items from her childhood bedroom, now stored in a dark attic. But one stormy night, while seated in front of a large mirror, her father, or a demon in his shape, appears in the reflection, promising her untold pleasures and happiness if she simply comes through the glass. Frightened at first, Catherine eventually gives in and begins to visit the steadily more sinister world inside the mirror. But with each dreamlike trip, the dark truths of her past, which she has tried so long to forget, start becoming more and more clear, all as the sinister power of temptation becomes wholly irresistible. An unsettling supernatural thriller which explores the terror of long-buried trauma, director Jonas Middleton, Just Before Dawn, and screenwriter Ron Wertheim's Memories Within Miss Aggie, genre-defying masterpiece Through the Looking Glass ranks as one of the finest examples of hardcore filmmaking ever produced. Assembling an outstanding cast headed by Catherine Burgess from Cinderella 2000 and Expose Me Lovely, Jamie Gillis from Dracula Sucks, Terry Hall from The Story of Joanna, Kim Pope from The Intrusion, and Roger Kane, Martin, and featuring an acclaimed original score by composer Arlen Ober, Eating Raoul, and Harry Manfredini from Friday the 13th. This unforgettable journey into the macabre is at last making its 4K UHD and Blu-ray debut from Melusine, newly scanned and restored from its 35mm original negative and loaded with extras. Yeah, quite interesting also. There's a brand new feature-length commentary with director Jonas Middleton, and there's also an interview with him. I read some of the booklet in this, and it talks about it. Yeah, so the director, after doing this film, the director essentially, I don't know if he retired from film or what, but he kind of left the industry for a while and found Jesus. I don't know if this movie just fucked him up or what, but yeah, it's a bizarre story, I gotta tell you. But anyway, it sounded like just an incredible phantasmagorical journey into psychological horror that I just had to check this out. I mean, it just sounded absolutely fascinating to me. So, and then coupled with the fact that it just has this ridiculously deluxe edition. I mean, come on, how could I say no? Anyway, that is it for the filth, ladies and gentlemen. I saved the best for last. That Through the Looking Glass is something else. I haven't actually watched the film yet, but I've, read enough about it to know it by reputation. And yeah, I don't want to say so much that I'm looking forward to checking it out, but I'm sure it will be an interesting experience. And yeah, I'm really kind of curious to see how far some of these go with the horror aspect of it as well. And that's one of the reasons I was so curious about them. And yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting journey, and one that I'm sure not all of you would be able to stomach. And that's okay. We all have our lines that we choose not to cross. Myself, I tend to like to just keep stepping over them and pushing the boundaries and experiencing new things and new worlds of crazy cinema. Well, we are almost at the end, folks. We only have one part left for the biggest horror update ever, and it is a doozy. Oh yeah, I definitely saved one of the best for last. Not only is it one of the biggest, most long sought after Holy Grail items probably of my entire horror collection, but a lot of other cool stuff along with it that I think you're all going to be bleh. I think you'll all be delighted to see. So I'll see you then for the final part of the biggest horror update ever. found Jesus after. Now that's a sell. Pretty much. He became like a hardcore born-again Christian after. And he talks about it quite openly in the booklet and stuff. We're in the end game now. Yeah, so, I mean, I think that's a pretty interesting selection of dirty movies. Very cool. Oh, we got to do the thumbnail. Right. Right. Yeah. Oh, I'm dying. Actually, I'm doing okay energy-wise, funny enough. I think it's just because we keep going. I think it keeps... I can't show you the inside because there's too many boobs. Ah. Can you really have too many boobs? At least we found bat pussy. What's funny is there's still a few other things that will be revealed in the Halloween special. So this isn't even everything. This is most of it. But there will be four sections spread out throughout the special that are update, unboxing, closer looks, all in one. Definitely eccentric. What, me? I'll take that. I'll take eccentric. So yeah, there's a few things I deliberately held off because I want to save them for the special. So those will probably be the next things I film, actually. Genre feels eccentric. I'm at a loss for words. Oh, the genre of smut and filth, depravity, and cock. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, the world of 70s and 80s porn is so vastly different from how it is now. Like, it's often proper cinema, just with more fucking. But I mean, you look at that one, like Through the Looking Glass. I mean, it just sounds like a flat out psychological gothic horror movie, you know. So, yeah. Oh, we're still recording. Shit. She-ute. Alright. Short break, because I need a break, and that was like an hour. And then we'll do the last part. And then I will go crash. Alright, see you shortly, folks. We're sliding into home plate now.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. Ah! Fuck! Nah! What is even happening? Ouch! Oh my god! I'm gonna have no time to deal with the fucking boss. How do I? Oh, you got company over there. Okay, never mind. Let's stomp this guy. You don't count? You're not an actual... Oh, wow. Really? Come on. Because you were part of the cinematic, you don't actually exist as a stompable corpse? Lame. That should have been a gimme. Oh, well. Speaking of which, I'm hoping to make that the date that I release my Halloween special. And we're going to be doing Halloween all year this year because I've got so much catching up to do in the horror section. It seems like the best year to do it. So, yeah. Good times. I'll be considered a world authority on all things horror by this time next year. Save that clip, just in case I do in fact become considered an authority, a world authority on horror by this time next year. Just in case.
Well, that's how Brinsley got into you.
Good old Benz. So yeah, unfortunately, cosplayers can't use a big box of Uncle Ben's to do the joke at comic book cosplay events at comic book conventions in front of Spider-Man by showing them Uncle Ben and then filming them crying anymore. Yeah, they can't do that anymore.
Light side quest.
What the fuck, JL? Ryan says, my wife would be upset. JL says, shoot her.
The fuck?
Ryan says, I'm not going to shoot my wife, JL.
What the fuck?
That was a very inappropriate place for a Jurassic Park quote, I'm just going to say. Oh my god, can you just pick up the damn pods already?
Good work.
Thank you. This isn't janky at all. That, I may have some few questions about that. So cows drinking milk. Like drinking their own milk? Well, I mean, there's no rule saying you can't, I guess, but it just seems like it would be a little odd to me. We got an audio log, that's good. Oh, something here. Oh.
What are those?
But it's not having any effect. Is it shift? No. Is it alt? No. No, it was... Oh my god. It's because the keyboard in front of me is for the other computer. Did you call him Chody? Chody. Oh my god. That was amazing. Best typo ever.
Even in death, Gabrielle.
Hey, Luke. Yes, indeed. The final part of the biggest horror update ever. Part 41, in case you're wondering. But yes, I don't know if you heard, but there's 4 more mini updates and closer looks that will be a part of the Halloween special. So those will be what I'm filming next, but I will not be streaming the filming of those because they are to be a surprise. Yes. Oh, there's going to be so much. That special is so loaded with stuff. Like, it's just going to be horror overload. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. And now that I have this done, I can actually almost start to consider the possibility of finishing filming the Halloween stuff. So what was this? Kind of bugs me. You won't be able to upload the whole... Well, I could if I rendered it all at like 720p, but then that kind of defeats the purpose of having filmed it all in 8K with the intent of mastering in 4K. So by my calculations, I'll do sort of a rough, approximation based on the amount of footage. There's really not a lot of outtakes in it. I mean, there is, but there isn't. So, like, not enough to make a significant impact on the overall running time. But yeah, it'll be, I think, 4, possibly 5 parts, roughly 6 hours apiece. So, yeah. Well, they have a time limit of 12 hours, or specifically 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 57 seconds. If you go over that, YouTube will automatically split it into 2 parts, with like the last 5 minutes being its own video. Otherwise, beyond that, they also have a file size limit of 256 gigabytes. So there's no way I was going to hit 12 hours at 4K with the file size limit being 256 gigabytes. So it really just becomes about the file size. So the file size, I mean, that 256 gigabytes gives me roughly 6 to 6.5 hours of running time by my calculations, based on how big the first few parts ended up being. So yeah, it's about 6 hours apart, and 4 or 5 parts. They won't all be the exact same length because it's all dependent on where the segments end, right? So if I can't put on the next segment because it'll go over the file size limit, I have to cut it off there. And then there we go. So I guess the only thing left to film for that will be outro segments for the Omnibus edition, just to kind of have a little proper conclusion for each volume of the Omnibus. And each volume of the Omnibus will also have chapters for to skip, so you can skip ahead to the individual sections, so, or skip over sections that you're not interested in or whatever. There will be a multitude of viewing options for all manner of audiences. There will even be like a super shortcut, which will be like 3 minutes long, which will just be the footage of me doing the thumbnails with like a slow zoom, sufficiently high resolution that you can just literally read the titles on the spines. So, yeah, and that'll just be set to music, nothing fancy. Perhaps, but how could you not watch it all? Yeah, I mean, if you're that dedicated, you're going to watch all of them. I mean, why would you skip over a couple segments and just, cheat yourself out of the full, complete experience, Super duper behind the scenes videos. Well, I mean, I might do, I might do some kind of compilation of the outtakes, the ones such as they are, pick the funniest ones or ones where I'm, I left the camera on while I was talking about behind the scenes stuff or whatever, stuff like that. Yeah. So basically I'm rendering out all the individual segments as individual videos. And then I'm going to be taking all of those into AVI Demux to do the final assembly, because that way I don't have to re-render everything. I can just do a straight copy with no re-rendering, just putting it into a, self-contained container. Because with AVI Demux, you can actually do what they call append, where you load part 1 of your video, and then you can say append, and it'll tag on the next video right at the end of where that one is. The only catch is they have to be rendered in the same format with the same settings. So I have a template that I've been using to render them so they're all the exact same format, exact same settings, so they'll be friendly to AVI Demux. So, I mean, it still takes some time because they're massive files, but it takes nowhere near as much time as it would to render them, and nowhere near as much taxing on the system resources. And I was rendering some of the segments for the Halloween video. I actually rendered out in 8K, and there was a few times where it literally crashed my computer because it was just such heavy processing required that it just shit the bed trying to deal with it. But 4K, no problem. It has no problem rendering 4K. It's actually, you know, it renders 4K about as fast as my old computer would render 1080p. It renders 4K almost in real time, provided there's not a lot of effects and stuff. There's not going to be any effects on this. So 1080p, it renders almost in double time. Like, it's so fast. It's ridiculous. So, yeah. Definitely getting my money's worth out of these new PCs, that's for sure. All right. Yeah, if it was all one video, it would be like 30 hours long. So even if I could squeeze it all into 256 gigabytes, it would be... you know, it would still split it up because of the length. So, that's fine. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 41, the concluding chapter of the biggest horror update ever. 41 parts. Isn't that the same number of parts that were in my original Dead Space playthrough? Like, it's just a ridiculous number. Anyway, hope you've been enjoying the journey. And I've saved one of the best for last. This is a big one. This is not only a big holy grail item that I've been pining for literal years, but a lot of additional titles on top of that, well... they're pretty cool. That are wonderful addendums to said Holy Grail item. So what's it all about? What's this big final part all about? Well, there's a name. There's a name that is synonymous with superb television gothic horror, in particular from the late 60s and through most of the 70s. And that name is Dan Curtis. Today, on the final part of the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Ugh. Every time I say that, you gotta do the GIF, eh? What's funny is these updates won't have the Multimedia Chronicles theme. They'll have the Horror Updates theme, which is actually one of the pieces of music I composed in 2018. I've used it before for updates. So I have a specific theme for the updates, I have a specific theme for the closer looks, and then everything else uses the horror version of the Multimedia Chronicles theme. So, Dan Curtis is a name most of you probably associate with a little show called Dark Shadows. But he did a lot more than Dark Shadows in terms of his contributions to the worlds of gothic horror on television. And, well, Kino Lorber has actually been putting out some terrific re-releases and first-time releases of a lot of both well-known and lesser-known gems from that era, mostly from the 70s. So to kick things off, we have Dead of Night, which is a gothic horror film that he did for television in 1977, so a few years after Dark Shadows. So, from the legendary dark minds of producer-director Dan Curtis, Dark Shadows, The Night Stalker, I forgot he did that too, The Night Stalker, and Trilogy of Terror, and writer Richard Matheson. I'm actually in the middle of reading Hell House right now. Tales of Terror, The Last Man on Earth, and The Twilight Zone. He wrote many episodes of The Twilight Zone. Comes this thrilling triptych of spellbinding stories. Oh yeah, this is an anthology horror. Love anthology horror. Second Chance. After buying an antique automobile, Frank, Ed Begley Jr., restores the vehicle to its original condition. Along with the car, Frank is suddenly transported back in time to the year 1926, based on a story by Jack Finney, author of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. No Such Thing as a Vampire. Alexis, Anjanette Comer, the mistress of an old mansion, is terrified of vampires. When her husband, Patrick McNee, calls in a friend, Horst Buchholz, to examine her, a macabre and bloody scheme unfolds. And finally, Bobby. In the dead of night, a boy, Lee H. Montgomery, thought to be deceased, surprises his despondent mother, Joan Hackett, at the family beach house, bringing her both extreme joy and overwhelming terror. So we got audio commentary by Tim Lucas, who we know from the Redemption Films collection, an introduction by Jeff Thompson, author of the television horrors of Dan Curtis. We've got a 1969 TV pilot of A Darkness at Blazedon. Robert Colbert's music score highlights. Robert Colbert, of course, did all of the music for Dark Shadows. And we have deleted and extended scenes and sequences. So, there you go. Very cool. Dead of Night, available from Kino Lorber. Next up, another one from Kino Lorber. These ones I didn't even know about, so this is a real treat. We have Dan Curtis's Late Night Mysteries. So this has a whole bunch of stories from... I forget what it was. It was like this series of mysteries that were done for television, very low budget, all shot on video. But, yeah, perhaps no figure exerted a greater influence on 1970s television horror than Dan Curtis. Having created the daytime drama Dark Shadows, which ran from 1966 to 1971, and while producing primetime TV movies such as The Night Stalker and The Norliss Tapes, his company produced standalone thrillers for ABC Television's Wide World Mystery. Yeah, Wide World Mystery, that's where, you know the Frankenstein one that I talked about a few Halloweens ago? Yeah, that's where that one originally premiered, on Wide World Mystery. Originally shot on videotape, the 4 productions in this collection have been carefully adapted to HD for this Blu-ray release. Shadow of Fear stars Claude Akins from BJ and the Bear. Wow, BJ and the Bear, that takes me back. I used to watch that when I was a kid. That's considered lost media now, by the way. I've only found it as, like, television recordings, so we may never see a home video release of that. It was Greg Evigan and a chimpanzee. Greg Evigan was a trucker. Anyway, as a disgraced police officer hired to investigate crimes surrounding a psychologically troubled housewife, Anjanette Comer, the baby. She was also in Dead of Night, as we just heard. In The Invasion of Carol Enders, the spirit of a car crash victim is reincarnated into the body of another patient, Meredith Baxter from Family, and many other things. Family Ties, maybe that's what they meant to say. Come Die With Me follows the cat-and-mouse relationship between a cavalier playboy, George Maharis from Route 66, and the housekeeper who tries to blackmail him, Eileen Brennan from Private Benjamin. A wholesome family experiences a Kafkaesque miscarriage of justice when they are accused of drug trafficking in Nightmare at 43 Hillcrest. Yeah, so these are all encoded at 1080i, so they preserve the original video look of the original footage. And, yeah, 265 minutes. Even though it says it's 1080p, it's actually 1080i. And there you go. Get some additional pictures there. And what else is on here? Yeah, so we got some commentaries. It looks like that is introductions to all 4 films by Jeff Thompson, author of House of Dan Curtis and Television Mysteries of the Dark Shadows Auteur, and commentaries for all 4 of them. Very cool. So yeah, I watched a little bit of this, and it's great. I love this style of television. You know, the old low-budget shot on video. There's just, I don't know, something... With it being shot on video, I feel it gives it an immediacy where it doesn't feel like it's as old as it is, if that makes sense. It feels like, you know, you're watching someone's home movie or something, but there's that, or the soap opera effect, as some people call it. But I don't know, it just makes it feel more, almost more recent in a way, you know? I don't know how to describe it. It's weird. Next up now, these ones we're familiar with. We have Dan Curtis's classic monsters. So, if you want a nice, convenient, all-in-one collection to get some of the classic monster movies that he did, this is the way to go. This is a great collection. Take a look at this. So, as you can see on the cover, of course, we do have the 1974 Jack Palance Dracula film. We also have the 1973 Wide World Mystery version of Frankenstein with tons of extras. You can watch it in the movie form, or you can watch it in the episodic form with the original intros and outros and bumpers. And we also have the Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which also stars Jack Palance as the titular mad scientist and his evil alter ego. So, yeah, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Dracula was also adapted by Richard Matheson. It's like the 6 degrees of Richard Matheson here. Yeah, and then Bo Svensson, of course, starred as the monster in Frankenstein, and Robert Foxworthy was the doctor. And yeah, great stuff. So loads of stuff on here. Got a lot of interviews with, I think it's all the same extras carried over from the MPI release that I got a while back. We got an audio commentary on Dracula and Frankenstein and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So, and an interview with makeup effects artist Dick Smith, who actually did the makeup effects in those. Very cool. So, once again, very lovely adaptation. The Frankenstein and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde were both shot on video. I think they were actually both part of the Wide World Mystery series that the Late Night Mysteries came from. And those are encoded at 1080i as well to preserve the video look. The movie, of course, of Dracula was a theatrical film and a television film and shot on film. So, who dat? Who dat? Who following me? Cannibals. Get ready to get your scare on. Excellent fellow horror fan, I'm guessing. Very nice. Thank you for stopping by. Next up, well, speaking of Dark Shadows and Dan Curtis and his career, we have Master of Dark Shadows, which is an autobiographical... Yeah, not autobiographical. Which is a biographical film about the life and career of Dan Curtis. So the feature-length documentary Master of Dark Shadows reveals the fascinating, far-reaching impact and appeal of Dark Shadows with a blend of rare footage, historical images, and behind-the-scenes stories, while also exploring the dramatic talents of creator, producer, director Dan Curtis, known as the King of TV Horror. The Emmy-winning filmmaker followed Dark Shadows with other iconic genre favorites, including The Night Stalker, Trilogy of Terror, and Burnt Offerings, before earning accolades for the epic miniseries The Winds of War and War and Remembrance. Oh yeah, I forgot he did those. Narrated by Ian McShane. How cool is that? Master of Dark Shadows offers insights from Curtis himself, in addition to Oscar-winning writer-producer Alan Ball, True Blood, screenwriter William F. Nolan, Trilogy of Terror, author Herman Wouk, The Winds of War, veteran actresses Whoopi Goldberg, Ghost, and Barbara Steele, Black Sunday, actor Ben Cross, Chariots of Fire, original Dark Shadows stars Jonathan Frid, David Selby, Catherine Lee Scott, Lara Parker, John Carlin, Nancy Barrett, Jerry Lacey, Roger Davis, Marie Wallace, Chris Pennick, and James Storm, plus other colleagues and family members. So there you go. And on glorious Blu-ray. So bonus features, we got a Dark Shadows studio visit, Before Dark Shadows, The House, vintage TV spots, Poe and Shakespeare in the Shadows, Barnabas at the White House, The Dick Cavett Show with Jonathan Frid, Light and Shadows with David Selby, promos, and more. There you go. Everything you ever wanted to know about Dan Curtis, we're afraid to ask. Very cool. Got a bunch of dust on it. There we go. You see that a little better now? I got it all over myself. Anyway, next up, if you're going to talk about Dan Curtis and Dark Shadows, well, you got to talk about Barnabas himself with the Jonathan Frid story. There you go. So the life and times of Jonathan Frid. Of course, we mostly know him as Barnabas, but he did quite a lot before and after that. So it's Dark Shadows and Beyond. So the Dark Shadows and Beyond, the Jonathan Frid story, is the first feature-length documentary devoted to Canadian-born actor Jonathan Frid. I actually forgot he was born in Canada, so hey, Canada representing again. Who became a television sensation with his portrayal of guilt-ridden vampire Barnabas Collins on Dark Shadows, the 1966 to 1971 daytime drama that remains a beloved cult classic today. The spooky gothic serial attracted not only housewives and college students, but also millions of school kids who ran home each afternoon, turning the classically trained 40-something Frid into a romantic figure and unlikely teen idol. Who was the man behind the vampire's cloak? Who was the man beneath the vampire's cloak? The documentary reveals Frid's personal and professional struggles, artistic triumphs, and rise to fame, in part through his own written correspondence, recited by Ian Buchanan. Among family, friends, and co-workers who offer fresh insights are veteran talk show host and Yale Drama School classmate Dick Cavett, actresses Marion Ross from Arsenic and Old Lace, Christina Pickles from Seizure, San Diego National Shakespeare Festival co-star Anthony Zerbe, and Dark Shadows colleagues David Selby, Lara Parker, Catherine Lee Scott, Nancy Barrett, Marie Wallace, James Storm, John Carlin, and Dan Curtis. Also included rare performance materials, lost footage, previously unseen interviews, and archival images from Frid's private collection. Very cool. And extras, you got the Play of the Week, Henry IV Part 1, Dark Shadows Festival and PBS TV promos, Dark Shadows Special with Jonathan Frid, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, read by Jonathan Frid, that's cool, a Dark Shadows Letter, Vintage Dark Shadows TV promo, Jonathan Frid Photo Gallery, The Best of Barnabas, which is a compilation of Dark Shadows clips, and a documentary trailer. So there you go. Very cool. Absolute treasure trove for fans of the man himself. Next up, well, this turned out to be redundant because I bought this before the Blu-ray came out. We got the DVD of The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, yes. And we got interviews with Jack Palance and makeup artist Dick Smith, which I'm pretty sure are also on the Blu-ray. So, yeah. I bought this because it was one of the few I didn't have yet. And then Kino Lorber started putting out Blu-ray editions of all the old TV stuff. So, I don't know. I think there's one more they put... Yeah, there's one more they put out recently I haven't picked up yet. I need to get that one. But, yeah, because there's a few more adaptations. Like, I know he did one based on The Turn of the Screw, which I've seen as The Innocents, the 50s movie The Innocents. So, next up, speaking of Dark Shadows, we have the Dark Shadows Reunion. Yes, which is basically a 30th anniversary special celebrating all things Dark Shadows. So for over 3 decades, Dark Shadows has been captivating audiences with its ominous blend of gothic romance and the supernatural. Originally airing as a daytime drama on ABC TV from 1966 to 1971, the series has become a television classic, best known for the character of sympathetic vampire Barnabas Collins, portrayed by Jonathan Frid. Dark Shadows creator and executive producer Dan Curtis reunites for the first time with cast and production members to reminisce together and enjoy some of the program's most memorable moments. Dark Shadows reunion offers an in-depth look at why the show's popularity has endured for over 3 decades, and includes many favorite episode highlights from the spooky serial's entire 5-year run. And bonus features, we got a reunion backstage reception, 1969 Jonathan Frid interview on the Merv Griffin Show, 1970 Joan Bennett interview on the Mike Douglas Show, and original 1969 TV promos with Catherine Lee Scott. Total is about 2.5 hours of Dark Shadows goodness. How cool is that? Very nice indeed. Next up, we have the Dark Shadows Special Edition, which has even more stuff celebrating all things Dark Shadows. So this is basically a compilation of previously released material. Some of it was released on VHS back in the day, and were also released as individual DVDs. So this just seemed like a nice way to quickly get a bunch of those all in one compact place. So what do we have on here? We got the Dark Shadows Special Edition. So we have Dark Shadows Behind the Scenes. Gives a complete history of the show, including interviews with the actors and production personnel. Dark Shadows Nightmares and Dreams features many of the spooky show's most bizarre and terrifying moments, including vampire Barnabas Collins' dream curse. Dark Shadows on Location takes viewers on a tour with Nancy Barrett, who played Carolyn Stoddard, of the New England settings where exteriors were filmed, so like the actual house and everything. Inside the Shadows offers an in-depth review of the program by its creator with executive producer Dan Curtis, along with many favorite scenes. And additional special features, it has the Spanish version of episode 289, rare TV commercials and promotional spots, photograph gallery and music montage, trivia, and English and Spanish subtitles. So there you go. The Dark Shadows Special Edition. So basically a whole bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff, which is pretty cool. Next up, we have Dark Shadows Bloopers and Treasures. As anyone who has seen the show will know, they basically recorded it live to tape, so they really didn't do a lot of retakes. As such, a lot of bloopers and flubs and just, mess-ups made it on the air. And this is a compilation of some of the best ones. So, yeah, very cool. What do we got here? Yeah, so blah, 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 blah. Bloopers. Like other daytime dramas of the period, Dark Shadows was produced live in sequence without stopping to correct any mistakes. This was before modern videotape editing, so the bloopers featured here were all part of the shows as broadcast. You'll see actors forget lines, crew members walk on camera, sets fall apart, and dozens of other hilarious mishaps, plus outtakes. And then Treasures, the haunting and melodic Dark Shadows score, composed by Robert Colbert, became a top 20 album in 1969. Dark Shadows music videos combine episode clips with the most popular tunes, such as the Grammy-nominated hit Quentin's Theme, Shadows of the Night. Dark Shadows in Salem finds Lara Parker, Angelique the Witch, on location in Massachusetts, recalling where the actual witch trials took place. Also included is long-lost footage of Dark Shadows actors appearing on game shows, promotional spots with Jonathan Frid, Barnabas the Vampire, and much more. Well, that just sounds like too much fun. So, very cool indeed. And that's, how long is that? Does it say? Oddly, it doesn't say the running time. At least I can't find it on here. Yeah, anyway, I think, as I recall, each show is like about 45 minutes to an hour. They were basically specials that were originally released as part of MPI's VHS range, because they released the whole damn series on VHS across 250 volumes. Just, can you imagine how much shelf space that would take up? Incredible. And finally, we have the Dark Shadows 50th Anniversary Collection. And there we go. And this, again, is essentially a compilation of previously released programs, and some new stuff as well. So yeah, so we have The Haunting of Collinwood, The Vampire Curse. So those are like summarized versions of some of the main story arcs. Fan favorites, that's like favorite episodes. Best of Barnabas, Best of Quentin, and Best of Angelique. So 6 previously released programs on their own discs. And there we go. Pretty cool. So let's see. Yeah, so Dark Shadow, blah, blah, blah. The special 50th Anniversary Collection offers 38 complete TV episodes that are among the most popular in the history of Dark Shadows, serving as an ideal introduction to new fans as well as an enticing overview for longtime devotees. Additionally, movie-length presentations of 2 Dark Shadows' most popular stories are included. The Vampire Curse details how Angelique the Witch caused Barnabas to become a creature of the night, and The Haunting of Collinwood reveals how the children of Collinwood became possessed by the ghost of Quentin Collins. So we have new episode introductions by David Selby, who was Quentin Collins, Lara Parker, who was Angelique, and Catherine Lee Scott, who was Maggie. And exclusive video interviews with Jonathan Frid and David Selby. So there you go. Over 21 hours of material on this. Crazy. But a really cool collection. And again, much like the special edition, just kind of a quick and simple way to get a bunch of those previously released things in a nice compact case. And there we go. So, you know, a nice selection of Dark Shadows stuff and other Dan Curtis stuff. And as I said, there is more that's coming out from Kino Lorber, so I definitely plan to keep up with those releases and pick up any others that they put out. So here's hoping. I don't know how much stuff there is that they haven't already put out. I know they put out all the Kolchak stuff, all the Night Stalker stuff, and I got all of that, of course. I think we covered some of that way earlier in this update. But, yeah. Oh, right. There's actually one more thing. I'm going to have to make some room here. Let me just set these aside for the moment. Hang on a sec. This is kind of heavy. I mentioned a Holy Grail item, didn't I? Well, here it is. Yes, at long last, I have the Dark Shadows Complete Series coffin set. There. This thing is a beast. And it wasn't cheap, but, you know, well worth it. So, before anyone asks, no, I haven't watched everything yet. But I've started to work my way through it. And, at least tested out the discs. So look at that. We open it up. And there's the man himself, asleep in his coffin. Don't wake him up. And there you go. So it is 131 discs. Now, let me just, I'll take out, they all basically have the same packaging, other than the spine art, of course. So let me just take this out, and I'll give you a little look, an idea of what all is in it. Man. I've been wanting to have the complete series of Dark Shadows since the aforementioned VHS releases. In fact, I started collecting them. I only got about 6 or so, but yeah. So despite the fact that this thing is huge, it still does save a ton of shelf space over getting those VHS releases back in the day. So this is what the individual keep cases look like. Just very straightforward Dark Shadows logo. And then on the back, they give you the contents of what's on each disc. Just basic contents. Pretty much every disc has some kind of... This one has, like, extras on it. So if we look at just one of the regular volumes here, maybe this one? Yeah, so if you look at this one, for example, same thing. But you flip it around, you can see there. So there, it just gives you which episode numbers are on each one, which doesn't really tell you much other than, you know, what order they go in. But what are they? What are the stories? What are on those? Well, I'll show you in a second here how we can find out. So inside the case, it's very similar to the 50th anniversary one. So we have several discs in there. And, yeah, very nice. But you can see also there's, you know, all the bonus material, which is on this set. Some of the things I already got are actually redundant because they're actually included in this set. Like, for example, yeah, we got the bloopers and treasures on there. We got the special edition. We got the reunion. Yeah, so... Best of Barnabas, Scariest Moments. We got like a whole bunch of stuff on here. Anyway, that's okay. That was bound to happen with a collection this sizable. But here's the thing. If you want a little more detail about what's on each set, you've got this massive freaking booklet, which gives you detailed breakdowns of every episode. I mean, just simple summaries, but enough that you'll know which ones they are. And we skip ahead a little ways. Where are we here? Yeah, there we go. So we get to the introduction of Barnabas. And it has everything in order as well. So it starts with the beginning episodes, the first season before Barnabas came along, and carries on through there. But it gives you all the information you could possibly need. Original air dates, the actual production numbers, and little plot summaries of each episode, so you have some idea of what's going on. And there you go. And lovely photographs throughout, and nice glossy paper. I mean, this is very much a quality set in a lot of ways, and it has... you know, pretty much everything you could ever want. It has all 1,225 episodes of Dark Shadows, complete, uncut, as originally aired. There's only a couple episodes I think they were missing, so they did reconstructions of them with whatever available materials they had. And that was that. I can't tell you how thrilled I am to finally have this in the collection. It's been a long, long time. I mean, well, I guess really literally about 30 years since I first saw those VHS tapes. I first saw Dark Shadows when I lived in Selkirk back in 1989, 90. And one of the local PBS stations started showing it, and it was in the middle of a story arc, and I didn't know what it was. I was like, what is this show? Like, it looks, you know, it's all gothic horror and stuff, and there was like a sort of a Frankenstein monster type character in it, and there was this vampire guy, and like, I didn't know who any of these people were, but I was like immediately sucked into it, and I caught it whenever I could. I didn't catch a lot of it. They didn't air it for very long. But what I saw, I loved, and that was enough to intrigue me. And then around that time, the remake came out, the 1990s remake. I didn't miss an episode. I thought it was fantastic. I have all the VHS tapes, as you guys know, if you've been watching my videos for a while. I never bothered with the DVD releases, because the DVD releases were, quite frankly, lacking. I don't know why MPI wasn't able to do them, because they did the VHSs. But anyway, I digress. Loved the remake, and then around that time I started collecting the VHS tapes of the original series, and unfortunately there was just too many, and I just didn't have the money Unfortunately, there was just too many. I just didn't have the money to carry on. Oh my god. Is she done? Rose does that to scratch her inner ear. I don't know why we both have annoying sounds we do to do that, but anyway. Let's wait until she's done. Unfortunately, there were just way too many. I mean, like I said, it was literally 250 something volumes, and I just didn't have the money to collect that many VHS tapes. Let alone, I mean, just thinking of how much shelf space that would have taken up. Like, wow. Each VHS tape had 5 episodes on it, just to put it in perspective. At least with the DVDs, originally they put them out in individual sets, and each set had like 40 episodes or something. Like, it was, you know, it was 4 discs with 10 episodes apiece, so you would get a significant chunk, and then about the thickness of a VHS tape for one you know, oversized you know, extra thick keep case. But then they put this set out, and yes, it's a bit of a shelf buster, but you know, it still is considerably less space. So glad to finally have it. Now, that said, I have gone through about half of the discs, and I have found a couple that seem to have playback problems, so I might have to contact MPI about a few replacements. But, I mean, when you're talking about a set with literally 131 discs in it, I think it's all right if you got to replace a couple of them. I mean, that's bound to happen, right? Especially with a set that's been out for so long. Yeah, when did this originally come out? It doesn't even say. Running time, 470 hours. It's a deluxe edition box set, contains every eerie episode of the original Gothic suspense series Dark Shadows, 1966 to 71, plus a wealth of bonus materials. Plus a wealth of bonus interviews with the stars and creative members that made the supernatural thriller a cult favorite and an enduring television classic. Yeah, almost every disc on this has interviews with the cast and crew. So each disc has something different, or another piece of an ongoing interview. And it's, I mean, you can't get any better than this. If you're a fan of the series, this is the set to get. It's as comprehensive as it can possibly be. And then, you know, get a few of the other things as well as supplemental material, because it doesn't have absolutely everything in terms of the previously released material, like the bonus discs and special programs and stuff. So you'll still need to pick up a few of those if you want to be truly a completist. But for the most part, I mean, as far as the show itself and all the significant stuff, you have everything you could ever possibly want here. So, Dark Shadows. Gotta love it. Well, folks, we have reached the end of the biggest horror update ever. So that is it. I hope you've enjoyed. I can't believe you've made it this far. Thank you so much for sticking it out through my madness. Hope you enjoyed the journey. But this journey has only just begun. We've only just finished the updates. We still got closer looks at stacks and stacks of those box sets we've been looking at. So chances are I've already started posting some of these by the time you're seeing this. But yes, look forward to many more updates, unboxings, some more updates too. But look forward to a lot of unboxings and closer looks for a lot of the horror stuff that we've talked about in this mega update of Doom. And then, of course, reviews. Because, now that we got all the updates out of the way, and we're about to get all the closer looks out of the way, I'm going to start watching some of this stuff. I mean, that's kind of why we bought it, isn't it? So I've already watched a bunch of them, but yeah, I look forward to diving in more fully into all of this wonderful new stuff. Alrighty, folks. Well, you're off the hook. We're done. You can all leave now. So thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And until next time, sayonara. Oh my God, Ross. God damn it. There. Holy moly. I'll just put these over here for now. Which one? Who? What's going on? Oh, what is that? Sorry, I need to scroll back a bit. Oh. Quite a bit of quite wasn't cheap as taking it lightly. Yeah, I know, right? The content on this, you're so close to getting done. Sounds like the world's loudest snoring from a distance. What a way to end it. 41 parts, probably over 30 hours total. Yeah, I'd say about that. Oh. Senior X-Men, let's finish filming fusion. Hundreds of horror titles in one big update video. Wonderful. Thank you for explanation. So this stream will not end. Well, yes, I'll be ending the stream now. It has been... Oh, I forgot I was going to do... Here, we'll do a little bit of spooky sounds. Ooh. 3:45 p.m. Ukrainian time. It is 5:45 a.m. here. I'm over in Canada. So... Surprised to find a channel at this time. Oh. Yeah. It varies. Sometimes I'll go later, later for my time, like this. Today we've been working on this horror update video for several weeks now, and just had a few more parts to go, so basically we decided to just push through and get them all done today. And yeah, now I have to edit all of them. That's going to take a while, but that's okay. At least they're done. Hey, wannabe Newfie. Yes, did you see what the last item was? I saved one of the best for last. I figured that was a good one to end on. Go out with a bang. Plus, it's one I know is highly anticipated, and people have been wondering if I was going to get it for a long time. So I thought, yeah, we'll end on that one. That's a good big finale item. And it was literally the last thing, the absolute last thing. So, yeah, I just got to find time to watch all of it. But yeah, it was quite a lot of fun stuff tonight. Some big collections, some strange collections. Yeah, I got quite a variety. So the next big step is to find space for it on the shelves. That's gonna be a challenge. Your mama's always one that said it goes on sale from time to time. I mean, it's never going to be super cheap, but it at least goes on sale for cheaper sometimes. You know, maybe $100 less than the usual price. I forget what I paid for it, but it was a stupid amount. But I mean, for the amount of content you get, really, it's a pretty good value, really. Certainly less than collecting all the VHS tapes back in the day, one by one. They were like $20, $30 per tape. The Smut Horror, did you enjoy that one? Yeah. I thought, yeah, I was kind of waffling. Like, I wasn't sure how I was going to approach that section. It's like, how am I gonna like talk about this and like not just sound like a raging perv? But no, I think that one actually went pretty well, and you know, I think I provided sufficient justifications for why I got the ones that I did. You know, that Thundercrack is a really weird one. Yeah. Not gonna be everybody's cup of tea for sure, but I enjoyed it. That cost almost as much as 1/3 of my salary. Yeah, it's yeah. I had an inheritance, so I had a nice sort of boost of cash a couple of years ago. So that's where most of this big update came from. But I mean, it gives me the opportunity not only to add things to the collection that I'd always wanted, but also to increase the amount of things I can talk about on my YouTube channel. You know, so I don't really get freebies from the companies or anything. I just looked it up on eBay, and my eyes are watering. The Dark Shadows set, yeah. Yeah, it's on Amazon as well, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, it's 1,225 episodes and a shit ton of bonus material. The entire last set of discs is all bonus material. And there's bonus material throughout as well, like interview. Almost every disc has at least 1 or 2 interviews on it with cast and crew, and it's just exhaustively thorough. And I love it. And it's a great show. It's, you know, it's one of the all-time greats. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun movie watching in the year ahead, that's for sure. And beyond. I'm sure it's going to take me a lot longer than a year to watch all this stuff. But, yeah. I look forward to it. We will have no shortage of content for many Halloweens to come. And certainly no shortage of content to have a year of horror quite comfortably. But it is now almost 6 a.m., folks, and this old vampire is feeling very tired. It is almost dawn. I must retreat to my coffin. I should put that in the video. I'll put that in the video. I'll redo the outro. Zap! Well, my friends, it is time for this old vampire to retire for the evening. It is almost dawn. The sun is just starting to creep up over the horizon, and I must return to my coffin until next we meet. Until then, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the journey. It's certainly been a fun one for me, but all good things must come to an end. As such, I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. There we go. That'd be a little bit more fun of a horror-y finale. Beautiful cape, by the way. It goes with this outfit. I figured I should wear it at least once in the 30 hours of this update. Yeah, well, and I was thinking of that earlier. It's just because I'm so fucking tired. I actually thought of doing that as the outro before, but I forgot. So, there was another one I forgot. Was you know how yesterday we did all the Asian horror? Like, of all the times to not use my usual sayonara sign off. Like, that was, if anything, the most perfect time to do that sign off, and I didn't. So, I did a new sign off for that part at the start of today's recordings. Can't wait to see how long this takes to render. Well, like I say, it's not going to be all one. It's not all going to be in one. It'll be like I'm rendering each individual piece and then assembling it in AVI Demux. So the actual assembly in AVI Demux only takes a few minutes. It just takes as long as it takes to just scan the file and rebuild the index, and that's it. Otherwise, it just basically just takes it and dumps it into a new container with everything joined together. So, yeah. With these specs, shouldn't take it. Oh no, it'll take a while. Because I film everything in 8K, and then I render everything in 4K. So, the files are huge. Massive. But yeah, that's the whole reason I use AVI Demux, is I just had to make sure that each piece is, you know, correct and proper, and I can just kind of, you know, it'll just flow from one to the next when I piece them together. So the upload, yeah, I don't know, it'll be like an overnight, I think. It's funny because like they say you can't upload more than 15 videos at a time, right? That's their upload limit. It's like, okay, so I'll upload the Halloween special, which will be 6.5 hours, and all 5 parts of the update, which will also be 6.5 hours apiece. It's like, what? It's only 6 videos. But 6 videos totaling, like, what? like a terabyte and a half of data. Yeah, it's gonna be ridiculous. Make some bread. Excellent. Yeah, I need to get a bread maker. That's definitely high on the list for this year. Get a bread maker. I think it's a great idea. So, yeah. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. Cannibals. Enjoy your bread. And I am going to go to bed. You Canadians and your powdered milk. What? Where did that come from? I don't know why bread making reminded me of that. I don't know either. It's random. I call that apocalypse milk because it doesn't go bad until you add water to it. Then you got like a week to drink it. But yeah. I don't think you put milk in with bread. Well, maybe certain recipes. I don't know. I've never made bread before. I'll find out. But no, most of those bread makers, they're just automatic. You literally just dump in the ingredients for whatever kind of bread you want, and it does all the work for you. So, works for me. Water that could be used to cool AI data centers. Yes. Grok needs to be just banned from the entire universe. Actually, some countries are talking about banning Grok and Twitter. Like, just fully. So. Have no electricity. Well, sorry to hear that. I wonder how you're able to use the internet with no electricity. Phone, I guess. Push for the app stores to ban XAI and Grok. Yeah. I hope they do. Also, like, countries. Like, I think the UK was talking about banning it. And I'm like, hey, want to add Canada to that list? Please and thank you. Yeah. Now you look like a miner going in search of bread. The bread mines. Yes. Alrighty. Well, have yourselves a great day or night, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. It was a lot of fun and very productive. We actually managed to do all 7 remaining parts. The update is filmed, it's finished, it's done. All done but for the shouting. And, yeah, I can't really do the outros for the Omnibus Edition until I know where they're going to end. So, we'll do that as we go. But those will be pretty short, just kind of bookends, easy. Too busy trying to bust adult entertainment. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I knew you could do it. Tried my best to stay with you in here until they were completed. Well, thank you. I appreciate the dedication and the moral support. It means more than I can possibly describe. I'm actually, honestly, I feel really good about just how frickin' productive we've been over the past few weeks. You know, just going like gangbusters. And, yeah, get grokked. Oh my god. Take this picture of Luke, Razor Wire Ryan, and put him in a string bikini with swastikas on it. No, please don't. That's an image I don't need. Make Luke's breasts much larger. We really are seeing the absolute worst of humanity, aren't we? Anyway, I want to go to bed. I don't want to get into that. People suck. Fuck people. Where am I going? Oh, right. We need the goodbye screen. Okay, the goodbye screen. Have yourselves a great day or night, everybody. Once again, thanks for stopping by. Glad we got everything done. Now I gotta start editing. And now I gotta start the closer looks. It's just never done. It's never done. But hey, 41 parts in the can, that's nothing to sneeze at. So I'm gonna take that as a victory for now. And go to bed and celebrate by being unconscious. Take care, everybody. See you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara.